Interlinked.
Did they teach you how to deal finger to finger? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
Do you walk or have your party?
Everything's a copy, 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 copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Wow. I have something important to announce. Wow. I'm also doing good. Wow.
All right. There we go. We are back. We are back. Alrighty. Okay, here we go. We might miss these. Mark99, $2, sup Shota. Yeah, that guy makes the Almighty Dork look like a super genius. Starting to think maybe. Yeah, it was on Saturday, so I think Shota used the wrong link for his thing. Fucking goober. Mark99 for $2. Sup Shota, take a shot for every betrayal. This scene will kill the most. Yeah. So he accidentally used my link for his Saturday stream for Yakuza. That's pretty funny. Mark 9 $2. Sup, Ollie? Yeah, I accidentally gave you money. Meant for your lover. Sorry, bro. Though you can keep it. Yeah. Indian man messed up. Yeah. So V Shoujo's on fire. Yeah, apparently Iron Mouse left, and she dropped like a video talking about why she was sick of it, and one of the aforementioned accusations that was really big was V Shoujo got like what $500,000 meant for like a charity thing they were involved with, and then they just never donated the money. They literally just never donated it and had no intentions on donating it, and that's what pissed her off. Apparently unicorns are easy to find. Grassroots feminist movement. Yeah, that also happened. That also happened. Don't be nosy and you're not free to answer, but do you work a full 40-hour work week at your day job? Because it seems like you stream quite a bit, so I just don't know how you make the time. Lack of sleep helps. Lack of sleep really helps. I've seen the Wolverine Zilla comic. I have not. Rumors are apparently Trump is going to scrap H-1B program. Thoughts? Wouldn't be the worst idea. That's for damn sure. Have you seen the new Predator trailer? Yes, I have. It looks fun. I'm praying to God it's good. We need something that's not just Predator 1, but in gimmick historical setting. Like, I'm so fucking like, there's so much shit they can pull from the comics, and they just don't want to, because people just go over and over and over again. No, just do Predator 1. Like, never do anything different. Just do Predator 1 again and again and again, and it's like, oh God. So V Shoujover. It's never been more V Shoujover. Yeah, Will Stansel's gonna be raped by Grok. Yeah. Another news: Toho announced -1 sequel and Shin Godzilla sequel. Yeah. Expecting a Hololive autograph to be delivered today. When I checked yesterday, the package was in my city, but today I checked and somehow in Puerto Rico. I'm in Texas. Again, I saw Mousy being a lifer, but they just straight up screwed her and a lot of people over. Yeah. New Balance trailer caused me to move from Doomer to Skeptical Inquirer. How this could work. Well, like I said, I'm really hoping it's good, just because it's something different. It's actually pulling more from the comic material and talking more about the Yachwa as a species. Like, there's so much more you could do, but everyone just wants Predator 1 again. Yeah, Null showed Sabadox on stream. Yeah, he's still pissy about that. He's still pissy to the point that even users on his site are getting fucking sick of him. It appears the goons are suffering from gamer subitis. The cure is buying gamer subs 10% off. You use code TALL or you burst into flames like the goons. Yeah, we have a new panel. As you can see, the goons are not going to last very long. They have not lasted very long indeed. Also, new Kamen Rider series about to be aired worldwide. Nice of Toei to recognize the international fans. Keisan Madara Iron Mouse, it's Ogre, isn't it? And you see Iron Mouse left? She left, and apparently she just aired all their dirty laundry, basically going like, fuck this company. That's why I don't think he's going to stop until Saba gets gunned down by my SWAT team. No, he's just pissy. That's the entire thing. He's just pissy. He's pissy he didn't get an immediate internet W, so he's going to sulk about it and try to claim he won. It's like the cheese argument. It always devolves into the cheese argument. He wants the easy win. When he doesn't get it, he gets spiteful, he gets mad, and he starts doing stupid shit. Curiosity decided to start Flowers of You anime. Animation's fucking tragedy. Well, there's a big reason for that. That was meant to be a live-action series, from my understanding. Then at the last second, they said, make it an anime, so they just rotoscoped all the live-action actors. You think Iron Mouse will go indie or join another corpo? She'll go indie. The whole thing with V Shoujo was like, wasn't it you got to keep your IP, so you got to keep your character design and all that shit. So yeah, she can just go indie and keep doing what she was doing. VTuber companies trying to do something scummy challenge if possible, yeah. Yeah, BBC porn caused my white best friend to kill himself. These were real words that were actually used, yeah. Explain the cheese argument. Sorry, Noel's dumbassery gets confusing. The European cheese versus American cheese argument. He tried to get a dunk saying America doesn't have good cheese, and then when people said, no, we do, just go to Wisconsin or something, he seethed about it for like 4 months straight and banned people. You see all the free speech advocates running a victory lap over a bunch of Gooner games getting pulled from Steam? Yeah, that's a whole other thing that happened. Call us peace, $2. Woo, Shin Godzilla 2. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Yeah, so much shit's happened. Where do I even start? Yeah. Again with a cheese argument. My brother in Christ, yeah. The VTubing scene is very different from when what it was in 2020. Iron Mouse will still do very well as an indie. Yeah. I guess Yuki made those goons come bust. Yeah. Like, literally, Wisconsin's whole thing is cheese. Yeah. Yeah, Steam may or may not be bending the knee. Yeah. I know people want Iron Mouse to go indie, but given her eye roll situation, she actually needs a manager to help her immunodeficiency disorder, which is where V Shoujo didn't donate to. Yeah. I imagine it wouldn't be very hard. She is like one of the really popular ones. The cats and dogs, one of them pinned you, didn't they? Yeah, the cat decided that my lap was her bed for like 2 hours, and it got to the point of like, I need you to move, I gotta pee, and she just refused. She also caught a mouse. Games that got banned off Steam aren't even games anyone actually played. Yeah. Well, the whole thing about it. So yeah, the whole thing about it with the obviously talking about like the Collective Shout thing was, Collective Shout is some like super hardcore feminist organization in Australia, and they've been around for a while. This is not like a new thing that's popped up out of the nowhere. They were making noise as far back as like 2015, that kind of thing. And specifically, they have been really pushing to get a bunch of different video games banned in specifically Australia. They successfully banned, what was it, Grand Theft Auto 5 from Walmarts in Australia. They also made pushes to ban Detroit Become Human, and now recently they've popped up in the news again because they apparently successfully pressured Steam into dropping a bunch of different not safe for work games. And basically, it's this thing where supposedly they went just straight to Visa and MasterCard and said, Steam is platforming these games. These are horrible and evil. Get rid of them, blah, blah, blah. And Steam bent the knee and said, all right, we'll get rid of them. And basically, it's this whole thing. Yeah, they also heavily censored Stick of Truth. Yeah. So it's this thing where you have this organization that's been constantly poking and prodding to get what victory it can in Australia. And recently, they've been able to just full-on remove, like, hundreds of games off Steam. And it took, 2 seconds for people to dig into it and find out that the current head of it, the CEO, apparently defended Cuties very vocally, which is an actual movie that exploited real-life children. That there's a reason nobody really wants to fight that battle anymore, just due to the fact of actual real-life children were involved in that, and not a good way, so yeah. On top of that, apparently their organization had a history of defending somebody that was being tried for child porn charges. It was a whole thing. I don't really remember that. I don't remember the full details of it, but that's something that people are also saying happened. So, yeah, don't forget the trad cat LARPers like Jade. I don't like that they're peds, but I'll happily give them power to abuse as long as it's banning stuff I don't like. What a hack. Dude, I was seeing people, when I had my little slap fight with the Catholics, I was seeing people even going hey, wait a minute, I think that's a step too far, and... And not gonna lie, I was feeling a little bit yeah, you fucking idiots, this is why you don't blindly believe in ideology like that. The fuck did you think was gonna happen? Where's Guts? Well, right now he's locked in a stupa. Once again, a non-American far-left organization ruining the fun for everyone, but will still blame America. How the fuck do they censor Stick of Truth? Famously, if you get, the Australian version, the scenes where you're, abducted by aliens and they probe you, they just have, a splash screen with text explaining what happens, and they specifically make fun of Australia for it. And it was a grown-ass woman jailed for raping a boy. So that's the one that they were, defending, because I was hearing that a lot. They got involved in, a court case in not a very good way. Did you see Superman? No, not yet. Problems in Australia. I think it would be a coup of the U.S. To stop having an alliance with those dunderheads. See, Guts locked in a stew pot. Yeah, it doesn't have a crying koala. Yeah. That was good, but the places where they got banned is the place where nobody buys games. Nobody buys it from Kmart and Target. They buy from EB Games or JB Hi-Fi. Yeah, but the point is the attempt. It's not about getting that specific goal done. It's using that goal as a stepping stone for more and more shit. There's a bill being pushed by a Republican that would effectively prevent payment processors from doing the shit they're doing right now. At least that's what I've heard. Yeah. Yeah, they throw a picture of a koala and said, your government told us we can't show the scene. Yeah. And people are also looking into that, where a lot of the people that were making up the chairman boards of Collective Shout were former Australian government members. So it's basically a pseudo-government organization doing this shit. Yeah, real life kids getting exploited is bad, but getting mad over drunks is more important. Why they want to ban Detroit Become Human of all games. The on-paper reasoning was due to the scenes where, like, the drunken asshole fathers beating up on the little girl robot and the different scenes like women robots getting attacked and all that, you know. The things that it's literally screaming in your ear, this is bad, you shouldn't do that. They called it glorification of violence against women. It's the typical thing of a story's directly using a subject matter to say, this is bad, this is inhuman, this is cruel, and then they spin it to be, well, why would you even depict it in the first place? You know, because it's moral outrage shit, you know what I mean? Apparently, there's also a staff member at V Shoujo was showing IRL photos of talents and telling personal info such as their marital status. Oh, wow. Collective Shadow also anti-LGBT. They're hypocrites. No, it's not even a matter of hypocrisy. It's a matter of grifting. Like, they don't give a shit about whatever social issue they claim to care about. It's all a matter of power, you know? With it being basically a soft government organization in Australia, it tells you all you really need to know, which is they're going to play both sides of the political spectrum, hoping to rope in enough idiots to support them to where they can get their ultimate end goal done, which is the control of information, the control of media, and from there, have a stranglehold on what you can and can't do. But again, Cuties is okay. Reminds me, I'm pretty shallow spurking over that horror film in a conversion theory camp. Yeah. What do you think of Superman if you have seen it? I haven't seen it. Collective Shout bitch defending Cuties. Fuck her and the horse she rode in on. This could be argued as another form of war on ownership. Yeah, it basically is. Violence articles got pulled from Vice. What comes around goes around. Yeah, that is true. But the EGAT and JDA are trying to buddy up with Null over the Steam thing. Well, that's kind of ironic. Mark 99, $5. Yeah, I remember GTA 5 getting banned. Unfortunately, a lot of anti-SJW channels at the time just made a petition to ban the Bible for some reason. Yeah, not understanding what was actually going on with it. And the reason I say that's ironic is due to the fact of when the Stellar Blade BBC mod happened, I was specifically saying, hey, censorship doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work to better society. It's only ever used by people that want to claim they want a better society. In truth, they're using it for their own political agenda, and they don't give a fuck about any of this. They don't give a fuck about the Bible. They'd wipe their ass with the fucking Psalms if they could. But they'll tell you they care. They'll tell you up and down they give a shit about feminism. They'll tell you up and down they give a shit about this or that. But at the end of the day, it's power-hungry assholes. That's all it is. Power-hungry assholes that just want any opportunity they can to rise up the ladder. So for the love of God, drop the friend-enemy distinction. Do not immediately assume because one guy is saying something you like, he's on your side, because that does not mean it's true. Yeah, you guys find an Pulse contributor now. I told people during KSD2 drama that place where the anti-woke people who anger people on our side flock to because they were told to go away. Yeah. Yeah, but banning things I don't like is labased. Yeah. Censorship is only ever used by those who want power and want you to lick the boot. Yes. I just want to survive and thrive working at a law firm. And just be very good at your job. Unfortunately, that's all you can do. Wait, JDA and Null are teaming up? No, apparently JDA is trying to get in his good graces because he needs a new circle to defend him. You know, the rats will run to whatever cubby will hold them. Yeah, JDA cheered on a picture of the Nazi version of Luce beating on the Catholic Luce despite him LARPing as a Christian. Yeah, because he's not. You know, there's a reason I say over and over again, the people who keep claiming they're Christian or Catholic and get so fucking heated when you point out this shit with them, they're not. They are not. You know, they're not simply due to the fact of you don't need to fucking fight so hard to prove you are. If you are, you just fucking are, you know? Walking the walk instead of talking the fucking talk. I read the story Terrible Things. I have not. A lot of it's a control thing. They won't be able to tell you what you can and can't make or watch. Yeah. You know, the absolute worst person who should have power is the one that desperately wants it. If they want power, they're gonna abuse it. Do you think Rizfist genuinely Christian? No. I don't believe a lot of these New Age people are. Simply due to the fact of you don't become so fucking performative about it if you are. You know? It really is that difference between, like, knowing a guy in real life and talking to him. He says, oh, yeah, I go to church on Sunday. Oh, yeah, no, I don't watch that just because, you know, I don't really like it, you know? And then a guy who's quoting the fucking, you know, Genesis chapter 1, verse 2 every goddamn fucking tweet. There's debacle. I told them that CC's all try to get you to stop buying guns. They went, I don't care. They banned degeneracy. Yeah, like that's one of those things where you understand you're just another tentacle. You know, You're another tentacle to the beast, and you're too stupid to even realize it. Because as soon as all the woke shit and the lefty shit dies out, what are they going to do? They're going to jump straight to the other side. Because they don't care. Yeah, why did Sepultres? Yeah. Ever notice orgs like Shout always die on the hill of child porn or fighting for rights exclusive for one group? Yeah. I can grab my pencil and paper from my cold dead hands. I don't know why that's so hard to say. When they off me, I'll keep drawing loot shit for my homies. Also, Micah's here. Laos is probably least sincere. It's always. Yeah, PayPal already refused to allow gun purchases. Yeah. They probably already talked about all the V Shocho nonsense. Really wild. More coming out. Yeah. I mean, shocker. It was an organization based off crazy women. Funny enough, the story fits what's going on right now. We'll never know. Wendigoon's a Christian, but he doesn't go around spouting Bible verses everywhere like a goddamn nun. Yeah. Like, the way Wendigoon talks about it, it's like, yeah, he probably is actually a fucking Sunday school teacher, because the way he talks, the way he acts, the way he... When he does bring it up, you can tell that it does mean a lot to him. It's like, yeah, no, this guy's legit. Hell, he was making, like, fucking Bible dissection videos before he even got big, you know, that kind of thing. So it's one of those, if you have a guy who's legit like that, then you have the guy who, once again, wants to be JDA or something like that, where they're performing. It's a character. It's a new grift. You know, it's the new audience to pander to. Yeah, Wendigoon brings up as a lore thing. Yeah. Funny thing about the Steam thing is that they only got 100 banned. There are thousands of these types of games still on Steam with ridiculous names like the ones that were banned. Well, the idea is it's a foot in the door. They have a foot in the door, and they know, okay, Steam will bend down the next time we ask. You obviously forgot the Bible verse on Lucario's flower. Guy becomes Christian on the weekend and wants everyone to suffer for it. Yeah. Like I said before, it seems like anti-woke side went unhinged as Indians and Latin Americans started taking over. Well, you know, it's this thing where we say all the time, and I'm really trying to find the right way to word this, but you get to a point where you get so desperate for an ally that you don't even realize how bad you're falling down the slope yourself before you're already at the bottom. You know what I mean? Ironic part is people like Razorfist caused Blackie Lawless to leave the church in the first place because he came back as a born again. Yeah. There's so many shovelware porn games on Steam. I love sending those shitty games to my buddy. But yeah, and my point is not about specifically Razorfist, because this is more than him. This is my point. This isn't just one guy. This is a very consistent growing trend where you have people who unironically believe the solution to kill woke and to kill cultural Marxism and kill the left is just ban them all from ever talking. Not realizing that mentality is what caused all this in the first place, you know? The exact mentality that caused everything to get as bad as it is was that trying to be a strong hand approach when you do not have the luxury, money, resources, or anything to be anywhere near as bad, you know? You are trying to will the beast into attacking your enemy when it has no obligation to. Our flag against these Karens and soy boys crying for censorship would be femboy checkers. I'm only half joking. Hoping one day Wendigo makes a video on the Dead Sea Scrolls right up his alley. Yeah. Just beat their ass in debate. It's not even debate because they're never going to change their mind. The whole point is you affect the market in your own way, you know? You win the people over. You don't just scream at each other. You try to win the people over. You try to do what you can to show, no, we're not doing it that way. We're doing it this way. That's what Ross Scott did, you know? Ross Scott didn't debate Pirate Software on the Stop Killing Games thing. He just very clearly made a point of, no, that's not what I fucking said. Never had to go on stream with the guy. Never had to turn into a drama. It's not about you being the main character. It's about, hey, get this fucking objective done. Yeah, banning all conservatives clearly had the opposite effect of what liberals wanted and will be the same if we do it. Yeah. Well, as much as people romanticize, like, Weimar Germany and all that with the whole, like, you know, child brothels and all that shit, the Nazis did the exact same fucking thing. They did the exact same fucking thing. And do you want to know why the German government, as it is now, is so fucked up? You know, it's so fucked up. It seems so suicidally empathetic and all this shit where they're just making every wrong decision they can and seem to genuinely hate their people. Because a lot of the people that replaced the Nazis after them were the children of Nazis. They would marry Jewish women, have Jewish children, do this whole thing. And they would constantly go, I'm not going to be like my parents. I'm not going to be like my parents. So they basically just repeated the cycle from the other end, you know? You still had the infrastructure that created the conditions that would bring Adolf Hitler back. They just, I guess, wanted to do it with fucking Muslims instead this time. Nazis are just as bad for censoring competition, removing all debate. Fascism's ultimate goal is such a thing. Because it's totalitarianism, you know? Totalitarianism, it doesn't matter what political ideology it is. It's the same fucking thing. It's why, it's why Stalinist Russia looked the exact same thing as Nazi Germany, which looked the exact same thing as Cambodia. Like, it's all the same thing. War, human suffering, death camps. See, Andrew Tate post about him saying that wanting monogamy makes you a cuck, being polygamy is natural for humans. He can't get pussy unless it's paid for or underage. Probably both. Did you look at the TV show Rescue Me? I heard that show is the best representation of firefighters during post 9/11. I figure you like that stuff. I've been hearing for years that show is really good. I need to start it. Paloli, man, my white race. Yeah, take it more seriously if the people that are, screaming about that weren't fucking Mexicans. Or didn't fuck each other over the drop of a hat. For white solidarity, no one believes in it. Well, it was based when the Nazis did it. This funk it with black men twerking says so. It's based when base people do it, and they're not based and not cringe, bro. Sneed motherfucker. Yeah, right? Real way to save society is buy overpriced right-wing coffee. Yeah. Rescue Me is my dad's favorite show. I might need to start it. I do like my dad shows. Yeah, they're all liars. Exactly. The true understanding of politics is realizing Colonel Kurtz was not only right, he should have been given a fucking medal. Imagine a Boondocks episode where Uncle Ruckus joins KKK only to find out it's full of Mexicans. That would actually be a really funny episode. If you care about the white race, shut up and go fuck Sam Hyde. Yeah. Man, Malaysia becomes more and more Islamist since the Iranian evolution after the regime falls. Hope Malaysia becomes moderate again. Malays used to drink beer and have pinups. Polygamy is natural for humans in the sense that dying of parasites meaning raw meat's natural. Yeah. All you have to do is look at any, royal harem to understand how much of a shit show that was. Yeah, Andy Pants is literally a character. He has a channel where he argues in favor of woke stuff in games. Surprised more people haven't mentioned this. Yeah, someone mentioned that before. Colonel who? Kurtz from Apocalypse Now. Rescue Me is a solid show, but it can get a little repetitive in terms of the main character's problems. Dude keeps sabotaging himself and refuses to address his problems till it blows up on him. Ah, okay, so it's one of those. Seen The Chosen, been watching a lot of their shorts recently, and their actor who plays Jesus is incredibly good. I have not. I sat down and watched The Strain. I'm on season 2. It's fun. I like it. I like my vampire shows. I worship whatever gods my parents worship and nothing else. Yeah, a lot of kids die in harems, yeah. Apocalypse Now was cursed for me while watching my father's car got stolen out of the driveway. Oh, wow. And what happened to royal harems? Concubines killed each other's children, poisoned each other all the fucking time. It was a shit show of violence. Eggman found out about that channel during the Andy Pants debate, yeah. Finally watched 28 Days Later, did not expect to be flashed by Cillian Murphy's cock, yeah. I've seen the phone booth. Kiefer scary with a rifle, yeah. When I hear Kiefer Sutherland, I always just want to say his full name, Kiefer Sutherland. If you read the comic American Vampire, one of my favorite modern comics, it is very good. Yeah, look up Wu Zai-Ten and her rise to power. See how wild royal polygamy can get. Yeah. I feel about True Blood. I always thought it was fun, but later seasons get messy. Never actually finished the last season. I'm always giving up. I suck. It was okay. First season was the only one I thought it actually had like a pretty good mystery. Everything after that, it just kind of became soap opera shit of whatever the main chick's fucking that week. I always remember Nick Fuentes saying he wants to marry a 15-year-old when he turns 30, yet people still think people like him are messiahs. Yeah, that's why I say it's all just tentacles of the same beast, Political extremism does not work in the modern era. Anyone who keeps saying it does, you're a fucking fool. You're dealing with powers that be that want you to ruin your life because you'll be the example for them to restrict everybody else. It's why I fucking hate that New Zealand cocksucker. The one who shot up the mosque, the Christchurch dude. That dude ruined any potential right-wing uprising or status quo or any kind of attempt to repair what's going on in Australia and New Zealand because that motherfucker. Call Speaks, $2. King Solomon's a perfect example of how it doesn't work, yeah. That's the opening scene 20 years later. Very good. Very good. I thought it was very intense. It's pedophiles and power freaks all the way down, yeah. The older I get, the more appealing Black Templars from 40k are. Burn the heretics, clean the mutants, purge the unclean, though it does sound like Fed posting. No, it just doesn't work. People don't want an extremist. They want a guy that sounds like a normal guy, you know? They want a normal guy that's willing to look him in the eye and go, shit's fucking weird, right? They don't want the lunatic trying to break windows. They don't want the guy burning down buildings. They want fucking peace and quiet. If you can't offer them peace and quiet and just keep telling them the immortal fight, they're not going to give a fuck. Beat the secret boss in a later dungeon that involves a particular type of pull. Felt like a breath of fresh air after that particular skill check. Boss, if you know, you know. Christchurch guy and the rest of his group who were helping him that day likely groomed to do just that. Yeah, that's what I think. Rise of the Dawnwalker looks pretty cool. I like the idea of being a normal dude during the day and powerful bloodsucker by night. Former Witcher devs working on it. A lot of potential, yeah. Playing Vermintide 2, Salt Spears, Mercenary Careers, my current main. No goons. Not to mention Germany being like how it is today, not just due to children Nazis, but wanting to do the exact opposite of their parents, but also no Stasi members being punished. Yeah, the fucking Stalinist secret police were able to get into the government. He was Nazi nationalist in New Zealand instead of his own country, yeah. Do you see the update on the Nintendo vs. Power patent lawsuit? Nintendo changed their patent claims. Any thoughts on that? I haven't seen anything about it, but I just kind of assume Nintendo's going to do shady shit. Watched Blade 2 for the first time last night. Pretty fun movie, although I kept wondering why the fuck are you shooting these monsters? Shine the light, dumb fucks. Basically, it just amounts to rule of cool / at least it keeps them away. Yeah, nothing about that whole event made sense, yeah. Updated handling, lost my dog better. My sister and her husband are going to therapy and are serious about fixing their marriage. My niece is pursuing her dream. Never black pill, boys. Yeah. I've read his manifesto. It reads like a perfect political opposite of the Nashville Troon manifesto. Yeah. Me as a fan of both you and him, do you hate or at least dislike Razorfist? I can handle it if you're not a fan. Not everyone has to like each other. I don't like political characters. I'm fucking sick of political theater, you know? I was tired of political theater when I was in my early 20s. I'm even more tired of it now that I'm almost 30, you know? It's been the same shit over and over and over again, and some jack-off on a fucking camera pretending they can fix the world by selling us a fake solution. Then that fake solution never happens, and they have to spin it in a way that makes us happy. And I especially don't like it when they suddenly start doing shit like, well, you know what? Maybe we should double back on our principles just this once. Because really, have we made anything better? Have we made anything better? Really, the old times weren't that great. You know, I hate that shit, you know? Hearing people unironically go, the push for more, like, normalized libertarianism in, like, the early 2000s was what fucked up society. It's like, no, it's not. That didn't fuck up society. What fucked up society was the opposite. It was people abandoning those principles and wanting to be dyed-in-the-wool fucking liberals or commies or what have you. Nothing in the European protests lately. A lot of heat, a lot of anger. Nothing will happen. Europe just likes this shit. They just like being hit. Everyone's just trying to sell you something, yeah. Yeah, it's been nearly a decade of political bullshit. I'm tired, yeah. Did I read in the Scars comic? Jungle Jim is my favorite. Rizzer has went on a spiral since February, and him and his fans still fail to admit they screwed up. Not call me a Lobert and a BBC-loving Jew for not apologizing for KSD2. My way to save the white race is to ban all anime and black people Josh says from his basement full of empty Mountain Dew cans. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I'm saying once again, you don't have to be a monk, but stop thinking you're a soldier, yeah. Well, small chance it could spark off in England, but nothing I would ever put money towards. Like I said, England just likes it. At every opportunity they're given the chance to fix it, they just don't. Rizfest doing the Goonergate thing irreparably damages his reputation and shows how it shows in how people react to him outside of his echo chamber. Yeah. Sounds like you're getting old. I am getting old. Fun fact, chat, no commie's ever been punished for crimes in all but Hungary, and it was a captain who killed civilians during the Hungarian uprising. Neighbors told me that not long ago, yeah. Generally hate this modern burn the past all of it mentality people my age have adopted, yeah. And here's all I mean, they found the bodies, what do I do? Well, you fucked up by not burning them. America has been somewhat unfucking itself, immigration stuff, defending PBS, defunding PBS, and a bunch of other actual changes on political violence, yeah. Well, it's like I keep saying, like, political violence isn't going to fucking work. You know, we're not in the medieval era anymore where you could overthrow a town and possibly fight off the king's forces and establish yourself as your own little nation. We're not in that era anymore. The modern era is all about information, optics, PR. That is how you win. You win by playing the game well enough to where no one can argue against you. Problem is, no one can even agree what the game is and what the argument is. So that's why it's all been nothing but chaos. I can't accept that you're old, you're young, ignore we're a similar age. You aren't old no matter how much my back creaks. It's gotten so retarded. A guy on the server called me a centrist liberal because I don't think turning America into a not-sock-style police state is the only way to save America. Just tell him this. Not-sock police state is what we dealt with a few years ago where you could have your bank account shut off for just being in D.C. on the wrong day. for saying, no, I'm not going to give my kid hormones. That is what totalitarianism looks like. You don't fucking like it. Yeah, I told them at any point they had over KST2 is negated by Razor retweeting JDA, calling Varvar a pedophile, and calling the game CP. They went, he didn't do that. Yeah, and I showed them the tweets. Yeah. Trying to say libertarian calls all this bullshit is just annoying to me. It's one of those things where nobody really knows, you know? Nobody really knows why things got this bad. Why did everyone just suddenly go crazy? You know, it feels like one day you woke up and out of nowhere the crazies is what happened in reality, and everyone's just losing their mind and just does not like each other, you know? And there isn't an easy answer. There is no easy answer. It's probably a multitude of millions of different factors all coming to a head all at once in one very specific period of time. We could be arguing about the case till the fucking cows come home. You know, it's to the point where I'm seeing more and more people go, well, it's the Jews. You know, the Jews did this. And people are saying, you've been saying that since fucking 2016, okay? You've been saying it since 2016. At what point are you going to go, all right, motherfucker, if the Jews caused literally everything, what have you done to stop it? You know? And I think the truth is, it's just our coping mechanisms. We don't know, you know? We don't have the answers. Things are scary and they're weird, so we're just trying to find the reason to blame to where it gives us a feeling of it's an enemy to kill, you know? If you can just drive the stake into Dracula's heart, this will all be over. That's on Has Been Hotel, hell of a boss. I haven't watched either. People screaming optics cuck. Don't get that some of the insane Twitter weirdos got into the position they are because they know how to talk to people from the get-go. Well, more than that, you can end up looking like a fucking idiot, you know? If you get so heated and so excited and then something happens to where your side looks stupid, well, I know where, guess what? Now you're the guy covered in shit. That's what happened with the, you know, banning things I don't like as base guys, you know? They were making hints about that where it's like, oh, no, it's a good thing to ban this. Oh, they should ban this. Then Collective Shout gets a bunch of shit banned. They look into it, and it's a fucking harpy, shrill organization of feminists funded by the Australian government, and they defended cuties and like a fucking pedophile, and now it's like, well, now if you defend censorship in any form, you look like you're kind of involved with these assholes, and you don't want to be involved with those assholes. Yeah, thinking there's a final boss we need to defeat's easier than accepting is a lot more complicated. Yeah. I have my interactions with Jade bookmarked. I'll happily pull that stuff up the moment he cries about something being censored or changed. Yeah. Well, like I said, I think the cope to defend censorship now is basically just accepting the dick, but hoping it's not going to hurt as bad. You know what I mean? It's believing censorship's inevitable, but at least if it can hurt things that I don't like, then maybe I can get some schadenfreude off of it. And it's like, you can believe that, but it's not going to make the hurt any less. Not only defend accused, but basically say child exploitation is okay if it serves a message. Yeah. It was like very egregious. It was Conrad. He did all of it. Yeah. Don't want to live in a world where a trans woman threatens you if you don't suck dick, you're transphobic. It's stupid. Yeah. One true way of coping is to shit on each other, pretend everything you see on the internet to fake and sleep, yeah. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me mentality, yeah. Just there's no paradise to escape to, there's no antichrist to defeat, yeah. You know, we can, you know, we can believe there is. You know, we can name names and try to blame any organization, but at the end of the day, that organization will fall, a new one will rise in its place. I mean, fuck. Collective Shout's just the new people to replace Sweet Baby Inc. Does anyone even remember Sweet Baby Inc.? Remember those guys? Remember how they were the ones killing the industry? It was all their fault? And now you have Collective Shout. You know, it's these organizations will rise and fall, and they'll just be replaced by new people. My brother's a cop and owns an AR-15 at his house earlier. Let me hold it. He had me do some mock tactical exercise around the house. Felt like a proper little SWAT bro. If you're the one who's coping, well, talk to me in 5 years. We'll see. We dropped the power of the sun on Japan twice midway through the last century. I'm pretty sure we were always crazy. Yeah, I haven't thought about Sweet Baby Ink in a while, yeah. Yeah, before that, Feminist Frequency, yeah. Yeah, Hydra never dies. Yeah, the mask changes, but it's always the same group, yeah. Because it's not a matter of politics, and I've said that for a while. The reason he didn't want Gamergate 2 to be political is just due to the fact of it's not a political issue. You know, it's never been a political issue. Not in the sense that it's a party to defeat. It's not a party you vote out. It's a parasite. You know, it's a shape-shifting parasite that will look and talk like people, but at the end of the day, it's not people. It is a force of nature, you know? The entity that wants to control and dominate because that's just what it wants to do. So it'll use anything it can. It'll use any talking point available to basically just get into a position where it's allowed to do what it wants. Talk about One Piece? Listen, okay, listen, you can't confirm or deny. Yeah, it's entropy. Yeah, you're fighting entropy. It's all changing, but always the same. Yep. Wait a minute, you watching the season? Where we're going through Uma Musume Season 2, Dandadan Season 2, Witch Watch Season 2, Sword of the Demon Hunter. We still got a whole bunch of stuff we're watching. Very a romantic way of saying retards want to own the sandbox, yeah. Most countries outside the United States love to blame everyone but themselves. They'll blame the United States and Jews for everything to cope with why their homes are shit, yeah. You cannot destroy the ideology, but you can stop it from getting a foothold by standing by your principles. Is what Valve should have done, yeah. I see as getting rid of the parasite. You can't really, not permanently, you know. It's a thing that's existed throughout human history. There's always been that party, that group, those assholes that want to restrict information, restrict what you can and can't do, tell you can't do this, you can't do that. It's just how it is, you know. They're going to exist forever. They're going to exist forever. The best you can do is just prevent them at all costs, no matter who they are, from getting into a position where they can fuck everything up. And I really do feel like that's a lesson not a lot of people really understand. You know, it's not a matter of ideology or sides. It's a matter of, like, God, I'm gonna be quoting the fucking MGS3 speech to the day I fucking die. I'm gonna be on my deathbed, an old man writing a note that's just, for the love of God, listen to the boss's speech in MGS3, like, because it's true, you know. Takapi's Original Sin's very good. I do hear it's very good. And some of the clips I saw, it does look really good. Yeah, the times. Yeah, literally the times. Much as I dislike porn because how destructive it is, banning it won't stop it. Going after the people who make it for being part of human trafficking's better strategy. Well, yeah, because it's illegal, and they should be punished for that. Can't get rid of the parasite because that's part of human nature. People in authority bone always have been, always will be, yeah. This is gay, not the Freddie Mercury kind of gay. This conversation needs more Pecora. Peckle. Stallone says he wants Ryan Gosling as a new Rambo, but I think John Berthel will be a better Rambo. No, I would unironically say Gosling try it. That would be fun. You can take out the parasite, but a vacuum be created, and a new parasite would take its place, and the cycle begins, yeah. I should listen to AI Colonel's speech when we had the chance. What was the boss's speech? The one I'm specifically talking about is the one where she talks about the times, which is the ultimate force of the world is time. Time changes everything. It even changes loyalty. There is nothing that's unaffected by time. People will die. They get replaced. New people with new ideas come in. Over time, if that happens enough, the world you knew of before will be unrecognizable. And it's something that's very true, because it works on multiple levels because it foreshadows, A, the boss betraying you, and B, the whole point of the idea of being loyal to a government or loyal to a political side or loyal to an organization is something purely dictated by just ignoring the times and pretending it will never change, you know? See, Pat hated Death Stranding 2. See, I love it so far. In his deathbed, the boss said the enemy changes with the times while the nurse injects his blood sac. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's literally what Makima represents in Chainsaw Man, yeah. The one constant of humanity is that changes, yeah. Old Man Lolly quoting MGS3 and asking his Grinkish from his deathbed. Shoto, where's chat? Times is what dictates who your enemy is. Look at the 1980s when Americans were helping Afghanistan against Russia, but fast forward 2000, now we're fighting Afghanistan. Yeah, literally. You know, hell, like, it applies even in our stupid little fucking circles online, you know? Look at Gamergate circa 2014. Look at the people involved with that. Look at who was considered the voices of that, the faces of that. You know, the people that were held up as like the icons and who you should listen to, and then look at modern day. You know, a full 11 years later, it's nowhere near the same. I feel like being loyal to a country even as it changes, because ultimately it's your home and everyone wants someplace to go back to, and it's not quite the same place you grew up in. Found lost music from Wolfenstein New Order. Death's Head boss theme was actually missing for a while, but been rescued on YouTube. Oh. Yeah, even if Hitler won, eventually he and all the original Nazis would have been dead. Yeah, passage of time. Yeah, the skeptics, all those retards, yeah. Yeah, the Gunt was a major voice at Gamergate, yeah. Yeah, case in point, Surefire Taku, yeah. The whole point is that new faces rise up, new faces will replace the old faces. The old faces will have whatever fate the universe deems they'll have, whether it be riding off into the sunset, eating a shotgun, dying of cancer, becoming a laughingstock, whatever fate befalls the old generation. The point is they're gone, they're not the ones in charge anymore, and it's the new people. Yeah, then you got Commonsgate, yeah. You know, it's this thing where nobody wants to admit the passage of time happens. We all want to believe the same person we talk to is always going to be that same person. Bosto hella gay for looking down from the Earth from space and deciding that she didn't want to see lines on the planet that should have a world without borders. The point was the beauty and majesty of humanity. You know, being able to go into space and look down on the Earth. But considering even during the Kerberos saga, the Nazis denazified eventually, yeah. Yeah, Jim Smart's decision was back in that Gamergate when he saw things turning gay, yeah. Yeah, thoughts on the Aussie nonprofit covering for CP? Ironically, we're kind of talking about that because it does apply to Collective Shout, where Collective Shout is just the next name in the cycle, you know? There's always going to be a new enemy. There's always going to be a new villain of the week. You know, there's going to be a new thing to fight, you know? People are already kind of calling it, where I was seeing people posting, whether it be on V or on Twitter, where people are going like, oh, so this is just the new Sweet Baby Inc. Okay. Yeah, how the Earth from space is peaceful. Yeah. I tried eating a shotgun once, not taste like ice cream like the internet said. Guarantee Gabe and Steam are playing a strike back at the payment processors. Get the feeling Gabe really doesn't like being told what to do. Yeah. Yeah, new dragon to slay. Yeah, the beast always sheds its skin. Backing up Sawa streaming. We all want a Groundhog Day scenario where everyone, every day is the same day over and over again, loop for eternity. Yeah. You know the bugs Cazadors are based off of? Rape tarantulas and have babies eat them alive? Yeah. They're the, what was it, Australian tarantula hawk? Always the new head of the Hydra, yeah. Yeah, last I checked on Ethan Ralph, he had a Colombian girlfriend, is most likely using him for a green card, yeah. Yeah, at least people seem to be getting a little more self-aware about the pattern. I think I'm going to get the tarantula hawk, yeah. But I think it is a thing where people are more aware of it, you know? Once you are aware of a pattern, you're going to keep noticing the pattern over and over again. You know, it's the nudisting thing. That's true of Jews more than that's true of Jews, same as it is with fucking anything else, you know? Once people start picking up on like, wait a minute, it feels like we've been doing this before, and that deja vu hits, there's not much you can do to stop it, because at that point you're telling people to just ignore information they just saw. Not everyone is that dumb. Yeah, Ralph isn't even 40 yet. He looks like he's 65. Comic Rider summed up Punisher's existence as we all die. Nothing you do truly matters in the grand scheme of things, so choose what you want to do and do it. Not terrible philosophy. No, that's the same nihilistic bullshit that put us here. And no, that's not Frank's philosophy. Frank's philosophy is if you did something that was this fucking evil, you deserve to be punished for it. You don't get to just write off. Right about KST2 thing, then that means a significant portion of the audience is women. Chat has no excuses now. I know it's more important things like turkey. Here we go. You're a liar, Lolly. Time doesn't exist. I'm still 24, and I like 30-year-old hags. My brother in Christ, those are your peers, dumbass. Can foreign women still use Americans for green cards? That's actually a good question. I think the Boston Solid Snake would get along. It's heavily implied more than once that Solid Snake is the one that actually closely followed the boss's will more than anyone else. The one that never even met her. All right, yeah, this does the, yeah. Even the dumbest people have an expiration date, and often idiots don't exactly live long lives thanks to the terrible decision-making skills, yeah. I think about Oz is that its tyranny comes from its society being offshoots of British felons and its jailers. New tall girl dropped in Discord. I will see. Ah, it's a little bug. You got me, asshole. I see Ralph go to El Salvador knockoff version of Fish Tank and immediately got into a fight with someone who was kicked off. Not to get too deep here, Lolly, but what would you say is the ultimate life philosophy is? What would you tell someone who seeks enlightenment according to you? I don't really think about it like that complicated. Basically, it just amounts to don't be a fucking retard. That has basically been my philosophy in life, and that is don't be a fucking moron. Yeah.
Want to check the comm spheres?
Lesbian road trip dies tonight. We're really not that far. Looks like Reddit saying the collective shouts a conservative Christian group as if the group originated in America. Yeah. Well, that's because if I remember right, the organization was like pretty like basically like turf, like they didn't really like trans that much. So it's this whole thing where they don't want to admit that they belong to either side, one way or the other. You know, to me, it basically just screams of they're political opportunists. They just go with whatever gets them the wins. You know, they don't care what happens so long as they win. You say I might crash out on that podcast? It was basically a bit from what I heard.
What did I do? What's this about a concert?
Speaking of Punisher, I got my hands on a physical copy of Punisher the Platoon for retail price.
Not very thoughtful. Sorry.
I live more specifically with people at the back of the seats. No, it's advice where it can only apply to. It can only apply if you get it. You know what I mean?
You could tell.
Going through Dark Knight trilogy right now. Great movie. Surprised how many jokes they put in while keeping the tone serious. Don't really like Bale's Batman voice.
You know, the most important changes happen naturally and usually turn out better than if you try.
My wife, I miss her.
So that's how it works.
Half of the people in the government involved in the Australian government in some way. A bunch of government Karens. How grassroots collective shout is. Exactly.
You sure it's all right to be walking around so much?
Zoom, enhance, zoom.
Twice as much reason to be careful, yeah?
Yes, sir. Take Waka.
I appreciate you making for making me to not avoid any and all politics and actually look into things. Yeah.
What's this about?
What's silly in sequels and Batman Begins? I'm pretty sure he uses his normal voice.
Right.
He does like a whisper.
It's a boy. The way it's always kicking it loose.
It's on turf being completely insane. All I know about it is it's feminists that don't like trans. Like that's it. They don't like trannies. I did not look into it because I don't give a shit. Which cat slipped in your lap is the Maine Coon? Please, I want to know. It was the big one. Yes, it was the big one. That's why I couldn't move for like 2 hours. Yes, Luke, because Lulu, you're so obviously, visibly, heavily pregnant. Yeah. They didn't have a lot of money. Please understand. Yeah, Terps are still left wing. Yeah. It's basically just a pissing match. That's how you know that the organization fucked up and are insanely unpopular, just due to the fact of neither side wants to admit they belong to anyone. Whether it be left, right, what have you. Now, obviously, it's not a right-wing organization, simply due to the fact of... Motherfucker, they're Australian. Basically, JK, allegedly by the Troons, yeah. Hating other people for no reason is cringe as fuck. Usually they have something to hide or when they do this shit. Yeah, turf. Trans exclusionary radical feminist. Yeah. What the hell was the real big boss doing during Phantom Pain? Could that theoretically be used to plot Metal Gear 6 that gets made? He was hiding out and healing because that was after Solid Snake fucked him up. What's on South Korean turfs being insane? I know about the feminist death cults in South Korea. There we go. Oh, here, I may as well do the temple. What do you think about the transgender movement? Like any other political movement, may have had good intentions starting off, but quickly devolved into a bunch of sex offenders, grifters, and liars.
It's broken.
Turfs are the people that Null tries to desperately court for Green Reddit. Yeah. Death cults? Yeah, South Korea has actual feminist death cults. Real transitioning people go through the full effort and don't try to push any agenda. Well, they're like any other person, you know what I mean? They're psychos, they're pedophiles, they're criminals, and then they're just good people just trying to be like, leave me the fuck alone.
Lady Yuna, why did you have to throw a concert the one time I can't go? If only I didn't have these responsibilities.
I saw the article Collective Shout Leader wrote about cuties. I've been spreading screenshots on X. Glad it could traction. Yeah.
Well then, bring them along too.
MG1 Venom Snake was the decoy. He was patched up for MG2 with cybernetics. Meanwhile, Big Boss for real is hunting down Zero and the remainder Cypher up until 4. Yeah.
Understood. I'll think up some
Remember when women said they were going to join South Korea's 4B movement when Trump won and like shaving their heads and shit? Yeah. I've said for a while, the big thing happening in modern society is nobody knows what the fuck to believe anymore. You know? There's no unifying belief system in anybody, so everyone's scrounging around for theirs, and they do not know what the fuck to do. That's why when someone jumps into an ideology, they just don't they don't like dip a toe in it first. They jump head first. They get as deep as possible into it for God knows how long. Well, that's every movement. Yeah, that's the point. You know, it's Robin Zoshi. Holy crap, hi Robin. The Trump is pressuring the Washington NFL team change their name back to Redskins or he'll pull funding for the new stadium. It'd be how it'd be. The truth gatherers just lost. Truth always comes out. Like, that's something you can't control. You know? That is the one thing a lot of the people that always push for censorship don't want to admit to, and that is you can't do a damn thing to hide the truth. You can try and bury it. You can try and scream and moan about how, no, like, if you just do this, if you just do that, and, well, these cases back in the Middle Ages, they were able to successfully bury the story, but people were able to talk about how they buried the story. It's like, I think it's one of those things of, if the universe wants to fuck you over, it's gonna fuck you over. You can't control that. You know, it's the X factor. You know, where you wake up one day and I know where everyone's talking about that fucked up thing you did. And truth always comes up, but it's always 5 years later when damage is already done, because that's their way of containing it. If they can't control it from getting out, they're at least able to mitigate the consequences of it. Also, we may have... That's on Komi vs. Zachary being canceled and David Zaslav being the Antichrist of art. Here we go. Thanks for these comic updates. Actually got me practice drawing again. Yeah. They can hide the truth. They do what they can to mitigate the consequences of it, but you can't hide it. You know, it comes out whether you like it or not. Any FF opinions change on a replay? I guess my big one is like, I was kind of part of the FF7 super overrated crowd for a while because I really like 6 and I really like Tactics. Those kind of get buried. No, 7 is very fun. It's very solid. It knows what it's doing and it does it very well. So Pulp Fiction the full way through for the first time pretty good, but I like Kill Bill more. 13's not as bad as people say. Yeah, I will agree on there. You know, what's happening with the Epstein files? Yeah. Like, they can't hide the fact that, no, people know that's fucking real. But they can at least mitigate the consequences of it. Biggest truths get hidden or downplayed as much as possible, is what we're seeing with Epstein also happened with JFK. Well, that's what I mean. You know? They're doing what they can to mitigate the consequences of it, but at the end of the day, people know what fucking happened. Does South Korea feminist death cult actively make gender relations there worse and actually increase the amount of men that hates women? Yeah, they're definitely part of it. Yeah, Bruce Willis is getting worse. He can't talk or walk. Yeah. Okay, so... So we have a little bit of a... rhythm game segment. Let's cancel a movie you wish wasn't canceled. I don't really know. A lot of the ones that died, I was kind of grateful. Where it's like, nah, it's better off that happened. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just hitting the button it's telling me to hit. Oh, is this using PlayStation buttons? Oh my god, no wonder I was confused. Yeah, that was using PlayStation buttons. Okay, so I gotta think of it as PlayStation. I have Xbox.
It's almost time. Do
And
you
blue guy in the
think
back
people
just
will
chilling.
show up?
You betcha. The Thunder Plains will be packed. But what are you gonna say?
Schwarzenegger Crusade movie would have been cool. Maybe. Blonde looks like Shandy from Saints Row 2. They're saying yay, so you did good. Or Epstein was only trafficking to himself, so there are clearly no files, yeah.
Wow, did you write that?
Big Boss facing the sorrow, knowing for a fact that there's an afterlife really ought to have changed the whole perspective on life, unless he thought he was just tripping the whole time. He thought he was tripping. And on Xbox, I'm playing on the Steam
I
version.
think so. I don't know
When
much
Superman
about
Lives
her,
wasn't canceled, that Sly
but
Cooper
I'm
movie still won
learning
Kevin
more
Miller
and
back as Sly.
bits and pieces of her
Pokemon Presents
memories
tomorrow.
keep
I'm cautious yet
pouring
excited
in.
for the new Legends game.
It's
Hopefully, they'll announce the uncut
It's
version of
like
the LG
I
anime,
can
but I know that'll
feel
never
what
happen.
she was feeling.
Thus shall lens
That's on McCarthy.
be woven into bittersweet song.
Which McCarthy? There's more than a few
Something like
McCarthys
that.
out there.
Hey, that was poetic.
Why people say the Epstein files are a hoax now?
We'll
Were they
be
smoking?
arriving
It's a new talking point.
After Buddy drops us off,
Like
he and the others will
it's
go
bullshit.
pick up
Everyone
the
knows it's
spectators.
bullshit.
So we won't be able
It's
to
one of those where
follow
even entertaining that it's a hoax is
You got
fucking
it.
stupid because it goes against basic fucking common sense. Kears had that same issue with Expedition. Cross is A, square is X, triangle is Y, circle is B. You would think Expedition would have a mode to swap it over to like Xbox inputs, but I guess not, or maybe it's something you have to fiddle with in the menu. I think Romero Resident Evil movie would have been good. It probably would have been pretty good. George Romero's not a bad filmmaker. That's on Johnny Rebels music. It's funny, but at the end of the day, that's all it is. It's funny. Yeah, mod will probably fix that. Yeah, but like I said, it's weird that we didn't have to be a mod. You'd think that would just be like a standard thing to put in like a PC version. That's a McCarthy not going far enough. Definitely could have stopped a lot of problems before they happened, but at the same time, It's been 70 years. What's even the point of, you know, kvetching about it anymore?
Flying over the Thunder Plains. Are you ready to land?
Let's cancel game you wish wasn't canceled. As stated, I'm reaching the point where I'm like, nah, this might have been a blessing in disguise, because I just... I don't know. I guess it's better to err on the side of disappointment, but...
Hello, Galway. Good
Darkness
to
3
see
would have been
you.
nice. That would have been nice.
Are you ready to sing your song?
Yeah, Expedition was fun a bit by
Yeah,
Xbox.
more
Funny
or
that it
less.
doesn't have
You
Xbox
ready?
controllers.
We've got a sticky
Yeah, PT
situation.
would have been cool.
Some fiends have shown up to snack on the spectator.
Star Wars 1313, Prey 2, yeah. I'm probably having the current worlds that of all the cool dystopias from Deus Ex, Cyberpunk get the lamest one yet. I want my Sandevistan, damn it. Yeah, Duke Nukem Forever pre-consolization with mechanical levels in the world. To be fair, there was a lot worse going on with Duke Nukem Forever than just that.
Pre-concert Hurtfest time.
U.S. government announced the Epstein list and its existence. Also, U.S. government pretending didn't hear that. Doesn't exist. What do you mean we promised have Alzheimer's? Yeah. Yeah, original KOTOR 3, yeah. I think Obama's growing to be a rush for a Rushgate thing? Fuck no.
Mighty Mouse.
Like, the whole point is this is all bullshit political theater and no one's actually going to get punished for anything. They'll make news stories about it. They'll scream their head off. Oh, any day now. 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. But it's not going to happen. Yeah, Paydax Studios Dark Knight game. That would have been cool.
No problem.
Andros the Warrior for $5. You know what's funny? Never played 10-2. I haven't got the chance to finish 10 because I've been trying to find the secret since day 1. Yeah, it's fucking rough. Cool to see Fall of Van Buren complete and become Fall 3. Hope you remember the glorious lightning dodges, but you don't have to do that in this one. Let's cancel game. You're glad is dead. For me, it's KOTOR remake. Same KOTOR remake.
Goings at your
Almost make a
service.
XLR reboot. That's in the NFA being the only prohibition legislation somehow still on the books, but all the rest being unconstitutional. Yeah. Like, everyone knows why that is. It's just because it's another factor of, you know, restricting your ability to have weapons.
Too easy.
Like I said, it's the parasite. The parasite will drum up social issues to convince everyone it's the end of the world and swoop in and solve the cure. And the cure is worse than the disease. When taking smells for is now pretty cool guy for 12 months. Fallout Bakersfield trailer's out. We are hype. Is that like a full-on remake of Fallout 1, or is that like a different Fallout game using the Doom engine? Because I'm hearing both things. I'm confused. KOTOR remake being dead. It was a coin toss between being paused, real-time hack and slash combat, and needless retcons. Yeah. Being dead reboots. Whatever happened to that new Vampire the Masquerade game? They're still like hinting at it. They're still saying it's coming out. Hearing this makes me think evil will just always win and no one important gets punished for the crimes. No, that's not what happens. It's the fact that we're not living in the times where evil does get punished because everyone's fucking stupid. Everyone across the board, no matter what aisle, believes, well, if I just make this deal with the devil, it'll all be okay. Then it never turns out to be fucking okay. It's an original Fallout game using GZ Doom. Oh. Yeah, from what I've seen, it's Fallout 1. See, right there, that's what I mean. Like, I'm hearing one guy say it's original, another guy say it's a remake, so I'm confused. I'm just gonna have to wait for it to come out. I'm saying Parasite sounds like Andrew Ryan. After Lesbian Road Trip, maybe KOTOR 2 stream? Oh god, Yuna's dead. I forgot, these guys are a bitch no matter how high level you are. They're just annoying.
There's no pain to go around.
Come on. There we go. Okay. Come on.
All shall be restored.
Yeah, 1 health. Yeah, that's his main move. He'll just knock you down to 1 health. It's bullshit. Oh, see, now he's gonna go for that. And he has a lot of health. I always forget how much health he has. Alright, Riku, you're just gonna have to run.
Almost as much as it hurts you.
After you get this attack done. There we go. Yep, get the fuck out. Fucking Fine's not Fallout 1 remake, but it takes place during Fallout 1, in the same area as not Fallout 1. Oh. There we go. Look forward to Fallout Bakersfield. Love ambitious TCs on GZ Doom. Yeah. Is this endgame? Yeah, it's chapter 4. We are rapidly approaching endgame. I said fuck it. We'll just download like the 100% cutscene or something. Sorry, text. Fuck. Thanks, YouTube. Yeah. It's spots like K-pop Demon Hunter is cute as fucking hell. Also, hi everyone. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Tachyon having 2,775 kids? Yeah. Reaching peak scene. Roadtrip with the people dancing on MTV. Well, I'm in agreement with the OP. Also makes me sad with the whole Gen Z being terrified of being seen as cringe. I mean, it's true. You know? When you really look at the direction that the younger generation has online, like, it really is true. And the fact that they genuinely seem like they... Like, I don't know the right way to describe it, but it really does feel like they don't have relationships with people. Like, they don't have friends. They don't have family. They just have people that can get them further up the social ladder, you know? It's like this weird sociopathy in children where it's genuinely concerning. Is computer science a degree that's still worth going to school for? Here AI is going to take programmers, but there's other facets of technology I'm interested in, particularly hardware. People always prefer an actual human being looking at it. Youth are terrified of being perceived. Yeah. Yeah, they just live sad lives. What kids are you looking at? It's just shit I'm noticing online, you know? Like,
I guess there's my choice.
now when there's like a big call-out post with like 100,000 likes of some douchebag accusing an artist of using AI, it's always some fucking kid who's accusing them. Oh, fuck. When there's like some kid like ranting and moaning about some manga having like sexualized characters, it's always some fucking 13-year-old. You know, it's
Your pain
it's this weird aversion to any kind of edge or sincerity or anything, which is literally the opposite of when I was growing up as a kid and when my brother was growing up as a kid or my sister, where, you know, we liked edgy content. We liked stuff that pushed the edge and you know, was considered like weird to get into or something like that. You know, like it's the exact opposite, you know? Helicopter parenting? No, it's not even helicopter parenting. It seems almost completely self-inflicted, you know? If it's helicopter parenting, I would say it's helicopter parenting from everyone but their parents. God made AI art to punish annoying Twitter artists. Here we go. And type people makes me think the huge divide in Gen Z, early Gen Z, got to experience all the edgy stuff, while late Gen Z is constantly on a purity spiral. It's fucking, like, yeah. Like, we just seem to be in an age where everything is a goddamn purity spiral. You know, if you don't word something 100%, then you are considered a traitor to a side, whatever side that may be. You know, you're considered an outcast, a gooner, things like that. I mean, it's... Yeah, a kid rebelling against a helicopter parent won't do something that retarded. Yeah. I've always thought it was kids being on the internet way too early, thus being over-socialized. I think you're right, you know? I really do think you're right in that it's kids who have been exposed to the internet way too early, and because of that, for one reason or another, have just gotten to a point of just imposing weird social restrictions on themselves that nobody's asking them to do. Pretty sure most of the people who are late Gen Z now differentiate from the kids born in the late 2000s, a decade after our generation. And the difference in a decade between us is wild, yeah. Life has turned into a job fair of two little students where everyone's trying to grab people for their side, yeah. I found it's not Fallout 1 remake, but takes place during Fallout 1 in Necropolis with some remade events with Harry boss fight. Oh, okay. There's some post on Twitter making the rounds. There's some obvious fedbot with 500,000 likes that the sexualization of ovulation is bad. There's like an uptick in antinatalism. It's just an uptick in just being anti-sexualization in any shape or form. You know, not just. I mean, people post all the time that fucking anime with the chick in a wheelchair. The really cute one where she has a boyfriend that's like helping her. You know, like. Puts her on a skateboard and lets her ride on the skateboard for a little bit. Like, everyone's seen that clip, right? And it's this thing where oh, we got whacked. And it feels like it's this thing where any kind of... Yeah, Josie and the fish, yeah. It feels like any kind of even broaching of sexual topics, intimate topics, anything like that, people are getting really fucking heated about. Like, screaming their head off about, saying, you don't need to do that, that's gross, that's disgusting, why would you do that? Like, it gets to a degree where it really does make you wonder, like, what the fuck do you want out of entertainment? Like, people can say what they want of, like, well, I wanted to be better, I want to do this, I want to do that, but nobody... Also, fuck this guy, we're not fighting him. Nobody really seems to actually know. You know, people are screaming over wholesomeness now? Yeah. Let's go. It's called Josie the Tiger and the Fish, yeah. We're talking Fallout 1, the final boss canonically dies because you tell it to kill itself. Yeah. Culture Warriors whine about people not having white children anymore while also saying having sex is bad. Yeah. You were joking, I was a manga dio. I love Osaka. Anything she says is hilarious. She is so retarded. She'd die if you don't remind her to breathe. You know, regressing to the point of revealing an ankle would be scandalous. Yeah. There has been an absolute push to just go back on all the shit that, you know, society's managed to get over and just repeat the same mistakes. It's frankly pathetic. I see the stuff that triggers the generation. Meanwhile, I'm like, bitch, I was in my teen years when the Hellraiser movies, an old school metal. Yeah. Hell, people are even arguing that's what caused everything, where it's the fact of like, oh, well, you didn't see how bad that was actually affecting things. It's like, no, you just want to blame everything else for your problems. I relate so much to Osaka. Fetish is a word would historically pertain to religious worship of an idol or item. Why not having white kids? White man who is married to a person that is not white. We do not bully cripple anime girls here. Yeah. I was voicing the internet the most deranged, and unfortunately kids don't know what to call bullshit. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, I saw people whine about Wonder Woman movie or some shit, having a love interest saying shit like, it's so done, romance is so cringe, Wonder Woman don't need no man. Yeah, it's like, any form of intimacy, any form of vulnerability, people just do not like. They will panic over it, they'll freak out about it, like, and it is a trained instinct, because, you know, it literally goes against basic human nature of, no, people like these things because it reminds us of the human experience, you know, of finding someone to care about and being able to lower your guard. You don't have to put up the mask all the time. You know, it's a very, very human thing. That's why stories always involve them, because it's a part of being a human.
I guess there's no choice.
Also, no, I love when Diana has a romance with Steve Trevor. Here we go.
There's enough pain to
Stop
go
attacking Yuna. Reading a book about Columbine. It's called Columbine Go Figure. I always heard they did it because they were bullied, but that's not true at all. Shooters were somewhat popular. Oh no, they were pieces of shit. Like, they weren't bullies. They themselves were the bullies. Like, the multiple students at the school would talk about over the years of, like, yeah, they were just assholes to fucking everybody. I think one reason people wanted to overcorrect things is seeing new pride parades and drag queen story time. Maybe, and I'm definitely not going to deny that played a factor, but once again, we might be trying to... We might be just looking at something that we find as the reason and applying it to it, when that might not be the case, you know? It's one of those of, like, fuck, this shit's hard. Short over $2, down with the Chio-chan parasite. Again, we early Zoomers are immune from trolls remorse. Too many examples. That is true. Tried saying the chick from Jose looked like a child, and she literally states she's 24. Yeah. I think... Fuck, I really don't know. Like, maybe it's the effect of growing up with, like, witch hunt culture. You know, where you have, like, call-out videos and things like that, where everyone is so primed to believe everyone's, like, the next Kiro or something like that, where they believe, like, any kind of expression of weird and out there or vulnerability is somehow a sign of you hiding something worse. I mean, it's possible? I don't know. Also makes me think about all the people who scream pedophile at each other. If they really cared about kids, they'd advocate for kids not to be on the internet at all, period. Yeah. You know, I'm one of those believers. I'm of the belief of, like, you shouldn't encourage a kid going on the internet until they're around, like, maybe 15 or so. And even then, that's stretching it. But at the same time, I also acknowledge reality in that a kid's going to get online if he wants to. But that's where you do your job and go, like, hey, do not just fucking believe everything you see on there. Yeah, dipshit would call an anime old woman a child at this point. Yeah. Every time Columbine's brought up, I remember that line, good seeds have born bad sons from a Nightwish song. Yeah. Next week, I'm starting a course in information technology, IT. Wish me luck. Yeah. Yeah, too many pedos lurking on the internet. Yeah. And that's another factor of the equation. You know, why are there so many fucking pedophiles online? You know, it feels like there's more than ever now, where it's like, you know, to relate it to the strain, because like I said, I've been watching it. It feels like that, where you're watching New York getting filled with vampires, only it's all pedophiles. It's like, the fuck's going on here, man? Like, this is not, you know, this kind of, like, this is beyond just, well, we have more information to see it now. It feels like every other week, someone's getting outed for being a sex pest or this and that. Like, I mean, hell, Niji Sanji had to boot a guy out for being a fucking creep to some of the talents. Now, granted, those are all grown women. But the point applies, you know, there's like a switch that flipped in people's heads where they just want to do the worst shit possible for some reason. Maybe they're emboldened? I don't know, man. And it's like they've always been there, yeah. Will the sector ever die? I mean, it's basically dead. Everyone only references the sector now to basically make fun of it. Really depressing to think about how many people the same age as me and younger believe love, hope, and what you have are weaknesses. Yeah. Maybe it's part of the nihilism problem, where people are basically like, well, nothing matters, so why would I care if I get caught doing this? It's like, well, you're gonna care, motherfucker. Pedestry is a regular feature of Greek philosopher culture. They excuse by saying, to put it very briefly, they deliberate themselves sexual urges. Yeah, but that's also Greek. That's thousands of years prior, you know? The whole point of human progress is supposedly you gotta control those urges. This is beyond just, you know, some fucking Greek faggot and his boy slave. Like, this is a degree of, like, no, this is a problem, man. This is something to where, like, it feels like an actual, like, something's going on here problem. There's always been moral busybodies. They used to be married Christian women. Now they're drama-seeking children, gossipy women, and freaks, yeah. Pretty sure the book of Revelations is past about people indulging their base sadistic urges. You're not wrong.
No pain, no gain.
Nihilism and irony annihilated the minds of kids. Can be more emboldened, like, insecurity if that's the case, yeah. I noticed the pedophiles kept getting caught more after the child-friendly sites all got taken down, making them get on the regular internet. Pedophile always there, not the internet trying to lie on them, or they made it overtime. I think it's the latter, because like I said, it's getting to a point of, like, this shit doesn't even make sense anymore. I'm blaming the water, maybe. See the Hunter Biden interview? He explains differences, cocaine and crack. Well, he's a fucking sex pest, so I don't give a shit what he says. I don't entertain the words of, once again, pedophiles. It's reminding me of how DSP's comedy style used to be edgy sex jokes. Now he pretends to be disgusted every time he sees a female character in a bikini. Yeah, it's like... It's all just social pathogens, you know? It feels like a virus. It feels like there's some weird social contagion that's making people act like this. You know, like a spoken virus or something like that. Can you vote for Trump, though? Hey, listen. Still no proof he was actually on the files, but he rapidly fucked up actually delivering them. Which probably tells me a buddy of his or a family member of his is probably on it. And honestly, at least I'd, you know, vote for a guy separated by degree of pedophile than just an actual pedophile. Because fuck Biden and his cronies. Kevin Von Magnum for $20 currently in Oregon. Wanted to take your advice on getting what you expected, having a better time with this mindset. PS found out the rest of Oregon Tillamook list doesn't vibe with Portland. Yeah. Go. Oh fuck. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, she cured herself. That's not bad. Okay. So, full life. Riku. Just thing from friend in the school system. I know, because they used to be like that. Honestly, hanging out with less prudish people and playing games got me out of it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really... Oh, fuck. No, great. Okay. Spam darkness. I'm gonna have to grind a little bit to boost up their skills. Because Yuna, once she gets, like, the... What was it? Half cast time for white magic is OP. It's really depressing how desensitized I am to the word pedophile anymore. That word should be like a verbal nuke. Now means nothing. Check Discord. Alright, give me a sec. Because this fight's probably fucked. Casca have to leave Go's cabin. Yeah, that's pretty good. I do like the Black Swordsman Casca stuff. It is fun. This is a huge meal, yeah.
This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you.
And not revealing it makes him look like he's on the list himself. Yeah. Well, at this point, I don't even... My basic point to it is if they're not allowed to release it because they're scared of how many people are on it, then they're all on it. And at that point, once again, that's not a matter of politics. That's a matter of you get rid of those people because if you don't, there are biblical ramifications that can happen. I'm not even kidding. Biblical ramifications. Every single system that has been built off slavery or human suffering or anything like that to that degree falls, and it falls really fucking bad. So she already is a master of this, okay. Let's see what Riku and Pain have for Dark Knight. Black Sky, damage all enemies. Okay, so not bad. Poison Proof. Poison Proof probably pretty helpful. So let's see, what is Pain? Makes it worse, they won't even say something that would make sense. Like, we can't reveal things yet because they're victims you can't name legally, but they just pretend it doesn't exist. Yeah. Like, not releasing the list is actually worse than actually doing it because people just assume shit and throw it around. Well, like I said, it's one of those of you're picking a fight with the universe. Like, you know, it's one of those you don't fuck around with. Like, if there's an entire industry of sexually trafficking children and selling them as sex slaves to various politicians, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen with that? every empire falls. Criminal empires faster than anything else. Jeffrey Epstein had a painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress and red heels. We're told to believe the list isn't real. Yeah. Even Kevin Spacey, of all people, is calling for the files to be released. Yeah. Yeah, karma spins around and around until it bites back at you. Yeah. You know, the reason I'm saying this is because I don't want the world to get hit by a comet. You know, people got to remember the plagues of Egypt for a reason. A rotisserie of $10. Lately, legitimately feels like paranoia agent, where everyone are influenced now more than ever by affairs and incidents that they aren't a part of, are affected by, and regurgitate nonetheless. Yeah. I'm just going to assume every leftist, every last person in the administration is on the list until proven otherwise, from the lowest on the totem pole all the way up to Donald. Yeah, may as well. And of course, they die. I forget how much of a pain in the ass the glowy enemies are. Yeah, someone's playing with the big boys now. Really hate the fact that the only place I can buy physical games is Walmart. I mean, sure, there's something wrong with Walmart, at least mine, but it's kind of annoying I have to go to get someone. But that's kind of the whole point of physical media. You have to, like, go and actually get it. Personally, I think that's fun. You get to get out. Mine's been a rewatch Prince of Egypt. A friend of mine has never seen it. Damn, that movie's great. It is good. Oh, fuck.
Why?
You got exposed, you think they would stop being pedos? Well, it's not about them stopping being pedophiles. It's the fact of you either let these people burn because why would you protect them for the love of God? Or you suffer a much, much, much worse fate when the inevitable happens and the universe comes calling for the collect. They gotta have something on Donald. He's tanking his entire legacy over this thing. Yeah. It turns out the UK government is restricting internet to the point you can't go to AI chatting sites. Yeah. I feel about Trump's second term so far. All the immigration stuff, I really like. You know, I'm all on board with that. The Epstein stuff, that is the biggest fuck up in American political history. Anyone who tries to downplay it or go like, no, it's not that bad, that's cope. It's bad. It's really bad. Still way better than Kamala, though. Spam darkness not working anymore. It can work, we just are not high level enough for it. So we probably need to grind a little bit.
No pain, no gain.
There are certain difficulty spikes in this game, so you've got to work your way through it. Yeah, it's a massive blemish on him right now. Yeah, it's, like I said, it's a problem. Good thing is at least Trump has been very good at most other things outside Epstein. Yeah. I love physical, like 4K Blu-rays are way better than garbage streaming with horrible compression, make the movie look like ass. Here we go. All the good he's done won't matter because people are going to remember him as withholding the Epstein files. People do remember the negative more than the positive, that's for sure. Here we go. You think Kamala would have handled the Israel-Iran thing? Think she would have had more extensive military response to just avoid it altogether? No. She was a warmonger. She's a war hawk. She would have sent boots in because that's what her beloved masters would have wanted. There we go. Epstein list is likely an all-or-nothing thing. That's why no one used it on Trump. Why he won't use it, but the information is too powerful to destroy. It's not just treated. She'll drop a statement in a later stream. Here we go. Come on. This half-cast time for white magic doesn't really feel like it's working. Best last-ditch thing Trump could do is get a copy of the Epstein files to be released on death, but still people get away with what they did until then. I'm just of the, you know, like I said, I'm just at the point where, like, I don't give a fuck about political theater. Like, who gives a fuck? Just release the damn thing. I'm shocked by young Biden during the Yugoslavia war. He was very, way more energetic. Hope that whatever the truth is comes out before I die, because I know it exists. Everyone does. I just want to know why it's going down like this, and that's it. does cave to the pressure and he does get the list report documents released, I see him playing out, just fucking release it. Like, worry about the ramifications later. Just release the damn thing. You know? Like, I'm at that point where it's like, fuck secondhand consequences, release it, because the secondhand consequences will affect the people that fucking deserves to infect. Late with the other client list we all have. His family's in that PDF, but Donald himself isn't in it. Yeah, probably one of his sons or someone like that. Was that more powerful spells naturally have longer charge time, so even half time it takes a while. I'm not talking about spells, I'm talking about like the effect of the fucking universe, aka the X Factor. As in, there is literally nothing anyone can do to stop it, it just happens. You know? Because that's what the X Factor is. It's that thing literally no one can predict or affect or anything.
I guess there's no
You know, it's the thing you can only describe with hindsight. It's never something you can stop. You know, it's the staffer who gets pissed off and just drops the PDF on Twitter. It's the country that decides, fuck you, we have a copy. X Factor, you mean God? Yeah, if you want to call it God, yeah. I was talking about the game, not political spurging. Ah, okay, yeah. Thank you. Here we go. Yeah, fate. Yeah. Yeah, that's literally God. Yeah, like I said, you can describe it as God if you want. If Biden protected his son from the list, people have hounded him for it, and what made January 6th look like a middle school field trip. Stop making excuse for Trump for the trumpet sound. Yeah. And fuck you, not fighting you. You're annoying and you're a cheater. We're all just waiting one super secret supercomputer say let there be light, restart the universe, and all this shit. I don't care. Tell me about Agnes Tachyon. We should probably grind up a little bit more, so we'll pick another fight or two. Reckon Koska wear the Berserker armor even just for a short time? No, she would totally die. she would 100% die. It damn near killed Guts the first time he wore it. Trump was all for releasing the files for suddenly saying they don't exist. That instruct me as someone on the list strategically covering their tracks. That seems like a hostage scenario. Yeah. Aren't you Christian? Yeah, but not every single thing amounts to God. Like I said, some of it you can explain in hindsight. But the point is, it happens. Oh, God. Yeah, Karma. Yeah. You own the entirety of Berserk and Paperback Hardback. I have all the deluxe editions up to the latest one. But the first one I gave to Weedbro because I'm still waiting on him to actually read the fucking thing. All accounts, Biden's son who passed was a solid dude. Went to Kosovo in the late 90s to help train prosecutors and judges, then joined National Guard and served in Iraq. Yeah. How many A-rank Umas do you have? I only have 2. Because I kind of get fucked in RNG with some races. Shit happens. The world keeps turning. Whether you have a good or bad day depends on how you act and how the world around you acts. Yeah. It's really nice you're looking for good deals on paperback. Yeah. He still hasn't read the damn things. You know, his name was there. They could just cover the relevant files in big black blobs like they did before. I don't think people are being imaginative enough. Yeah. Me bro sold your manga for more weed. I'd kill him. I was thinking F-team list as all people from all governments all over the world are releasing and would probably start World War III. At that point, I would unironically say World War III would probably be a mercy compared to what would happen if it was just allowed to continue.
There's enough pain to go around.
You know, I'm a firm believer in that covering up a major fuck-up is worse than just letting the fuck-up play out, because that's usually how it goes. Brought you out to $5 and karma hit you like a Rube Goldberg machine, yeah. Just straight $2, weed bro tied down, lolly, read, nigga, read. You see the state Bruce Willis, then yeah, it's tragic. Dementia is a terrible disease. It is a terrible, terrible disease. Do you believe in evolution, spherical Earth? I mean, yeah. Here we go. Spherical Earth is one of those things of like, if you don't believe in that, motherfucker, you're falling for a literal psyop. Well, if there's something worse than death, I don't mean a forever coma, but essentially destruction of the soul is what people who know about the list are threatened with. Fuck that hocus pocus bullshit. Release the goddamn list. Do you believe in gravity? Yeah. And for people talk about how 9/11 affected Umasume. Is there releasing MLK files? Not like we already knew that the FBI killed the guy. Yeah, right? I think so far Fallout Bakersfield. Won't be surprised the devs get hired by Bethesda. Like I said, I don't know a lot about it. I thought it was just a remake of Fallout 1, but in GZ Doom. I was on track for another A rank. Then she fucking fails in 11% and her mood goes down afterwards. Recently watched Creature Commandos. It was good. Looking forward to Peacemaker Season 2. What are your thoughts on climate change? Actual visible pollution is something that you can literally go outside and look at, like smog in the air. Global warming is bullshit and has been used to actually fucking kneecap good environmentalism for God knows how long. I've seen all his kids are on the list. World War 3 to kick off because of the list. At least people get to die knowing full well we were fucked from the beginning, have some level of peace in their final moments. Well, no, it's... No one would want to fight it. Why would you want to die for a bunch of old pedophiles? I'd rather Bakersfield devs do not get hired by Bethesda. Bethesda can't make good Fallout anymore. Yeah. Favorite Face Connect girl? Pippa's really good. Also Tenma. I've also been watching more Cleo. She's also very fun. Yeah, we should probably level up. Yeah, because we're leveling up every other fight, so we're pretty weak for this segment. People already don't want to fight World War III. Yeah. Release the list centered out with black blocks. They should put the blocks in separate layers like Obama's birth certificate.
All yours.
Some good news. They got Wade recently, and I'm at 406. Hell yeah, yeah. Progress every single day. That's all you gotta do. Nuclear energy could have been our future, but everyone chose to stagnate because some dumbass told them it's scary. Yeah. Nimi just now she's getting married. Oh, good for her. Good for her. I've seen Blacklist. No, but I do hear it's good. I've seen more and more Zoomers are saying war's gay. That's nice. Yeah. Trump died for releasing the list. He would have gone down in history the last patriot for the second Civil War. Instead, the game continues to be played. Yeah. Yeah, Mario underscore EN. Her autism is intriguing. She is a goofy one. She is a goofy one. This whole segment's a level gate. Yeah, it basically is. Luckily, you don't have to be super high level to beat the game. You can actually beat it, like... The strategy we're running works very well. It's just the fact that the enemies here hit pretty hard. Hell, after this, the enemies actually hit significantly less hard. The final boss is, like, one of the easiest enemies in the game. Yeah, Graham Pico is underrated. Like how Mario underscore EN speaks it, inspired me to work on speaking more slowly. Is Stephen Hawking actually at the island? I just kind of assume everyone was. For the simple reason of why would you not? And Bakersfield's looking to be more faithful to Fallout 1's style. 9% of the wars America's been in for the past century hasn't been for American interests. Yes, war is gay. Have you played Elden Ring Night Rain already? I have not. At least not lately. I touched a little bit of it, and it was okay. I just kind of wasn't in the mood for it. Sometimes wish monsters were real would make life a lot more interesting if everyone, every now and then you can look up and there's a damn dragon flying overhead. Monsters are real, they just look like people. There was no proof he was on the island, but there was proof he was in contact with Epstein only a few times, yeah. That's why it's probably a thing where, probably one of his dumbass kids got involved. Fallout Bakersfield is being made by members of Russia's classic Fallout modding community. Apparently the creator of Dusk is also working on it. See, that could be really cool. Okay, how far away are they from... No? Oh, right, yeah, no, they died before. Okay. And there we go. Poison proof. Here we go. Poison proof. And Monster Real just go to Australia. And you know, any dragons, look at the things humanity wiped out over the centuries. Wolves used to be big menace, for example. Now there are pets. Ever played Planescape Torment? A long time ago, but yes, it was very fun. It was very fun. Dusk as in the Dusk, as in David Zemansky Dusk guy? I assume that's who they're talking about. When Trump colluded with the feds, get FC the first time, and now, why? What's the motive? Yeah. Trump fumbled the list, but he's doing good with the economy, deporting the beans. Also, his bill that got passed might start the NFA getting axed. Yeah. Wish I knew what the dodo bird sounded like. Think we'll ever get a new Sly Cooper game. I hope we'll get Sly 4, but no more time travel, please. Big frowny ice cream scoops. Okay, new release on the files? No. You're not getting shit, man. When's the NFA again? It was basically the main gun law that kicked off all gun control in the country for a while. Fallout Bakersfield going to take place in the real city of Bakersfield? Or is that just what they're calling it? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it.
No problem.
Dragons exist to be more like Gate, a lot less like Rain of Fire. What do you think about Ninja Gaiden 4 so far? It looks good. It looks very good. I hope it is fun. VTubers getting married is a good thing in and of itself. Oftentimes wonder about how hard it must be to manage relationships IRL. In many cases, you're managing some degree of parasocial relationship with many lonely young men. Well, to me, it just kind of comes down to this thing of the parasocial aspect really isn't that big with VTubers, you know? A lot of the time when people point to like a VTuber doing like the parasocial shit, it's explicitly one that's already engaging in like girlfriend experience stuff. A lot of them are very open that they're just streamers. You know, they are just streamers. So any kind of parasocial thing would just apply to like any streamer in general. You know, where it'd be like saying Asmongold's developing like a parasocial relationship with his audience. And it's like, that's, I mean, maybe on like a technical level, but that's not really the same thing as what people are accusing in that instance. You know what I mean? Dragons did exist. We would hunt them to death with missile strikes. One dragon ruining a whole city is too much of a threat. Honestly, I'm convinced they wouldn't let him pass his bill if he released the Epstein files. To that, I say just release him anyway. It's like, fuck you. You know, that's that political theater bullshit I hate. Yeah, how different is a VTuber from any other celebrity? Yeah, basically. Basically, VTubers just targeted because they're a threat to flesh tubers. Yeah, they're the new genre that kicked up, and so everyone wants their pound of flesh from them for one reason or another. If you told an Okinawa girl that 9 out of 10 Okinawan girls are not pretty, she'd be angry and told you to apologize to 9 Okinawa girls other than her.
This hurts me almost as much as it hurts you.
No, untrue, but Asmongold also doesn't present as a mentally ill anime girl, just writing the thing critical. But that's the thing, it's like, that's not like an inherent thing, you know, with the genre, you know what I mean? Like, not every VTuber does girlfriend experience stuff. A lot of them directly say they don't do that, and it's looked down on over there, so... It's one of those of, is it just because woman streamer? Because at that point, that's a little like... That's a little like cart before the horse of, you're kind of assuming they're trying to simp for an audience when they themselves might not really give a shit. Here we go. EDF 6 dragon level is what we would be doing to them. Hawking thing was a bit misleading. I believe Hawking was at a scientific event funded by Epstein, but a different academic. Stephen was on the island, which one is still up in the air. Right, we'll try to see if we can take it out. I don't think we'll be able to.
No pain, no gain.
Oh wait, no, now, okay. Yeah, now Yuna's half magic cast is actually working. Holy shit. Alright, now Yuna's dead. Let's get the fuck out. If it's not a cost-free fight, fuck it. That's an indication the Amazon GF will show to be the best man. I just got back, heard something about VTuber relationships, some go crazy over Nemi getting hitched. No, just kind of talking about it in general. Yeah, Margot Robbie's going to star in the remake of Attack 50-Foot Woman. I'm not going to believe it till I see it. Because honestly, I don't even think that movie's coming out. It kind of seems dead in the water. They were insistent Tim Burton was going to make it, then he came out and said, no, I'm not. Amy killed the parasocial thing as Fauna when she had her We're Not Friends talk. Yeah. Never liked the parasocial shit with adult culture in general, nor companies making idols apologize for being human like anyone else. Yeah. I was mad because Sabo won't give Noel the petite girlfriend experience in all seriousness. My random Kiwi Farms users in the wild. I immediately told them, don't talk to me. You own a arcade stick for gaming? I do not. There's definitely an issue where some guys go full unicorn. Look at how many people freak out anytime a Hololiver is a male streamer. Yeah, it's like... It's one of those things where it seems more like an audience influence thing than a streamer influence thing. You know what I mean? Because like when a guy's like, oh yeah, Nami's getting married, I just thought, oh, you know, that's nice. Good for her. So I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things where... Maybe it's one of those things where there is an issue of guys who just inherently believe that if there's a female streamer, they'll be able to get in their pants. But it's like, you know... You ever just grab something and wonder why it's not broken because you felt it rattle and then suddenly doesn't rattle when you check it? No, I never had that. Congrats, Nimi. Whoever landed her has a great life ahead of them. Yeah. And we gotta go to sleep. Got a midterm exam and employment law tomorrow. Have a good night. Yeah. And parasocial relationships are really bad. Remember corpse husband chat and dream? Yeah. Well, you know... Parasocial relationships are just kind of always inherently a bad idea, just due to the fact of you end up feeling more involvement with someone's life than you actually have. So it's one of those of that can very easily spiral into an obsession, stalking. Like it's a bad fucking road. There's dudes that are like that. I know one, and I feel the need to shake him and say, "You are not him. You're not gonna win over the waifu half a world away." Yeah. I was watching a negative video on Craig from Side Scrollers, and it just became an anti-Kirsch video trying to paint her as a pedophile and weird. Said Medicare would make fun of it. Yeah, like I said, it's the pound of flesh, you know. These people are relevant. They're in the news now. Therefore, everyone's going to give their take, hoping to kind of get their bag from it. You know what I mean? So everyone's going to have a take, and everyone's going to try to get involved in the situation in some manner. I don't think they think they'll be able to get in their pants, but their attachment is also informed by their interactions with them. Ends up being pseudo-romantic. They can swear up and down that's not the reasoning, but it almost always becomes the reasoning. I think you're not supposed to be an idol forever in Japan. It's a stepping stone to something else after you learn how to perform live in front of an audience. Yeah. Yeah, Kirschall's got a billboard. Yeah, she got it for her birthday. Fuck, Craig became anti-Kirsch. No, he's talking about a video a guy watched where he was shitting on Craig, then it turned into anti-Kirsch. Which makes sense. She has a regular on there, so yeah, she would come up. Okay, just not like the majority of VTubers. Like I don't like the majority of streamers. Honestly, that's kind of the normal take. Like, if you don't like streamers, you're probably just not going to like them in general. Here we go. I agree, parasocial relationships are wrong. Don't look in your closet, by the way. Alright, tell me you're not a small anime girl. It's not true, sorry. I'll see my dumpy Mexican burrito bot and flood all of France.
Where are you going?
I miss Leafy commentary. At least he was talking it more seriously. I also like Japan's version of boy bands. That's all you need to know. That's all you were known for, then you failed. Yeah. And my first date since a lot of time. This time she did not have a dick. We're gonna make it bros. The billboard was spoiled by a new chatter a few days before her birthday because he saw the billboard. Ah, okay. So that was a surprise. Yeah. Holly, you are a streamer. Was that the Liquid Sonic vid? Because half his shuddering Craig video was just shitting on everyone but Craig. I have no idea. That was just what a guy was saying. I also consider the possibility that Japanese have better social protections against this because of their greater sense of social distance along the social distance afforded by idle kayfabe. I feel like we're friends, Lolly. Your walls are really hot, by the way. Can you put air conditioner in there? No, it broke. Again. You're going to have to suffer. It's going to get hot tomorrow. Did you hear about that immigrant versus minority white supremacist? Yeah, it's just more fucking boomer rage bait shit. Half the people there didn't even look fucking conservative. There was one chick with like rainbow hair, and it's like, yeah, that chick's definitely a white supremacist. Chris Tucker's character from Fifth Element kind of predicted the rise of the social media star. Yeah. So you ever play Piston North Star Lost Paradise? Yeah, it's really good. Guess that one streamer probably someone already with them. Yeah. Even then, it's not your business to know that. Yeah. There's no Kanye West. I have no fucking idea. He did what he usually did. Make a big shit show, vanish for a few months, probably going to do another big shit show in a few months. Think you can rearrange your attic? Me and my Mossad agent friends are getting cramped up in there. No, we're gonna move more stuff in there. Nothing wrong with not liking VTubers. We're starting to call them all pedophiles for no reason. Yeah, you know, it's... you know, there's always a... This applies to so much of what's going on. There's a very big difference between, like, it's just not my thing, and going out of your way to attack it and try to get rid of it, and then accuse people of liking it of being monsters. Yeah, Liquid, Sonic is coming off as an epitome of stereotypical gripper person. I mean, he was literally using black fatigue and talking about KC2 being gay like a jack. I unsubscribed from him. Yeah, well, once you start noticing the buzzword salad, you kind of just start immediately realizing, yeah, I'm not going to listen to this. There's a reason I try to avoid buzzwords in a lot of the videos I do now, just due to the fact of people are tired of them. They're tired of them, and they can kind of already smell when they're being used in a improper manner. So I understand why VTubers get so much hate. As stated, they're the new thing. They're bringing in God knows how much money, how much clout, you know? And Kanye recently dressed up as a KKK member or Grand Wizard for an interview. He's starting to think he just needs to get out of LA and away from the internet. Unfortunately, there's still deranged stalkers even in Japan. Just look at the Kikahime incident. You're not wrong. I mean, that's another one of those issues where that transcends borders. They're just fucking lunatics out there. What's your opinion, the most annoying buzzword? I don't know. I really don't know. I guess expose, like, at least they exposed it. I always hate that one, because it's like, a lot of the time it's shit we already knew. I mean, everything we don't like must be woke. And Connie dressing up as a Grand Wizard may have been messing with GDN. Like I said, I don't fucking know. Second I see the word woke, any sense my brain being used, I have my brain turns off, yeah. Annoying buzzword destroyed, yeah. Just can't stand the slop contest, make a rage bait commentary video, many such cases, yeah. That person, I'm so fucking tired of the word slop, yeah. Wasn't it with DJ Academics? I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, there we go.
There's enough pain to go around.
Here we go. We actually have to start playing a bit tactically here.
Everyone
Come on,
stay
Yuna.
strong.
God damn it, Yuna. There we go. Slop is still funny, ironically. Oh, this whole game is literally unhinged, bro, yeah.
Everyone stay strong.
Slop is pretty annoying. It's a pretty annoying buzzword because everything's considered slop. I've seen people call indie stuff indie slop just because they didn't like it. Yeah. I mean, it's... I don't know. There's so much shit out there that's just like... Eh. Pipeline's a cringe term. It means dick squat. Yeah. I've said for a while, pipeline theory is bullshit. People fall into what they fall into because that's just who you always were. Here we go. Yeah, I forgot. Once again, he's a fucking cheater. Despite Jaffa slang, I no longer accept what it is anymore. There we go. Just get the fuck out. And I feel like anything's considered mainstream, they're, say, consuming goy slop. Yeah. Like I said, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Everyone knows what the problem is, but the social contagion is still strong where everyone falls for it. Here we go. Sort. There we go. I don't want to burn the X potion, so we'll do the turbo ether. There we go. I reject what it is, Jojo. Also, in regards to the Epstein list, I fear grifters and leftists will become so annoying on the issue that normal people won't even want to hear about because of stupidity. Yeah. It's kind of like the Epstein didn't kill himself joke. Like, people ran that into the ground and kind of forgot that the whole point of it is this guy ran like a sex trafficking ring for children. I don't get why they create the character of Pain when she's clearly just meant to be Lulu. They should have just kept her as part of the team, because Pain is a really cool design. Or the whole, if you watch anime, you're a pedo. Can we just let that die, please? A non-clever combination buzzwords, because it just slaughters coherent speech. You're watching Takafi's original Sin this season? We have not started yet, but I do want to. I do want to watch it. If this fight plays out like the last one, I'll be pissed. Everything gets ran to the ground. You're not wrong. All the anti-Semitism out of nowhere. Normal ebb and flow, but what's happening does not feel organic at all. Yeah. A lot of time it ain't.
I guess there's no choice.
There we go. Wasn't Paige's design originally going to be Lulu's? I think so. Because, yeah, she is basically meant to be Lulu. Very similar personality. Yeah, Square One and Idol Group, yeah. Also, yeah, I forgot how fucking hard these guys tank shit. Can we go back to the days where being a weeb got you called a nerd instead of a pedo? I say the way people talk in general, everyone uses talks in pre-approved memes and buzzwords now. People sound like retarded aliens done. The slang sounds organic. Yeah. Yeah, you are not wrong. You are very much not wrong. Oh yeah, I took the fucking secret hero drink. Yeah, I hate that so much. And we're in a beating a dead horse chapter in the saga. Yeah, we've been beating multiple dead horses for God knows how long. There we go. I watched Rave Master Groove Venture Rave. I have not. Yeah, boy, Ghosty for 8 fake monies. Final Fantasy, one of the only games I can play from start to finish while reading everything. Watching lore videos, still be confused. They're actually pretty self-explanatory a lot of the time. Pierre Colbert got fired. Yeah, they canceled his show. But, you know, fuck Colbert. What the horse ever do to get beaten so much? For example, is that one fake mobile game ad? Guys, the Red Gooner game's coming to edge me. Yeah. Top definition, waste food used to feed pigs or other animals swill. Luke turned 24 and the devs already thought she hit the wall too hard to rock leather. What Final Fantasy games are you playing off stream? Well, I caught up on playing all my main games this year. It's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. Okay, we're gonna let one guy who wants us to beat a dead horse. Why do we enable the horse beating afterwards? Here we go. Raid Master Groove Venture is made by the guy who made Fairy Tail. Oh. Where'd you live on Marvel Earth or DC Earth? Probably Marvel. Well, you know what? No. Because the only safe play would be New York City, and that's full of liberals. Probably DC, because you have Superman. He'll protect the whole world. This one Goon meant something different. Yeah, everyone does. Here we go. Yeah, he was never funny. I mean, as a kid, sometimes Colbert Report would come on after South Park, and I thought it was gay and cringe, even at 9. Yeah. No one cares about late night comedy anymore. With any luck, Colbert might land at Comedy Central again, but even if he doesn't, he made plenty of money off his gig. He'll be fine. Yeah. Colbert cost them millions of dollars for years with nothing in return. What took them so long to can him? And ironically, they probably had USAID money propping him up. Because notice, the USAID cuts are actually starting to go into effect, and now a bunch of shit's getting canceled. Oh, the DC universe resets every day. Yeah, here we go. See if Doom works. It's probably not, because it's going to be one of those bullshit things of he's immune to the status effect. Here we go. There we go. Higher goons. Yeah, he guards. Fuck. God, I hate that. So DSP outlived V Shoujo, yeah. Fun idea, just moved from political and social commentary. I like 15 having a sort of Americana Outback high fantasy. In my opinion, what's your opinion on setting? No, I agree. I actually think it's a really cool idea for a setting too. It's very creative. I like the Magitech stuff. It gives its own identity than just sword and sorcery. Here we go. You boy Ghosty for 8 fake monies. How much you love mafia and crime shows and movies? I watched 91 Days and I fell in love with it. Dobby even had Italian accents on point. I really liked it, yeah. Mafia and crime stories are probably some of my go-tos. I like those a lot. Colbert was just the Daily Show with kayfabe humor. His actual late night show was just bland-ass late night show, yeah. Here we go. You tell me you don't want cheap rent in Gotham. It's dangerous, but you could survive. Yeah, but Superman. Metropolis is just the objectively better idea. Here, no point wasting the mana. Short over $2. Good late night shows died when Conan ended. Yeah. And they fucked over Craig Ferguson. We hope for an FF16. I would like the rumors to be true, and they do take influence from Expedition, just because Expedition was a lot of fun. Alright, yeah, it's probably down here, yeah. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Yeah, I forgot. This is... Here we go. Ah.
This is all wrong.
Ah, great. Okay, so let's put up a stream waiting room. The thumbnail is titled, "We Need an Explanation v Shoujo." Yeah. Hey, watched Superman yet? I did, and it was better than I anticipated. I can't wait for the next DCU movie. I have not. Like I said, I'm probably not going to watch it in theaters. I'm probably going to wait. The actual boss is just a guy at best. A guy who's trying to recreate his Kamiyoshi. Isn't he statistically still the most popular late night show in the U.S.? What will happen to the rest of them? The rings are even worse. Yeah. You have to grind all over again. I told you to save. Well, we weren't at a save point. And I was pretty confident I could do it. It's just one of those of, yeah, the ATB kind of fucked me there. Yeah, Jay Leno was the last great one, yeah.
No pain,
Central
no
City
gain.
seems like the best place to live in DC world. Flash is very effective. Most of the villains are chill, yeah. And anybody can cast Protect, that would probably make this boss easy. Maybe, I think Yuna does have it. I just need to check.
No pain, no gain.
She does. Okay, yeah. You guys see Superman on the big screen. Hopes I paid $8 for my ticket. Like I said, I'll wait. I don't care about the difference between you know, TV and big screen. You know, I watched Warfare on my TV. It was perfectly fine. You know, I'm not picky. There we go. May as well get him poison proof again. There we go. As a moviegoer, Superman was mid. As a comic fan, I had many problems with the movie. I watch Jay Leno's show where he shows out different cars and other collections. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Oh, God. I have to do is walk out of the cave and back in again for the autosave. Yeah. When the boss just spams physical attacks, Protect will make it so Prey and Regen will carry the fight. Yeah. We should be able to do it. I think racism inherently bad, or should people be free to dislike whoever the hell they want as long as it's not violent? You can dislike whoever you want, but I think it's a stupid mindset to have just due to the fact of
There's enough pain to go
because you do not like somebody from X group, you're going to inherently believe everyone from your group is going to be on your side, and human history has proven that's not the case. You know? The reason you don't want to be racist, like in an actual serious manner where you're going to like clan meetings and shit like that, is because you need to accept there are a lot of fucking people that don't give a shit about you. They do not care what happens to you. You are a tool in a box. A face in a crowd. You know? So if you just inherently start believing in in-group loyalty, you're gonna get fucked. You get access to the Discord for giving a super chat? No, you gotta be member or donate on Patreon or subscribe style. No, we're not fighting this guy. Yeah, that and the clan of glowies. Well, I mean, that's just beyond that. I'm just talking, like, from the actual, like... I don't know the right term for it, but the whole point is, like, beyond any political motivating factor. You ever thought about putting your videos on Spotify as a podcast, like listening to your videos, but YouTube kills my phone battery at work? I don't know how that would work, but maybe. The new bill that got passed on crypto and NPR defunding? I have not. I haven't paid attention to anything. My dad was deployed in Iraq around the same time warfare happened. Made him watch it with me to see he was going to critique or have PTSD. Luckily, his uniform autism kicked in. Yeah, no one likes getting talked down to. Yeah. That's when the superhero genre go dormant for something new to take in Hollywood. Yeah. I think a Pioneer Western-inspired FF setting could work. I would not be against it. It would be different. And they kind of always had, like, Western flares to some of their games. Yeah, look at Haiti. I swear no group hates their own people more than their own. Yeah. TheAlmightyLoli stream archive on Aussie. Channel name is ATT. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Just smack him. I still want a good darkness movie. Yeah, blind trust is setting yourself up to get backstabbed. We've seen it over and over and over again. It's like, this shit doesn't fucking work. I like being talked down to, but only if it's hot and I approve of it. That's when Disney released Song of the South. Stop doing Uncle Remus dirty Disney. Yeah, one of the clan members that Daryl Davis was talking to went to jail, and he offered his wife to take the kids to visitations. His wife said no one in the clan even offered even that. Yeah. Like, it's one of those things where, you know, it plays a part in what I've been talking about, where people are latching on to ideologies and belief systems without fully comprehending what they mean. It's why I get so annoyed and roll my eyes when people start posting Bible quotes, because it's like, you don't know what that means, you know? You'll swear up and down you do, you'll get defensive if you say you do, but at the end of the day, you fucking don't, you know? Because what you say does not impact what you are. What you are is what you do. You know? So it's this thing where, yeah, you know, that story about the clan not visiting their buddy in prison, you know, they talk about white loyalty. We all gotta stick together and do all this shit. BLM was the exact same fucking way. And in the end, they didn't give a fuck about anyone but themselves, you know? Because that's all it is. Yeah, ideology is loyalty to no man or woman, yeah. I think it's cringe when people try and act as if people of the same race, ethnic group, are brothers and everyone else is an enemy. Oftentimes your biggest enemy are the folks who look like you. Well, no, it's more than that. It's just the fact of, why would, like, especially in the times we're dealing with now, why would you ever fucking assume some political activist gives a shit about you? You know? I'm reminded of the you know, Austin Metcalf situation where the, you know, Carmelo Anthony fucking killed him and all that. And the dad was like, you know, don't turn this into a racial thing. Don't turn this into a racial thing. People really rode the dad on that and called him a pussy, called him a coward and all that. And the dad absolutely was definitely way too, quote-unquote, empathetic. But then you had that one fuckstick in the suit. The one that showed up at one of the... It was like a court hearing or something, and they were protesting outside. And they wanted an interview with the dad or something. And they were expecting the dad to take their side and go like, yeah, talk about how this ruined your life and ruined your family and all this. And the dad was like, don't fucking call me and don't fucking use my family for your political beliefs. And the dude just immediately jumped to, well, you're creating more Austin Metcalfs. You know, you're the reason white children will die. And that's what had me go like, you know what, fuck you, fuck this entire fucking situation. There's a lot of fuck sticks in suits, yeah. Oh god. I hate those people too, when you call them out, they start acting like they're persecuted, and like 5 people come out of bumfuck nowhere to jump to their defense. Yeah. Well, that's, yeah, on the annoying people quoting Bible in comment sections, yeah. It's this tight-knit little group of wannabe, you know, trad religious people. And then, as soon as they run into a situation where they don't actually agree with each other, they start eating each other. So all that unity they pretend to have doesn't fucking exist. Baked Alaska broke away from the Groypers because none of them visited him or wrote to him in prison. Yeah. I've known people with beliefs similar to me that I don't like personally, and I have friends with opposite beliefs that like being around. Yeah. Hell, like, I talk about all the time, like, Weed Bro's a fucking dyed-in-the-wool liberal. Like, he's almost like a full-on leftist, but we're cool with each other because we understand this is all bullshit. You know, they want you to kill each other. They want you to believe it's us versus them. That's why I say all the time, friend-enemy distinction is bullshit. It's about how they act. Morning, Ollie. Morning. And all of a sudden, people are still harassing him about it. Yeah. You know, that's why I've been, like... You know, that's why I go with my position on, like, that whole Metcalf thing of, like, I think the dad was being an idiot trying so hard to simp for the quote-unquote black community, but at the same time, he lost his kid. It's not my fucking business to judge what he does. You know? If it gets to the point of trying to shame the guy, you just sound like the guy who's trying to shame a guy whose son got murdered. I think that's the part that fucks me up the most. Where do people like John Del Rose even come from in the first place? Yeah. Horseshoe theory is real. It's real. Like, people can deny it. People can scream and cry and bitch all they want about Musk centrists, but at the end of the day, it's fucking real. Extremists of any flag end up with the same ending. My dad is one of his childhood friends. He doesn't like Trump and usually goes in an hour-long conversation why he hates him, but they're still great friends. Yeah. Because you're not supposed to be trying to kill each other over politics. You're not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to be cutting off people from your life over politics. You're not supposed to be doing any of this shit. But people insist on it. Yeah, friend-enemy distinction is true. Your friend's just not a piece of shit. No, it's not true. They are desperately trying to make you believe it's true, so you cut out everyone in your life, and you follow a bunch of snake oil salesmen that just want to fuck you over. You know? The amount of times that people that have quote-unquote spoke for me have ended up being massive pieces of shit, it's to the point if I had a nickel for it, I'd already be sitting in a fucking heated pool with a bunch of maidservants, you know, fanning me with big leaves and shit like that. Yeah, BLM was genius calling themselves that because anyone against them, they can say, well, you say that black lives don't matter, but their track record shows black lives mean nothing to them. Yeah. Then my father is that all the way. All he talks about on the phone is blacks versus whites over time, though he's realized never want to talk about politics, and he's done so too, yeah. Sure, he did lose his son, but when a guy is doing something stupid, you know, will probably end up fucking him in the end, you call it out. But fuck the losers, make it personal. The problem with that is, like I said, when you get into the mindset of you have to call it out, that's where you get into the issue of that's where they can slip in, you know? Like I said, I think the dad was being a massive fucking idiot, and he kind of did nothing but bring worse shit on his family, but at the same time, he lost his kid. I'm not going to be the asshole to judge him for that. Would the maidservants be of unusual height? Possibly. Possibly descendant from, you know, Eastern European supermodels. Conversely, calling themselves MAGA don't have the same effect because commies don't give a damn about America. I only show with people with different views. If you don't like VTubers, that's fine. Yeah. Trust me, the rest of the girls that work at the boutique, generally don't care. The leftists were at work, do your damn job. Yeah. And my dad wanted me to vote for a Haitian candidate just because she was Haitian. I'm sorry, but I'm not that stupid. Parents hate Trump and they can be annoying about it, but they're my parents are the same. Not going to despise them even if they're, I think they're wrong and vice versa. Yeah. Age would be the perfect time to be a cult leader. Someone would have made Jonestown look like a zero. Well, that's where we can kind of get into the darker aspect of, like, maybe we kind of already are living in an age of cult leaders. Yeah, BLM, KKK, Aryan Brotherhood are just people thinking that their race makes them superior to others. People at the end of the day just doesn't. Well, the Aryan Brotherhood, that's more of like a prison gang, and in prison, yeah, you actually do kind of have to worry about your race. Like that's a convict thing. And in fact, if you're in prison, you find your people that will protect you and you fucking stick by them. So yeah, I've never seen Wendigoon use Bible quotes almost like he's an actual Christian. Favorite Danny DeVito moment? All of It's Always Sunny. He's hilarious on that show. And they fucking sell meth to white people. Yeah. Well, you know, it's this thing where after a while you get tired of being told to trust some asshole that has massive red flags that's going to try to fuck you over. Because, no, but the cause. And it's like, fuck your cause. I don't give a shit. It's like, you know what's going to happen? In 10 years, you're still going to be talking about how the cause needs to get done because that guy ran off with all the fucking money and then you act surprised about it. It's happened in Gamergate, happened in Comicsgate, happened with Gamergate 2. It just keeps happening over and over and over again. Also, I feel I should ask you a question. What is it with you and tall women? I don't know. I just think they're pretty. Danny and the Jersey Micah ads are fun. They are pretty fun. Earlier in the Godless era are not going to be religious, yeah. Persona games have a cooler theme to each other. 3 is blue, 4 is yellow, 5 is red. What do you think color of 6 will be when it comes out? Personally, I think green. A lot of people are speculating green. If we can just get down to... There we go. I did not mean to do Riku, but fuck it, she can use the heal. She could actually really use the heal. Holy fuck, that was a good idea. Remedy. Give me Neo Pink, trust me, I'm working at Atlas. There we go. There we go. Lolly gets a monkey's paw. Wish for all women to become tall. They do, but that's because he becomes small. I'm a short guy. Short guys. Most women are tall to me. Here we go. I think about Andrew Tate's basically a cult leader. Yeah. Well, you know, it plays into the fact that everyone's so beaten down and looking for answers. They'll latch on to any fucking figure that pretends to simp for them. It's like 162, $5 to call yourself TheAlmightyLoli, despite the fact that you're obviously interested in women over 8 feet tall. What do you find pretty about them? The size difference with the guy or just the fact they're big? I don't know. I try not to think about it too much, just due to the fact of I don't like introspection. It goes to bad places. I like tall women, but not giantess. That makes no sense. What are you talking about? I like both. I wish for an answer. I just want to be happy. Okay, he's sparkling, so that's going to be a big problem. That's what Nietzsche envisioned when he talked about nihilism running wild in society. Well, I don't know. Well, like I said, it's just one of those of... I'm fucking sick of caring about causes. You know, I'm sick of the new villain of the week causing problems, everyone blaming every other thing beyond what we know is going on. It's just... I don't know. Past a certain point, you just lose the want or desire to even give a shit. Do you think therapy helps? Do you think most people just need a friend who will listen to them in comparison therapy? I have no idea. Farron is now prequel guy for 6 months. Total tall woman love. I think about it. Ever notice how all the trad people go out of their way to make you avoid and distrust traditional authority figures? Yeah. Well, you know, it is this thing where, like I said, I don't fucking know. It feels like everyone nowadays wants to be a cult leader. Everyone's telling you not to trust this, not to trust that, only trust them. And I say all the time, like, fucking be skeptical, be unafraid to question what's supposedly the expert of something, just because you never know. Even if you sound like an idiot, you never know. Tall women are your innate subconscious desires for uppies and head pats. I don't know, maybe. I think COVID created this loneliness or exacerbated it. Probably exacerbated it. It was kind of already always there, but now it's worse than ever.
I guess there's no truth.
Remember the Michael Jackson episode of South Park when the boys go past the recently bought house? Cartman says, I hope they're not Austrians. That's the last thing this town needs. And people these days lack critical thinking. And trust no one, question everything. Yeah. Okay, he's doing the guard thing, so just get the fuck out, because he's got to be immune to everything. That's annoying. Yeah, it's all gay, yeah. For a woman slightly shorter than me and no more. I hope you find your very own tall woman one day, yeah. Here we go. Don't worry, Lolly, make a good male wife for a wholesome giantess. I don't know if that's a threat or not, but okay. Yeah, watch those screams. Stay random, trust no one. Yeah. Well, you know, like, my family's just always been very skeptical of authority. You know, it's just kind of how we've always been. We've always just kind of been... We've kind of just always been that asshole that said, no, prove it. Like, no, fucking show me right now, like, prove it. You know, isn't gay gamer subs? Use code TALL for 10% off your next purchase. Don't trust anyone, doubt and second guess everyone, but never live in fear and have the idea in the back of your head. Just be aware. Yeah. It's both as a threat and a blessing. And people just want to be a part of some kind of community. Yeah. Like I said, it's a whole messy thing. And it's basically just one of those of fuck it. What's your favorite color? I do like black. Black is a very nice color. Very tall, dark-skinned tomboy GF. Never find the Floyd video. Have you seen that video about an explosive scientist in the occult? I have not. Also, I forgot. Yeah, we don't fight this guy. We run because he's an asshole. Never get heated over IRL politics. Discussion over fictional politics where I get heated. 3 houses. Anyone? What about New Vegas? I fell down the black pill grift and possibly lost my only shot at love. Don't fall down the rabbit hole. Oh, that James Gunn makes Batman movie with either Condiment King or Music Meister. Please, the Music Meister. Them Despot for $10. Well, I've just been disappointed. The woman I was going to go on a date with in a week had to cancel. All I can say is thankfully I wasn't stood up. It still sucks, though. Was hoping it would work out. Yeah. In our chat, we've been through this. Lolly's tiny crowd showed us tall Gym Man. Be doubtful and stay very cautious of if you make who you make friends with. Because if you come across someone who said they're your ally, do not trust them. Yeah. This question, do you want a tall woman to dom you or just want to dom a tall woman? I don't know. Like I said, I don't think about it that hard. I purposely avoid thinking about it that hard just due to the fact of I try to avoid introspection on that level. Please let Music Meister be a musical. I vote tall and small woman. You run Super Creek, don't you? She is fucking worthless. Every time I've run her, it's a horrible run. Like, I fail Objective 2 level horrible run. I don't even know what causes it, but it just pisses me off. One step won't get a tall one where it goes from there, only he knows. That is true. Atrocity Guy just dropped a video on the cult guy. Jack Parsons was some guy, dropped a heavily pressured can of coffee in his house and blew up. Cops found multiple cult writings afterwards. Oh, god damn it. I may as well run. Hell, I won with her the first time. Dude, I don't know. Always into Vor. Thankfully, nowhere near that bad. I'm thankful every day that my taste is basically vanilla now in the modern world. Again, Tartakovsky is working on a Sausage Party tier movie, traditionally hand animated, and I'm going to blow my brains out. Well, he won't tell us. I assume he wants to tell him to dominate him, especially with a strap-on. Thankfully, like I said before, not that bad. Favorite enemy faction, ready or not? I love the streamer. I love the streamer and his gang. That is hilarious. There we go. Is liking chicks in maid outfits vanilla? More than vanilla. That's like probably one of the safest. Gavin Evangelion style psychoanalysis session entirely on the subject of your fetish for tall women. Pathfinder game had to unfortunately be canceled for the 10th time in a row. We were in the middle of a fight with a Hydra at level 7. I got here and I hear nothing but strap on. Who the hell starts a conversation like that? Just heard $2. The hell even is vanilla in the modern world? Good question. Plan to do more video game reviews? I do, in fact. In fact, I may be working on one right now. Like Japanese women, because I watched a whole lot of old samurai movies, and women were just beautiful. I still think about them. Yeah. Or not, it's a very cathartic game. You get to take down CP rings, mass shooters, and Twitch streamers. Guys, the gay woman fuck you in the ass? Yes. I'll always say the specific part out loud. You want to bury your face in boobs, turn tum-tums, crotch, thighs, knees. We all know it's probably pick ankles. I mean, the boob was right there. Why would you not? I don't know why someone would be concerned about whether paraphilias are vanilla or not. It's one of those of, if you know it is, you'll know it is. If you're worried about it, you're probably not going to try to talk about it. Yeah, I prefer a tall woman whose personality is scary as extremely caring to me and others. Yeah, Persona 4 is the next video chat. Yeah. Guys aren't into pegging, just aren't secure enough to admit they're gay. On thighs and hips hot, I think I'm pretty normal. That's, once again, very normal. Have you played RoboCop DLC? It's peak and 80s action goodness. Cleanse your palate of the madness today. I have not, but I really want to. I do have it downloaded. I just need to set aside time to play it. Jonas, now pretty cool guy. Pretty cool guy. A tall woman give me piggyback rides and carry me over her shoulder and spank my. I should stop typing. Liking big ass is pretty normal. Yeah, that's extremely normal. I like certain nights with a little spice, but one thing I miss being in a relationship is just the feeling of just having someone with you. Like my women's scary and hot, revving Balalaka style. I didn't know I needed a job to get some special social links. Persona 4 game is actually unplayable now. Pretty cool Korean guy. There you go. There you go. He is now officially deemed StarCraft bro. I don't care if the joke's old. It's still fresh to me, damn it. Recommend checking out Tainted Grail. Recently downloaded. I haven't played it that much, but combat does have a fairly satisfying wallop to it. She has to get a kiss of women as a man. My woman insult me 1 minute, tell me I love you the next minute. I'm an ass man, bop bop. Yeah, I'm an ass man. Yeah, sweet guitar plays. Don't King simple, just don't make it your whole personality. I mean, that's true of literally anything. I want to know how people like a blueberry fetish. That's enough of a reason to reopen the asylums. Roald Dahl did not serve in World War II for that world. Oh, fuck. He's sparkling. Okay. God damn it. He's going to be annoying. I'm proud of myself. Managed to make conversation with a cute Vietnamese lady who works at the corner store. Yep. Already going to call it. All right. Cut and run. Be careful with the spank women. 5 minutes off their man pleasing them is an eternity. Best part of weird kinks that you do not need to talk about them. Impregnation is gay. You're a dude putting another dude in a woman. You're essentially cooking yourself for 9 months because your son's in your wife's vagina more than you. Here we go. I'll pop a turbo ether. Didn't watch straight porn getting aroused by looking at a guy in some way. Well, Holly Park, Park Chan Wook's making a new movie about revenge again. It's called No Other Choice, about a man who lost his job, so he literally kills the competition. Oh, that could be cool. I thought Chocolate Factory movies a shit ton as a kid and never once did I get a blueberry fetish. What is wrong with people? Tempted to go up to a girl, find track and go, my name's Trevor, what's yours? Is your name actually Trevor, though? Because, I mean, that will impact on whether or not it works. Because, personally, if your name's Trevor, you might just want to kill yourself right there. Best era of YouTube? Honestly, it's hard to say. Every era had problems. It was just whether or not you were aware enough as a kid to notice. Gangbangs are gay because 75% of the sex is just the guy. Trevor's a cool name. What do you mean? And some guy used to call me Chad for one reason that's not even my name. Trevor sells it over. My fetish, would you consider vanilla, but it's borderline weird? Honestly, I don't know. To me, they're pretty distinct. It's either full-on weird or like, no, that's normal. Come on. Referencing GTA 5 clip where Trevor walks up to a woman, awkwardly says, my name's Trevor, what's yours? And a woman immediately jumps over the railing into the ocean. Was that the psycho exercise chick from Michael's quest line? I think it was. Am I going the passport bro route? What do you mean? Like, because I'm kind of aware of the term passport bro, but I don't really know what it means. YouTube peaked when I was still in the Wild West days. RB and the Chief and Halo Lincoln Park montage are my jam, yeah. I may have to watch Cynthia Rothrock movies with a pillow covering my lap. Pre-Google YouTube is better. Sure, it had okay to propaganda, but Google ruined everything. May as well use Suna. That one's also kind of cheap. There we go. Finding a wife abroad. I mean, it's not impossible. Like I said, foreign women do tend to have an appeal to them. That was a term for sex tourist. Yeah, I mean, if it's like full-on like sex tourism thing, no, because that's the easiest way to get your fucking kidney stolen or your balls cut off. Yeah, passport bro means going abroad to find women to date or marry. Yeah, it's like, no, that...
Where are you going?
The sex tourism thing is just a very bad idea because, A, the world is not like America. There are entire industries all about exploiting dumbass Americans who do that. I'd say Trevor still has a chance. If your name is Keith, though, man, I can hear the chair kicking already. No anti-mainstream community has been allowed to grow on YouTube after the last Jedi wave that Nerd Rock and Geese Gamers grew from. It's more the fact of all the ground's kind of already been touched. There's not much else you can really say that's not already being said. Yeah, never give a woman a reason to hold a grudge against you. That also helps. Still pissed YouTube removed seeing alternate versions of videos by clicking certain annotations on the screen. Yeah, that was... It was gimmicky, but it was fun. You know, it was a fun gimmick. Hell, Sandy Not Included kind of relied on those for certain sketches. Yeah, passport dudes get thrown into hostel, yeah. Still pissed YouTube... Oh, yeah. Yeah, never give anyone a reason to hold a grudge against you. Tolkien's academic mentor, Joseph Wright, was an inspiring man. Guy came up in poor working conditions, but as an adult, put himself through night school and managed to get a doctorate in language. Fetish range between what the actual fuck is wrong with you and wait, that's a fetish? Yeah. Pretty good way of putting it. I'm gonna put the headset down. For some reason, it's killing my ears tonight. I need to get a new headset. These are years old. Hell, I was fucking wearing these in high school. Jesus Christ, I'm just realizing now. This one, Frank, Max, and iDubbbz are all still funny. It's like in Werewolf Chicks makes someone a furry, asking for scientific reasons. I like the appeal of Japanese women. Not only are they pretty, but they also conduct themselves better than single American women. Stuff like standing up straight and being kind. And it's not impossible. I was in the Navy. I know guys who marry Japanese girls. Well, yeah, like, but he's specifically talking about, like, the passport bro shit of, like, going to a former... The way I view it is going to a foreign country specifically kind of just to fuck around with whores. You know, like going to a brothel, going to, like, some shady club, something like that. That to me is well beyond the territory of good idea into flat out, like, no, you're asking for your fucking dick to get cut off. All it takes is waking up at the wrong hour and I know her, she's calling her fucking pimp and saying, hey, you owe her money. And he doesn't give a shit if you paid her or not. He wants more money, so he's going to cut your balls off. Yeah, this is a tall foreigner who comes to my sister and asks if she wants to be in a relation. My sister lied about having a boyfriend, yeah. Passport bro's video I've seen isn't to fuck horse, but to find a wife. Yeah, it's not passport bro, that's deployment bro. We're talking about me? No, I meant for marriage. Well, I mean, if you're just specifically looking for, like, you know, like a woman of, like, a certain country to get married, I mean, that's fine. You know? Just be careful you know what you're doing, because, once again, the whole world's not like America. Some people can have expectations that are not exactly what they say they have. Just twittered at you about the Godzilla Wolverine thing I talked about. Oh, okay. There's one thing I'm jealous of the West Coast for is the fact they got 10 times the Asian women we do. I was trying to get them to go to the Japanese red light district, yeah. Never been interested in processing romantic relationships because I have a bit of negative view on them. Like I said, it's a human instinct. Everyone at some point thinks about it, and everyone at some point has some regret about it one way or the other. God damn, they really want us to fight one of the glowy Gaigas, and we do not want to do that. Have y'all seen Touristus, Hostel, or Taken? Yeah. Difference between going to a country because you love the culture and going there to be a scumbag. That said, there'll be a lot of lines you're not going to be able to read between. Yeah. That's a good way of looking at it. It's like... you know, if you're going there with good intentions, you genuinely just love the culture and you love the people there and you want to be a part of it. That's one thing, but I'm talking about like the people who don't do that. No guy went to Japan because he wanted to go to the red light district. Stop hearing from him after he went. Just saying. When I was in Japan last month, one of my friends with me wanted to go to the red light district, and I flat out told him I don't want to fuck whores. I just want to visit places. Yeah. Like I said, they're well aware of the mentality of a horny American, and they will take advantage of that. So. West Coast also has a lot of stupid bitches, so stupid that even Hollywood doesn't want them. I used to think Japanese women were hot, then Cherokee women entered the room. I stationed in Cali for 4 years. Majority of Asian women over there are Americanized and the same as everywhere else. I live in Upper Midwest, and we have better Asian women than than the coast. Some Asian countries, the women wear the pants in a relationship. Other words, she makes all the important decisions. Shinjuku has some nice restaurants, though. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think Shinjuku has also been pretty gentrified, all things considered. Thank you for the free hit to the fucking asshole. People will claim America's the only country that's exploitive of foreigners. I mean, yeah, that's just a stupid political talking point. Everywhere exploits each other, because why the fuck wouldn't you? You know, passport bros are called overseas, losers at home. I have a sister-in-law that's Asian. I know the Yaks are polite, but I know they'll politely castrate me with a wakizashi. Yeah, it's like, it's organized crime, you know? Organized crime only ever ends in pain. Post-nut clarity, getting a kidney cut out of you must be a hell of a thing, yeah. The only cool thing about the red light district is to walk by and pretend you're Rorschach or Kay from Blade Runner. There we go.
Easy as pie.
Alright. So, we'll let Pain level up one more time. We'll do the autosave thing, and then we'll try and fight the dragon. Ideally, we should be at a pretty good state. But once again, holy fuck, this guy's attack sucks. Popeyes, you want anything? I had Popeyes earlier today. My friend also got hassled by a Nigerian in Shibuya, so when I was there. Yeah, it's becoming a problem. Hell, it became like a pretty substantial political issue over there from what I understand. A woman's family has more merit than the man she marries. He takes her name usually for the importance. Yeah. Imagine nutting with testicular cancer. You go to Vietnam or Thailand? Unironically, I do want to see Vietnam. I've been seeing like there's different videos from. There's like one channel my dad found where it was like a Vietnamese guy who was like explaining different like tips for tourists in Vietnam and things like that. And Vietnam is like way more modern and capitalist than it has any fucking right to be. You know, it's... God damn it, they really want to fight this guy, but I don't want to fight him. He fucking sucks. Yeah, Nama's modern. Yeah, like, I was seeing, like, premium golf courses. Like, they're starting to call Saigon Saigon again. Like, not just Ho Chi Minh City. It's Saigon now. So it's like, almost all that, like, communist influence kind of bled away from the country over the years. Yeah, Vietnam is chill. I go there every 3 years. Aren't they still kind of commie? I don't even know anymore. Like I said, the stuff I was seeing, like, they're talking about importing cars. They're talking about, like, premium golf courses. Like, all these different things where it's like, this is not a communist country. This is capitalist as fuck. Here we go. We'll fight up until he does the fucking hero's drink thing, because that's bullshit. Yeah, Vietnam shifted to, like, market socialism, yeah. Vietnam's a really lovely place, very nice people, and very laid back compared to Thailand. For the love of God. Okay, Kiraga. Try to dispel him, Big Monkey. That might help, yeah. But we're probably in a position where that's not going to really help right now. Yeah. Yeah, American cultural victory. Unironically. Like I said, when you see premium golf courses in a country supposedly communistic, it's like, yeah, I think America won. Vietnam is communist, very similar to how China does it. State-controlled capitalism. I try to stay in touristy spots because they can actually speak English. Yeah, so it's like any other Asian country. Vietnam War is the most useless fucking war ever, and I feel sorry for all the soldiers and civilians involved in that shit show. Blame the Viet Cong. Blame the Viet Cong, blame China, blame Soviet Russia. They're the ones that invaded. Entirely fair to the Vietnamese. They were never full-blown commie. They were just more anti-colonial with the commie pen because Russia was willing to help. It's complicated. Ho loved America. Yeah, they won, but we won, but they got in our schools. America before leaving Vietnam, bit Vietnam, Vietnam laugh, but jokes on them become a we're American. Also, local police are corrupt as fuck. Oh, I fully believe so. I fully believe that, like, because I say Saigon is modern as fuck. That doesn't mean the rest of the country is gonna be modern. And if even in a relatively put together country, if it's in Southeast Asia, police probably don't fucking like foreigners. And they'll probably shake you down for every fucking dime you have. Blame the arms company? No, like I said, I'm going to blame China and I'm going to blame Russia. You know, the countries that helped invade the fucking region. Moment of country is McDonald's. You know America won, yeah. You go to your grandfather and tell him we're taking him back to Nam because the USA won. Oh, no, he'll never step foot there. Also, the inner city's polluted as fuck. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. It's going in and out because maintenance, however, if you want to fuck a snake girl pussy or wolf girl pussy, yes, you're a furry. Yeah, we'll try Doom on this guy. Let's see if that works. And here. Yeah, we'll do Dispel. The problem is that is like the turns I'm taking in order to prep the Dispel is turns I could have been healing. And yeah, I'd definitely pay for it. And don't trust China. China is asshole. Here we go. Come on, work. Oh, fuck yeah. So survive for 3 turns. And of course, that's not going to work. Great. Okay. If you ain't China, you hate China. It's a rule in Asia, yeah. Come on. Oh god, this sucks. Ah, fuck it, throw a fire gem at it, I don't care. Why was that better than our normal attacks?
This'll help.
I'm actually kind of pissed. Yeah, fuck it, just throw fire gems at him. I also remember taking malaria medication. Yeah, that is true. It is the jungle. Here we go. Okay, yeah, now he's doing the guard thing. Okay. So we'll go for one more heal. We'll go for a Dispel and see if that works. Wonder how often the China's asshole. I often wonder how the China's asshole guy is working, is doing. I don't know. It's actually a good question. Man, if we're being honest here, he's probably dead. Because he was in Hong Kong, right? Ironically, Vietnam had a brief war with China a few years back after we left. Well, it didn't last long, barely a month. It left tens of thousands dead. China can fuck off. Yeah. Well, that was probably where they started kind of realizing, like, all right, this is a dangerous thing we're doing. On the kind of story of Frostgiant's daughter is the daughter of Giant, if not lame, if yes, however, is man ahead of his time. She was not. Her brothers were, but she wasn't. Alright, we'll see if this works. And yeah, here, well, since he seems to be spamming magic out, we can just do this. Oh, never mind.
Any better?
The Doom worked. There we go. Vietnam also invaded Cambodia because Pol Pot was fucking nuts. That's why China invaded Vietnam. Yeah, Sino-Soviet split. I wonder what my grandpa would think of my taste in women. He fights in World War II as part of my Normandy landing. To be fair, a lot of the vets that were occupying Japan also went on to marry Japanese women. It actually became very common. Remember the police shot my out girl? Hope she got out of there yet. Just found out Iron Mouse made a video talking about why she left. She quit V Shoujo. So why'd she quit V Shoujo? Basically the company is shady as fuck, and she did not like some of the shenanigans they got up to. As the lead scene in Apocalypse Now, where Willard meets a French family still living there, the patriarch of the family makes the point that the Vietnamese hate the Chinese. Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole dinner scene. That's in pretty much like every re-release version now. Even Cotton had yellow fever, yeah. Ain't crazy how fast Japan fell in love with America in World War II, yeah. Well, you have MacArthur to thank for that. He specifically told people, no, we're not going to execute the imperial family. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. Just fucking trust and hope that people like us. And turns out they did. Now, granted, some of them hated America to the day they died because, you know, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not exactly popular, but yeah, Silvervale is vindicated, yeah. Is there any VTuber companies that isn't shady these days? FaZe Connect seems to be the only one that seems to be having its head on straight. I mean, that and Hololive, but Hololive's just kind of the standard now. Yeah, hey, let's not have Germany 2.0 again, yeah. Actually, kind of want to say Japan was what we learned from the Southern Reconstruction. Yeah. You don't barge in and start barking orders. You have to trust that they know what they're doing. Also, give me a sec. Also, yeah, the Cowboy God Hand game, yeah, Forestero, yeah. It's literally Cowboy God Hand. Remember from documentary leaders of the Weather Underground were allowed to become teachers after their bombings reached statute of limitations? Fuck that. They should be rotting in prison. Yeah, they should be nowhere near education because that's basically priming people for political manipulation. Those Japanese civilians realized we weren't cannibals like they were told. They were pretty chill, yeah. Kind of weird how every country besides Japan is glad Japan got nuked because they were such big assholes. Kind of bothers me how the VTuber scene is full of so many black companies that the traditional Idlecore, Hololive, and the Coffee Company, Insane Asylum, FaZe are the only exceptions. Well, it's like any other genre that kicks up. There's going to be the companies that do it right and understand if you do shady shit will come back and hurt your company. And they're not big enough to survive that hurt. You know, you have to do things ethically when you're starting out small because you do not have the luxury of being corrupt. You know, if you're a small-time guy and you're corrupt, that's all you're ever going to be, a small-time guy who's corrupt. If you're a big-time guy like a Hololive and you start being corrupt, well, at that point, you have more leverage. Even if, once again, you're kind of just delaying the inevitable and that this shit's going to come out anyway and you're going to have the worst day of your fucking life. Yeah, Fishman's an ethical businessman. Yeah, he's smart, you know. You know, I will never forget the quote from The Big Short where, you know, Steve Carell's guy has that speech where it's like, you know, we don't avoid greed and corruption because it's mean. We avoid it because it doesn't fucking work. Like, that statement rings very true, you know? It will never, ever, ever work out positively for a company. It only causes ramifications. Ironic, the company filled with schizo girls, the only ethical one. I understand MacArthur's logic. Japan probably needed more war criminals punished, especially in regards to over Patan and Sadakin. I think the way it worked out as good as it could have been, you know? They prevented way worse tragedy, and sometimes you just say, forget about it, Jack, it's Chinatown, you know? It's like, you get maybe short-term catharsis over what happened, but at the end of the day, there's going to be way worse shit down the line you could have prevented. That's on Synthetic Man unironically playing Blue Archive. Man, I don't give a shit. Free country, he can play what he wants.
Leave it to me.
And Whole Life is kind of becoming fucked with how many talents left this year alone. Going public was their biggest fuck up, and something definitely is going on with the higher ups. People are definitely theorizing. Yeah, Bishojo's getting his ass beat when Iron Mouse, when she finds out that they haven't been paying money for the handicap charity, and I thought what happened to Silverville was bad. This is a new low. Yeah, look at the global war on terror. They dissolved the entire Iraqi government, barred any and all former Ba'athis from holding office, essentially from anyone who knew how to run Iraq. Yeah. Difference between ruthless businessman and just a genuine piece of shit. Yeah. Why should we care? He's playing Blue Archive. Yeah, I mean, it's like, my whole thing is, do as thou wilt. You know, I don't care. MacArthur honestly sounds like a cool dude. Yeah, as stated, he prevented a way worse future. That's for damn sure. God damn, I hate these guys. They keep wanting me to fight them, and all they do is fucking cheat. What is the Weather Underground? That was a socialist/communist terror group in like the 70s, I believe. They would go around bombing shit and taking people hostage. Bencher, channel awesome streams yesterday at work. Time someone mentions Iron Mouse, all I think is immunocompromised puss. I solely blame Shota for that brain rot. Archive is gay gotcha slop. Yes, but why do I care? Some anti-SJW grifter slop creator plays it. Well, it's like I said, it's this thing where it's like, Alright, let's try this.
My pain is your pain.
Hey, wait a minute, that's the idea of evil. Oh, he's an apostle confirmed. Also, I'm gonna try something real quick. Yeah, Arctic Wind, why not? Fucking, I used to say that every fucking time in the old streams. Yeah, it was a funny bit. Get my soda when you screamed when Doug flashes junk on screen. Yeah, it was funny. Sure, it's not for lewds, they're for head pats. Kunkel taught me that. I just don't play Blue Archive because I don't like gacha slop. I do not like the gacha games. The only one I even am playing so far and I'm tolerating is Uma Musume, and even then I'm getting pretty fucking annoyed with the RNG on how the races work. Also, once again, thank you for the full party wipe. Like, all the time he would say that, man. Yeah, this guy's a fucking prick. Okay. It's a doorknob. Use the fucking door. It is still horse racing. Yeah, but still, it's one of those of... You can have, like, full stats for everything you need for that period of a race. You can have all the skills you need that specifically make it to where, no, you are going to win that race. And then you're 11th place. And it's like, alright, fuck you.
Be strong.
I've seen the new Superman? I have not. And like I said, I'm probably not going to see it in theaters. I'm just going to wait for it to be streaming. World War II vets who did not like MacArthur, including the one battle where the Japs could have been defeated from an island. He delayed the Aussies so the Americans could advance in and win by defeating them. The Japs managed to regroup and turn to a worse battle because they wanted glory. I mean, yeah, every military commander is going to have their big fuck up. You know, you haven't made it unless you've had a fuck up that could have ended a war negatively. Blood Hunter is Tony Soprano horse racing gambler arc. Yeah. Like I said, I don't like gacha stuff. It pisses me off. And I am reaching that point of doing Musume where I'm getting more pissed off than I was having fun. You know? Where it's like, why the fuck do I need to pump in my credit card for the hope of getting a card that will just make the grind easier? Like, that I despise that. And it's the exact reason I don't play those fucking games.
My pain is your pain.
You know, I will never understand the long-term fun of that. You know? Because all I can think is, well, that's time or money I could have been using to just play anything else. There we go.
I've got you.
You know what's bullshit? Gotcha games. Yeah, like actually. Like, you know, it's one of those things. I do not like the genre. I do not think they are fun. I think they are a horribly grindy, overly flashy way of just selling you a fucking slot machine. Fun the fun is you posting the gotcha roll and seeing others seed. Yeah, it's like, you know, and it's this thing where, you know, I do not like gambling by its very nature. I mean, I gamble, I have fun, but it's annoying. You know, it's annoying to lose. You know, if I'm going to a casino to play blackjack, you know, I know when I'm going there to play at the casino. You know what I mean? You know, it's like I'm playing blackjack. I'm there to win some money, lose some money, that whole deal. Something like a gotcha game, it's specifically you're not allowed to see content because you didn't get the roll right. And it's like, man, fuck you. I heard they turned the Kryptonians and Viltrumites for the new movie. Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Like I said, I haven't seen it, but yeah, like, in that universe, Clark's parents sent him to Earth to conquer it, so it's a whole thing. Also, we finally won. He'll get a brand sacrifice, use your Bailey to become an apostle. I'd say you should have known that's what happened. Like, as a gotcha game and horse racing game, as a gambling man, you should know what's going to happen. No, I'm fully aware. That's what I'm saying. It's just going to become another cycle in the, all right, I'll give this one a shot, and then I get annoyed, then I stop, you know, then I'm not able to get the meta card everyone says you need to get, and everything starts getting annoying and grindy, and, like, feels like I'm throwing my fucking head against the wall here. I play gotcha games, but I'll always tell others it's a virtual casino. They help you distract from time to time, but don't sink money into it. You're gonna lose. Yeah. And at that point, all I can think is, man, Dino Crisis is like $10 right now. I could just play that. And then I started playing Dino Crisis. I'm already almost finished with the game. Arn Jesus, take the wheel. For blackjack or poker? Blackjack. That's the one that there's actual... I don't know. I guess the rates are more fair. You know, it's as fair as it can possibly get. Poker is more of a skill game. Like, poker is one of those where luck isn't really a factor. Yeah, base Dino Crisis player. Yeah. Domino's is my favorite. See ya, fucker. As well be a man that I have some respect for. You can't respect yourself, and you can expect others to do so. Well, then do it. Do it, loser. Do it. Do it, pussy. Duel Links and Mega Man X Dive are the only gotcha games I played. Poker, you're playing against everyone. Blackjack, you're playing against the dealer. Yeah. Very, very good way to put it. Before G was on sale, I could be happy with 60 hours of initial play on top of replays. Yeah. Big in gambling, a lot of chicken fighting groups have been getting busted lately in Texas where I live.
We're landing. If we cram any more people on board, this thing is gonna
on one
fall
system
out
for
of the
Dino
sky.
Crisis, because that's because last my check is not on Steam. It's on PS. It's on PlayStation with PlayStation Classics. I thought Parasite Eve was as well, along with Resident Evil 2 and 3, but they are not yet. I was sad. You can get Resident Evil Director's Cut, though. On the Bailiff Tools of Fate is then, yeah, you have a choice, but they're chosen. They choose people who say yes at the lowest point. Yeah. It's where I play both poker and blackjack, and I don't know how to play either. I swear half the time I don't know how I won. Blackjack is very simple. It's just get as close to 21 as you humanly can. Obviously, certain casinos will fuck around with the rules. Like, if the dealer gets 21, no one even gets to play that round, and they can just take the chips because they won. If the dealer is close to 20, I think they can push for a 21 in certain casinos. Where, like, you know, if they're close to 20 on their first hand, that's an automatic win because they just push it to a 21, so it's kind of the same thing. You know, it's a whole thing. Every casino is going to have their specific rules on how they play the game.
One thing worries me.
One gambling I do is investing in once-a-week scratch cards. Once bullshit my way through poker and Yakuza Kiwami 2. Poker is actually pretty easy to understand. It's basically every hand's going to have a different value to it, and once again, the value can be depending on the casino. I know Texas Hold'em is different, but basically you have like a pair, you know? You have a pair, which is just two of the same card. That's like one of the lowest hands you can get. Then you have 3 of a kind, that's better. 4 of a kind, even better. You can have a flush, a straight, a royal straight flush. Royal straight flush, if I remember right, that's a basic you won the round hand. Like, you can be as confident as you want because nothing can really beat that. Joey's complicated chess, Mahjong's complicated dominoes, yeah. I've been able to understand poker. I feel like the values of the cards are completely arbitrary. They're not. Like I said, it just depends on the game.
Hey, the crowd is acting kind of
Yeah,
funny.
poker's easy to play, hard to master. Yeah. Like, I watched that 21 movie, but I'm not that smart. Well, that's specifically about card counting, which is a way to cheat at 21. And yes, it's very complicated.
Oh, this could get messy.
No
Yeah,
kidding.
royal flush is an automatic win. Yeah.
Since they got on the airship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
royal flush, royal straight
Looks like
flush.
they itching to start something.
Because a flush is having 5 cards of the same suit. So 5 spades, 5 hearts, 5 diamonds, things like that. A straight is having 5 cards that go in order. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's a straight. So a straight flush is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're all hearts, they're all diamonds, they all share the same suit. A royal straight flush is ace, king, queen, jack, and a 10. And they all share the same suit. Yeah, play Balatro, just as addicting in a one-time payment. Yeah. Balatro unironically teaches you about how poker works, at least in the sense of the basics.
Well, Yuna, you're the one who wanted to do
Everyone's apparently
something.
inspired by a true story. I wish I was smart enough to count cards. I'll be rich soon.
Right?
Yeah, the game wants to fuck you. It will, yeah.
So let's do something.
Right, let's do it.
And that's just understanding the card values. Once you actually understand the point of poker, it becomes easier. Because the whole point is to bluff. The actual goal of poker is let the pot grow as big as it can, and then psych everybody else out into folding, so then you have the pot.
Leave it to us.
Like, if you actually have to show your cards, that's a worst case scenario in that you have to prove what you're saying. And it's time to hit the casino. I guess we're gonna follow him. Basically, the episode JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah. Red Dead 1 playing ladder dice to unlock outfit. Didn't understand how to play. Then after a couple of rounds, understood. Yeah. There's ladder dice more common. Is that gambling manga that an arc that took 21 years long to finish? That was either KG Ultimate Survivor or that other really popular gambling one. Fuck, which one was that? It was like Basako or something. Carl Weezer. Free me. Kaiji? Yeah. Yeah, it was Kaiji, yeah. As long as the case of the cuddle bug and couldn't sleep unless it was on my chest. Oh, that's very nice. That's very sweet. Can't believe Yako from Animaniacs in this game. See that the VTuber called Rev says tweeted about you? Rev says Desu? Yeah, he kind of just searches around for anyone posting any takes. He's not a bad guy, though. A little bit too much of a Bible thumper. But fuck it, you know. As long as he's not too egregious about it. Recently watched Lawless. Honestly, that's the kind of setting I want to see in Red Dead 3. Yeah. Where's the full Berserk Saga video? Did it get deleted? Yeah, it got nuked for copyright, but it's on Rumble and Odyssey. And when you hang out with certain someone in P4G, it really makes you think, damn, this really is kids nowadays, huh? Yeah. Wasn't that shot Ragnarok from FF8? Possibly was. Every Final Fantasy game is like fucking chock full of references to all the other games. Gotta be honest with you, I don't know how gambling works. No one does, kid. Makes sense. His wife is religious. That is true. His wife is really religious. He'll treat Rev as worse than he actually is. Annoying, sure, but very easy to ignore. Yeah. Like the only real like point against Rev that I heard that I'm like, yeah, you're not wrong, is the fact of he does try to insert himself in a lot of different stuff. You know, he's kind of like Asmongold in that way of like when he speaks, he wants to be the guy speaking about it, and it's like, you're not wrong. At the same time, he's not said something that made me want to strangle him. So it's like, eh. So far, he's good people. Breath of the Locon, sure, Loli's totally a Bible thumper. No, it's a thing.
Before the time of sin. Spira
Yeah, Rev
was
is a drama channel. He needs to do that, stay relevant. Yeah.
by a terrible
Go to Hero Haymore because he's funnier. I think Red Dead 3
This was Spira's great mistake.
will be like set in like the golden age of outlaws or Jack Marston. No, I think it needs to go in more prohibition, like the 1920s.
In only
You know, like, because that still had like sort of outlaw culture. It was just the rise of the mafia. I think that'd be a really cool way of showing that the world has completely changed. Like now, outlaws as we know it are extinct, and you have the rise of actual organized crime in America.
I don't want to see it fade. Do you?
You know, focus on like a group of bootleggers or something, you know?
There are so many of
Can
us.
stomach Rev, because for the most, he can actually explain his point without just throwing out buzzwords. Yeah.
And arguments will happen.
Rather drama ways, eventually we won't be able to do anything else.
But our hearts can and should always
So Mafia
be
1?
one.
Mafia 1 was focusing about the actual Mafia. I'm talking like
Believe with me.
bootleggers / what's left of what's known as the outlaw being stomped out by the Mafia.
Our feelings will unite us.
Because Red Dead 2 is about how the Pinkertons cracked down and everything. And the Pinkertons did do a lot of damage. They killed a shitload of famous outlaws. But seeing like the last vestiges and the last groups of it just completely kind of wiped away by the actual Mafia, that'd be cool. Yeah, Peak, this is a really nice scene. I do like this scene. Yeah, make it like Bonnie and Clyde, yeah. You just want Red Dead Kentucky. Well, yeah, you know, just, like I said, acknowledgement of, like, yes, the world is now completely different. You're seeing automatic weapons now. See, Jack Marston in Red Dead 3 could be seen as a relic of a bygone era, kind of a bridge between the Old West and the rise of organized crime. Fuck, Wyatt Earp was in Hollywood in the 1930s. Pinkerton did a lot more, of course, more innocents more often. Oh, yeah. Interesting development for Jack's character. If he returns to World War I, becomes a moonshiner running booze and stock cars. That would mean we can get our early NASCAR in the 30s. Red Dead always felt like a love letter to Western media, so if it went too far out of the Wild West, it would feel like a betrayal. You're not wrong. Gonna stream 14, the After Years. Final Fantasy 4, the After Years. I definitely think we can make a space for it. Oh god, I love the scene. It is a very nice scene. Red Dead 2 had Bronte, that was kind of a proto-Italian-American mob boss. Yeah. Like Rockstar confirmed Red Dead and GTA are connected. I don't like it. I think the Bonnie and Clyde type thing is what they were going for with GTA 6. It'd be kind of redundant for them to repeat it in Red Dead. Yeah. Mafia the Old Country is supposed to be show the birth of the Mafia, but not in the U.S. Literally, its birth in Italy. Yeah. Yeah, John Wayne, I'm pretty sure, was a pallbearer for Wyatt Earp. John Wayne said multiple times throughout the years that he based a lot of his Hollywood persona off Wyatt Earp. I'm not saying the Johnny Cash song, Last Gunfighter, about a man who was a true gunfighter, now practically useless in the modern age. Yeah. Have you seen the new trailer for Predator Badlands? I think the new blood design has improved a little bit. Yeah. Like I said, I want it to be good because I want different Predator shit. I don't want just Predator 1 over and over and over again, but that seems to be all people are fucking asking for. It's an old 2008 AMV. The voice of an angel. Yeah, from Lala to this, yeah. Yeah, Yuna's like an actual pop star. She can sing. It's just the fact of, I guess they just thought the other, I guess they thought the scenes of her singing in game are funny. God, 2008, Gabby's crying. Why not put the Predator in Trench of World War I for a short story? No, like I said, I don't want Predator 1, but in a historical setting. I want them to pull from the comics. You know? I want them to actually address that predators could do different things. You know, like, fuck, for all the flaws the first AVP movie has, them addressing the idea of a predator strike team was already like, alright, that's pretty fucking cool. You know? Yeah, a predator movie would work if it was more POV of a predator focused on humans long enough. Yeah. That's where I'm excited for Badlands. I hope Badlands is good. I really want it to be good. Yeah, people like Drinker Just Want Predator 1 think the expanded lore is goofy. The expanded lore could get goofy, but that's true of the expanded lore of like any universe. But no, there's some really fucking cool stuff in there.
I'm fine, really.
Like I said, I love Half Tusk. Like, he is a fucking badass. I love Ahab.
What did Shinra say?
Yeah, Bad Blood Predator, Code of Honor, yeah.
He said it might be some kind of
Gotta always love this scene. It is a very good
interference with
scene.
the sphere waves.
Even if first time playing, you're not gonna have a fucking clue what's going on because you need the full
Reacted
context.
with each other, and the consciousness burned into the dress sphere was projected onto the screen, or something like that.
Okay, but that doesn't explain
Yeah,
why
goofy
it
should not mean bad. Fuck you, celebs.
When I asked, he said, "I'm only a kid."
I like Predator 2. Predator 2 was fun, even if it was just Lethal Weapon meets Predator. Yeah, Spoonie, okay, that was actually good.
I was singing her feelings.
Azrael Bronte in Red Dead 2 is the future of crime. He was clean, rich, and powerful, which is a stark contrast to Vanderlyn crew, who were poor, dirty, and basically a joke. For a comic where we see how the flintlock comes from and Predator 2 is great at illustrating their code of honor. Yeah. Yeah, Concrete Jungle is the perfect blueprint of what to do. You see a Predator movie, the team of Predators on the back foot against a mysterious enemy. That was basically the first AVP. Because that strike team gets wiped out pretty quick. Because I think in the first fight with Xenomorphs, they lose 2 of them. Like any of the Predator games, I have a soft spot for Concrete Jungle. Is it very good? No, but I like it. Maybe playing Mafia of the Old Country? Maybe. Cool idea being an entire division of Predators raiding a city. Not like in 2 where one hits a city. I mean a city fighting back against a group of them. Well, like I said, I want them to do more than just they're the bad guys. Because there's a lot of really cool lore with the Predators where they're actually, like, neutral/helpful. People glaze prey, but I thought it was goofy that petite Indian girl can solo a Predator when Arnold got his shit pushed in. To be fair, they do enough to establish she was outsmarting it and she had to be more clever.
Even a little, then I'm glad.
Predator meets Naked Gun, that'd be fun. Idea wasn't just Predator in World War I. I was thinking more of focusing on the Predator dealing with trench warfare and artillery. Didn't Batman fight a Predator? Yeah. Superman did too. And not pause Mafia of the Old Country to go to the bathroom. I don't hate the first AVP. Biggest flaw is they went with PG-13. Agreed. Like, fucking Predator and Xenomorph, 2 of the most R-rated alien sci-fi horror shit in movie history. And they're like, no, make it PG-13 so kids could watch it.
Yes, tell us.
Wait, did Una sing racism away? She did. She did, in fact.
1,000 years ago, Lynn was a popular songstress in Xanadu.
I think Batman was also in Superman Alien comic, yeah. Metal Gear Solid 3 remake looks like it would be pretty good. You think it would lead to them remaking other games in the series? Wouldn't mind Peace Walker getting a similar treatment. They're probably going to do MGS1. Yeah, they're going to have to do MGS1 if MGS3 justifies the money for it. Better fight Samurai during the Nobunaga era. Once again, I think the main plot of Badlands is the New Blood did something to dishonor his clan. He has to prove himself by hunting something that can't die. I want to know why he's fighting the Elder. Like, I'm excited at that. You know, movie about a Predator hunting a bad blood killing innocents would be pretty cool. Yeah. Like, see a sequel to Fist North Star Lost Paradise? If so, would you like to... would you like it to use Season 2 story aspects? Yeah, you have to. They covered all the main story. Like having a Red Dead game without the Western aspect is like having a Yakuza game without the crime. Like, say a big game hunt on another planet. No humans follow a couple predators on a hunt that goes wrong and have to survive against the very beast they came to hunt. That kind of seems like that's what Badlands is gonna do.
Whatever his name, the youth endeavored
because from what I glimpsed at the trailer, and this is either going to be a case of the trailer hilariously undersold what the movie's going to be about, or it gave every plot, it gave like fucking every plot detail away. But it seems like Badlands is going to be a youngling is sent to this planet as either a punishment or a rite of honor, depending on where that scene where he fights the elders at. It might be close to the end as like his, you now are strong enough to fight him, that whole thing.
So Shuyin was Len's lover.
But
And so that means
it might be a thing where he's sent to this planet, probably as a rite of passage, where you have to go hunt. You have to go hunt challenging prey, hunt something that none of us has ever gotten before. You know, that whole thing. So it's possible that when he gets there, it turns out Wayland Yutani is sending people there as well, and it gets wrapped up between just surviving and Wayland Yutani coming to fuck things up.
That was enough. Knowing that you were on my side, I'll always be grateful.
Predator gets a bad rap. I'd always love the scene with the Yakuza guy dueling the Predator. It is a fun movie. I do like it. You like Yakuza being turn-based? It's not the worst implementation of turn-based.
He fought till his very last
Why
breath.
Big Boss turns back on Kaz? I thought they were homies. Poor dude lost a leg, an arm, and eyesight for God's sake, and BB decides now fuck this guy. He had very, very, very good reasons to say fuck that guy. Big MGS3 remake, the fact it's over 100 gig shows they had floor poopers working on it.
But wait.
I mean, the Predator looks like total shit. The Badlands, yeah, his design's still not the best. But I'm willing to suck it up so long as the movie's good. It's like, the design will be annoying. I'm still not a big fan of his look. I get they wanted him to look more human because they wanted to make it a point of like he's not just Space Monster, he is the protagonist. Still looks goofy. I would have liked it if they leaned more into like the older design, just due to the fact of, yeah, that's the point. You're either on board or you're not. Guessing Ellie Fanning android's gonna betray the Predator and use him to birth the Pred alien. It's possible, because, I mean, if Wayland Yutani is involved, they're going to get the goddamn xenomorph, no matter what. So it's possible they could address the presence of xenomorphs. Sometimes fucks with me that Predator, Blade Runner, Alien all take place in the same universe. No one considers the Blade Runner shit canon. That's just Ridley Scott being weird. Badlands Youngblood looks like Will Smith's son. As stated, it's not a very good design. I'm very not big on that design.
What have we here? Looks like a transmission, but it's pretty weak.
Kaz literally stabbed Big Boss in the back by working with Cypher, hiding the fact Paz was a double agent and putting all the MSF in danger on the map during the events of Peace Walker. Yeah. Like, the raid on Mother Base, we're led to believe it was just Huey who did that. No, Kaz was also involved with that.
Move aside.
The Blade Runner's canon to Alien, solely to Alien 1, nothing else. Yeah. Echo Kaz MGS2 says Snake killed that monster to Big Boss, and 20 years later, he advocated for child murder. Yeah.
Impressive machina. An invention like this could change the world.
10 years ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive. Wonder if Solid Snake would have been allowed to leave the military if he wanted to. I mean, was he technically property of the government since he was a clone? Yes, he was property of the government. He was watched every single day of his life until he went rogue. I'm from across the pond to see your Boston wife is taking the French Kool-Aid and playing Expedition. It is a very good game. It is a very, very good game.
Some genius.
I have to ask the obvious question. Did she cry during the Gamage scene? Because a lot of VTubers cried during that scene.
Let's go.
To me, that was the scene that sold me on, like, alright, this game's fucking amazing.
Hey, we're talking about Vegnagon.
The only thing I have a problem with is in the trailer, they state the planet the Predator is on is the most dangerous in the universe and the Xenomorph homeworld exists. I'm sure it's just hyperbole. It's just showing that this is a very dangerous planet.
But I've got a plan.
Governor Prometheus are more blatant with the Blade Runner connection. Yeah. He took the Kool-Aid.
Whatever, man. When a Death Seeker dies, that's no apology.
She did say she had red eyes after the scene. Called it.
What about LeBlanc?
Like I said, that scene is really good. Like, I was talking with Dick Bro, because as stated, Dick Bro was also playing Expedition. And he just didn't have time to keep going through Expedition. He was still on fucking Act 1. We couldn't even spoil the Gustav twist for him.
Why did it cut off like that?
No. I think he finished Act 1 and he just got to Verso, and that's when he had to call it. Because he just doesn't have the time to play video games like he used to. And I was talking to him, and it's like, yeah, that Gomaj scene is when I knew I loved the game. And he's like, really? That early? It's like, fuck yeah. Just because everything about that scene to me was just like, holy shit, that's good. Just watching that scene got a lump in my throat. Yeah. See, behind the scenes, motion capture actors did do the Gomaj scene. I have not. I want to now. What scene? The Gomaj scene in Expedition. Why'd Solid Snake disguise himself as Iroquois Pliskin? What was the point of all that? Especially when fans knew exactly who he was just by looking at him. Because he had to infiltrate the mission. The specific mission Raiden was on, Snake had to get in there as well because he knew something was going on. But he couldn't just show up and say, hey, I'm David, let me on the mission. Because he was technically an enemy of the state. Every time reacting emotionally to video games, even when I do, it's annoyance. I love them. When it actually goes like, no, motherfucker, you're gonna care. It's like, oh, hell yeah, you're going for it. That's great. Also, Escape from New York. Yeah, it was also a Escape from New York reference. Kojima loves that movie. Yeah, Ari couldn't stop bawling after the Gamage scene. It's a really good scene. I mean, which one in the Gamage scene? I'm talking about the first one. You know, like the beginning. After he does one, Snake and Hal were labeled as terrorists. Did you guys not pay attention to the opening? Yeah, Snake's a spy. People think he's dead and he needs to hide. Yeah. Act 2, Gamage, or Act 1. I'm talking about the first one.
Shall we go check
Yeah,
things
Gamage
out?
scene's one of the big reasons why Verso currently playing the piano in my game.
Well, let's play it by ear.
Yeah, Kurt Russell got asked about Snake. Yeah, Kojima's wanting Kurt Russell to voice Snake for years. Feel bad for Solid, even Liquid. They didn't have any say in what was done to them. Their lives were decided for them before they even born. That's cruel fate to be dealt. But that also plays into why they do what they do when they're men. You know, Liquid just wanted to burn the world down. He was just full on like, fuck it. You know, I'm just gonna do this because fuck the Patriots, fuck the world. I don't give a shit. Solid was at least like, all right, I've got to save the world. I got to do what's right because there's people I care about that will get hurt if I don't.
There's one in Besaid, one in Kilika, and one in Jose Temple.
It'd be refreshing if we're getting a Predator's protagonist well in big screen. I'm also hoping it will turn out well. I want it to be good. If it sucks, I'm going to be heartbroken. The first big chance to show, hey, you can do other stuff with Predator in this universe.
You can decide which hole we pick.
Which Snake would Kurt voice? The stories were from 3, I believe. Metal Gear Solid 3. Fuck it. Corner Kurt, he didn't want to voice Snake because he didn't want to upset John Carpenter. He didn't really get video games. Yeah. But yeah, Kojima really wanted him to be Snake in MGS3 because that's what he considered Big Boss's voice to be. The big themes of the series is not letting your genes or past define you and decide your own fate. Yeah. I'm the Duke of New York, #1. That's my favorite line from Escape in New York, yeah. If Saul was ever allowed to have a GF off duty, surely the guy wouldn't have died a virgin. For Solid, he's had women he likes. It's, you know, obviously they imply him and Meryl got together after the events of MGS1, then he kind of breaks her heart. But he was monitored every second of his life just due to the fact of he was a clone of the world's greatest soldier in a top secret Black Ops project. Hell, him and Liquid and Solidus were all rendered sterile because they didn't want Big Boss's DNA being spread across the world. I like Kojima, he always does voice actors dirty. Radio Girl from the original Metal Gear also liked him. Yeah. They made it clear, like, he's not bad with women. The problem is the fact of everything about his life is just so shit. Remember Solid Snake is infiltrated, Solid is space. Iroquois, come here. Yes, sir, we need to find Solid Snake. On it. Oh, thank God I didn't find out. Okay, Kojima not seeming to care about David Hayter. No, they're still pretty chill. They still talk to each other. No, the only people I ever hear like talk about how they don't like each other or despise each other seems to come purely from people who just don't like Kojima. Now, Big Boss, on the other hand, yeah. I have good faith for the movie. Want to watch Killer of Killers and have some good human characters in there. I hope they can make a good Predator character as well. Yeah. Have you finished SMT5 Vengeance? Started playing it recently, and I've gotten addicted to feeling the Demon Compendium. It is very good. It is very good. Not just that, they were made to rapidly age so that they weren't able to live long to try anything, even if they thought about it. Yeah. Final dungeon? Not the final dungeon, but we are very close to the end of the game. I'm not kidding when I say this game is not long. That's why you have the difficulty spikes that you do, simply because of the fact of they gotta pad the game out somehow. I thought was Raiden allowed to join the U.S. military when the dude was a child soldier, would that not have set up some red flags that the dude wasn't mentally stable? You gotta remember who trained him. Solidus. The same dude who became president of the United States. To be fair, I think Big Boss also trained him as well. Kojima said one of his biggest regrets was making a Solid Snake a clone with a short lifespan. If he knew he was going to make a bunch of games, he would have made Snake normal. Yeah. I saw a pic with David holding MGS5. Yeah. Like I said, I don't think David Hayter has near as much hate for Kojima as what people say. I think that's one of those things that's been exaggerated over the years. Robert Plant's putting out a new album. Oh. And President Sears put a good recommendation for Raiden. Yeah. Because they needed Raiden for their plan. And hell, you also had the Patriots that were interested in him because of his history with Solidus. You know, they needed someone who had connection to Big Boss in some way because they're trying to recreate the Solid Snake plan.
I guess there's no
God.
choice.
Alright, you help Yuna. Yeah, Kojima's God. I miss Psycho Mantis. Psycho Mantis is fun. He was a very fun bad guy. A fun bad guy who, once you understand his whole history, you're like, oh shit, you were way more important than anyone even realized. Because he was what? Like,
There's enough pain to go around.
fuck. Like, I know, wasn't he one of the Sorrow's children? That's why he had psychic abilities? With where we are now, people's perception of Superman is the non-evil perception of Superman figure now considered the alternative. It was kind of cheering for a while, but I think people do enjoy Boy Scout Superman. Yeah, he was Baby Mantis in 5, yeah. Yeah, literally stole the Sahelanthropus with Liquid, and that just kind of went nowhere, but, you know, it's kind of assumed they probably fucked it up. They were two dumb kids. Yeah, wasn't he the pilot for Metal Gear? Liquid technically took it to pilot as well, but yeah, I think Psycho Mantis was also... Yeah, I think Psycho Mantis was the one he used to help kill Skullface. Because Skullface was like, you know, who would have such rage? And then you see it's Psycho Mantis, and I don't think Vulcan was there yet. Yeah, Psycho Mantis is the reason why Liquid lived to be a main villain in MGS1, yeah. James Gunn says he almost kept the scene of Superman saving a squirrel from the film because test-screening audiences didn't like it, which I'm glad that he still kept it in, did not listen. Yeah. It was Liquid? I thought Liquid piloted it later. Like when they actually stole it. Yeah, Psycho Mantis' parents were just some people in a village. Okay, so I was just misremembering it. I was gonna say, it's like, I don't think he was the Sorrow's kid, but it would explain the psychic stuff. Yeah, he's not. Mantis' parents died in the village he was born in. His mother at his birth. His father was a vague but implied to be PM. U.S. took him in and turned him into a weapon. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, full life. Yeah, Psycho Mantis looked dope in MGS1 Remake. It would be so fucking cool. Yeah, Ocelot's the Sorrow's son, yeah. I know Ocelot's his son, but... Oh, God. Ow. Upside, we still hit really hard. We have kind of a glass cannon thing going on. Agnes getting turned to glue as she fumbled on the last fucking race. Skinner was heavily influenced by Clapton. When they go do show with them, they said they kick his ass musically. Papers the next day say Skinner sings The Beard of God. Or cinches The Beard of God. Wonder what happened to the remnant of the XOF unit. Well, if MGS5 was allowed to finish the way that I guess Kojima wanted to finish it, we probably would have gotten an answer for it. And weren't they affected by the parasite? Yeah. Yeah, because that was the whole thing with XOF. They had the parasite units. And his autism went off, wanted to share. It is pretty good. It is pretty good. Snake being a former medic seems like it throws out the importance of Big Boss and his clones because it showed he didn't need his genes for the perfect soldier. Well, no, that's unironically been a major theme of Metal Gear for years, and it's that your genes don't define you. It's what you're able to do in life, you know? Hell, that was literally the ending of MGS1. XOF were disavowed and disbanded because of Skullface's betrayal and war crimes, yeah. Oh shit, dude, straight attack might... Yeah, straight attack just does way more damage, holy fuck. Okay, she's going for Diamond Dusts. Probably gonna kill Yuna and Pain. Yeah, Metal Gear design, mine's Rex. Rex is also probably my favorite. Ray is very sleek. Ray is very cool to look at, but Rex just has that bulkiness that I think looks the best. Or I just assumed Outer Heaven hunted them down and killed them in the years between 5 and OG Metal Gear. That is true. They definitely would have wanted them dead. The one with the most rage, most hate, Liquid is. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, stream sputter. Don't worry, we're good. We're good. Now we're back. Yeah, it was just a little sputter. We do have some weather blowing in, so that could be making things a little bit more shaky. Yeah, internet lag. Yeah. I don't know why they changed Ocelot into a major. To be fair, he is really good at what he does. On that subject, Raiden basically becomes a one-man army by the time 4 rolled around. I don't remember Big Boss literally being able to hold back a massive Battletech monster. Well, that's because Raiden was meant to be, like, the next Gray Fox. They intended on him being the next Snake, but instead he became the next Gray Fox. The stream cuts off, it was lag, yeah. There we go. Ocelot gets the job done. Whose job it is? Only up to him, yep. Sibley Quiet's out there somewhere. It's a nice thing to believe. Personally, no, I think she totally died. Because technically, she already was dead by the time the intro happened.
My pain is your pain.
So sick and tired of the evil Superman tropes. Now, to him to be like Omni-Man or Homelander, I'm to a point where there's more evil Superman than there is good. Yeah. Didn't you already say about my comic is the lag? It's okay. Yeah, Quiet probably died a slow, painful death thanks to the parasite. Or she probably just, you know, lit herself on fire. Better go out on her own terms. I think it's a fight between Metal Gear Rex and Zeke for me. I love the bulky, brutal look of Rex, but I like the simple functionality of Zeke. Taking out the parasites to destroy the lungs, but Quiet has no lungs to destroy. Still believe Last Day in Outer Heaven is canon and Quiet. Spirit took Venom with her. According to the novelization, that's exactly what she did. Maybe about a Metal Gear game focused on Ocelot. The guy had to get up to some serious shit when he wasn't a supporting character. Well, the whole point of Ocelot is you don't know what he's doing. You know, like, a big aspect is you don't know, like, who is he working for? Is he working for the good guys? Is he working for the bad guys? Like, what the fuck is he doing? And I feel like a game focusing on him would spoil a lot of that fun mystery. Almost done with Bayonetta 3. Found a way to make the game better. There's vocal volume slider for when Viola the ugly frog shows up. I really don't think Viola is anywhere near as bad as what people say. I really don't. I think people are just so used to new girl boss character comes in and shits on the old established one. They just assume that's what Viola was doing when that literally was the opposite. She had to keep getting saved by Bayonetta. Yeah, I like Viola, yeah. The only real issues I have with Viola is that her gameplay felt very wonky with how the parry system worked. It felt like it never worked quite right. And what about people calling her Fem Nero? Honestly, I kind of agree there. In the fact of, like, first game they introduced, people go, oh man, fuck that loser. They're so stupid. And I guarantee you, next game that involves her, probably going to be pretty fun. Assuming we ever get Bayonetta 4. And also jacks off the big boss during his downtime. Here we go. Viola's literally just Nero, but with less character. Nah, I think she has a lot more character. Like I said, I feel like a lot of the you know, people that kind of shit on her just due to the fact that she's just a new character that was intended to kind of replace Bayo. Have you yet to play Bayonetta 2 or 3? 2 broke. They are very fun. Also, it works for everyone. He'll even betray himself. Yeah. Like, literally. All the way in other games have the same theme that I desperately want to have children. What? I wonder what the Metal Gear references mean in Death Stranding 2. I think it's Kojima, like, from what I understand, a big theme in Death Stranding 2 is grief and letting things go and moving on for a future. I think that's probably what the references mean in Death Stranding 2. You know, it's Kojima going like, you know, I fucking miss Metal Gear, but we're probably never going to have Metal Gear again, so this is me trying to pay tribute to it in the way I can. Kojima misses basically his baby, yeah. Nero isn't ugly and annoying like Viola. Like I said, I don't think she's annoying at all. I actually like the fact she was kind of an idiot. It contrasted Bayonetta well. As well as another reason people are going to call MGS3 Remake woke is because of Vulcan being gay for Russian Raiden. The problem with Viola is that she can win, especially with the final boss, remembering right. Yeah. To be fair, there's also a ton of Zoe references in Metal Gear, yeah. Kojima likes referencing stuff he worked on. Yeah, Viola's also only like 19, yeah. Also, Ocelot was totally gay for Big Boss. Did you get spoiled on Lou like I did because of misleading titles on videos? What are you talking about? Like Last of Us? Like, what do you mean by that? Because no, I just played the goddamn game. I stops Kojima to make a spy game with the anime plot. You know what you mean by it? I just didn't get attached. She just didn't have it really a lot, in my opinion. Oh, cool, punk witch. What else did she have? What do you mean that's it? No, there was a lot more to her. Like, the fact she was a complete fuck-up. The punk thing was her trying to look cool when she absolutely was not cool and kind of a dork. Like, I like that. Brandon just had Zoe orbital frame models in his office, yeah. Tomboy's trending on Twitter, lollies is not a drill. There was a Bayonetta Vanquish bundle that goes on sale for like $20 very often. Yeah, very good games. Also, I know the boss was his mom. Did Snake know? They didn't, with the knowledge, have made the relationship better. He probably didn't know, or probably just didn't care. By that point, he was like full-on intelligence agent. He didn't really know, or... I genuinely think he wouldn't have given a shit one way or the other. So, a Junie Witch? Yeah. Wasn't there also references to Snatcher in MGS? Yeah. I think MGS4, like, made a lot of references to Snatcher. Thought that they replaced her too early. They could have had her go on at least 2 more games where they had to replace her. Yeah. I liked her dynamic with Cheshire. It's great. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Monster vs. Aliens. I saw it's trending. It was trending for like a multitude of reasons. For one, all the Bob memes where people are like, what the fuck's this movie? Then you had Roya Oku say he was inspired to write Gigant because of the movie, and everyone's like, fucking what? Heard a comic book called 68 Jungle Gym Zombie Apocalypse Vietnam. I've heard of it. It's okay. I don't get what the Patriots were they after? They even physically exist anymore? They were AIs trying to push society into the state they believed it should be in. Basically, war is controlled, and everything is turned into nothing but proxy conflicts, and that's kind of how society was meant to be. There'd be no more world wars. It would just be controlled wars. Yeah, Monster vs. Aliens, the only funny thing Stephen Colbert did. Also, fuck the designer turned Jean into a grandma. I liked MGS4 when I was actually playing it due to using standard shooting controls. Original Patriots with the Snake Eater team. After them, AI took over. Yeah.
There's enough pain to go around.
Yeah, Jon Stewart was funnier than Stephen Colbert. Yeah, Monster vs. Aliens, the movie that reminded people Attack of the 50-Foot Woman existed. Really? Like, was he thinking, man, this movie would be great if the Giants was naked and the rest of the movie wasn't ugly as shit? Unironically, knowing him, probably. Roy Oku's a very goofy man. Patriot is the complete opposite. The boss ideology is there's peace on Earth, it's endless, meaningless wars. Yeah. Oh, fuck, I forgot. He does the nuke. He's a sore loser.
How embarrassing.
Ow. Helena Taylor voice actor drama turned me off Bayonetta 3. Well, she didn't even voice Bayonetta in 3. It was fuck. Yeah, it was Jennifer Hale. And to be fair, she's not bad. You know, she voices Bayonetta how I feel like she should. Also, this save is actually less than what we did. Figured you would like Monster vs. Alien, main protagonist is a giant woman. I mean, I've seen it, but it's also one of those things where it was just kind of a stupid kids movie. I might just have to close it and reopen it. All right, give me a sec. I wonder when Oku thought of the Seth Rogen blob. It's just me. F. Well, I closed the game. I closed the game because the save that we used, that was actually like further back than the other save. Here we go. Yeah. Jennifer Hale's on one of my favorite VAs. She's overused, but her voice is cool. She's a good voice actor. If you get her, you usually get something pretty solid. I have no idea how true this is given MGS4 2 normal modes, but the camouflage suit made things pretty easy. And again, Jennifer Hale, but I've never found her to be that good of a VA. You can always tell it's her. She never really flies on the radar. I forget you have to hear Seth Rogen's retarded laugh every few minutes. Male ship or female ship? I usually went with guy because I like the Tally romance, and the Liara one was pretty nice as well. But I would do female from time to time, just because yeah, Jennifer Hale's unironically a good voice actress. And Jennifer Hale's Basil is the reason why I like Sundar. Is that because Helen Taylor gave Bayo such a good voice? Yeah, but it really went to show like she didn't really treat it as anything special. She just kind of saw it as a job.
Nice knowing you.
I always thought Gigant was Hiroyo Oku going Ultraman, but it's porn model. To be fair, that also could have played a factor in it. I mean, you know, it's probably not just one inspiration. It's probably like multiple. Can't be with you. You're too tall. You maniac. You peak. You peak at perfection. You're throwing away perfection. Fuck it. Give her to me. Give me the 50-foot waifu. You only do Guy Shepherd and you'll only fuck Tally. Purple Latina, Gypsy, Immunocompromised Puss will give you the strength to kill Reapers. Shepherd VA got better with each game to the point where I think he was straight up better than Hale in 3. To be fair, the main reason he was so clunky in 1, if I remember right, was he didn't even know he was going to be Shepherd. I'm trying to remember the story, but basically, when he went to record, he thought it was like, yeah, I think he thought it was like just test takes, like, oh yeah, here, where we're just testing out the lines and trying to, you know, and trying to see if they sound right, things like that. And he didn't realize that was the actual takes for the game. Because, yeah, come Mass Effect 2, he's leagues better. Femship, I love my bug husbando. Must respectfully disagree that Hale was good as Femship. To me, she sounded like she was on the verge of falling asleep. Guyship was not much better, I guess. No, I thought Jennifer Hale was really good in Mass Effect. Like Xenoblade 2. Yeah, it was kind of a similar story because, you know, a lot of people forget, but Mass Effect 1, in hindsight, was a very humble little game. You know, we look back on it as like the start of like this huge franchise and like a gaming icon, but Mass Effect 1 was basically like a Hail Mary by BioWare where they didn't even know if it would actually work. You thought it was just going to be the aliens in the background, but I still think its stilted manner of speech in 1 is funny. Yeah. And honestly, for being a guy who apparently just got ambushed and he didn't really know what was going on, he really wasn't that bad, Mass Effect 1. He has a good voice. Even for 1, Mark Mayer was better at selling comedic lines. Yeah, the big, stupid jellyfish, yeah. I replay Mass Effect Trilogy every year. Yeah. You like Crisis games? They are fun. They are fun. He was, he kind of was Aliens in the background. He voiced the Vorcha. He did voice multiple different people. Cause yeah, he did the Vorcha. I think he was some background soldiers. He did do like kind of the background character thing, which is why he didn't realize he was playing Shepard. That was gonna be a buy option at ME2, but the actress for Tali didn't feel comfortable with it, so restricted it to male. Yeah, I think it was due to like religious reasons. Love Hale, but Amir does have his moments. Yeah. Oh, fuck. For the love of God, pop the goddamn attack. Elder Scrolls Oblivion voice actors literally instructed to read the lines alphabetically. That's it. No further context or reference, hence why the voice acting in that game was not great. Yeah. From what I understand, the only one that got actual prep work or like a Bible to read and understand their character was Patrick Stewart. And from what I understand, like, the amount of depth and context they gave Patrick Stewart was, like, insane. It was, like, a full rundown of the lore, the characters, the history of the Elder Scrolls up to that point. Like, it was a lot. What about religious reasons? Yeah. I heard that was the reason why the Tali voice actress didn't want to do the lesbian romance. Because originally that was going to be an option where... Tali could have been either male or female Shepard, but then the voice actress was like, I don't feel comfortable with that. Like I said, I thought it was like her citing a religious thing, because I thought she was... pretty sure she was like... fuck. She's Muslim, isn't she? I thought the voice actress was Iranian. Yeah, I believe she's Muslim, which is why. Yeah, like I said, I thought that was why. There's one of the lore dump Patrick Stewart with a cool setting, even though he played a character that lasted less than 10 minutes, yeah. Which one, Tally's aunt? No, like, Tali herself, the voice actress. I know the one that plays her aunt is, because she's, like, actually a pretty prominent actress. She shows up in other stuff. She was in The Expanse. She was in The Penguin. She has that very, like, kind of deep, breathy voice. She was also in Punisher. I remember that. She played Madani's mother. Unfortunately for her, lesbian Tali is very popular. Well, it's hard to be xenophobic in Mass Effect because all the best characters in romance options are aliens. Yeah, do the same thing in the Liam Neeson in Fallout 3, yeah. To be fair, his character does make it past the prologue. Backstory did say he was glad they gave him material, and honestly, there are enough horror stories of actors given no context, I believe it. Yeah. For some reason, that's a really common thing, right? I think it's a thing where they want to test you, where it's like, no context, make it up. And then, you know, an actor will do it, and then like, well, that's not what we had in mind. It's like, well, you didn't fucking tell them what you had in mind. Yeah, Muslim is religion, Iranian is nationality. No, I know. I'm saying the religion Tali's VA is Muslim, and I thought it was because the actress was Iranian. The Expanse VA was Shalaron, not Tali. No, nigga, I know. I'm explaining Tali's aunt is... I know she's Iranian because she's been in other stuff, and I've seen her. Yeah, she's probably the most successful Persian actress ever, to be honest. Yeah, she is a good actress. I do like her. As romance to Ashley and ME1 couldn't get Tali. Well, Tali and ME1 you can't do. And they actually do kind of lampshade that later in other games in kind of a funny way. Where, for one, Tali at that time would have been like a pretty young teenager. She's on her they call it the pilgrimage, right? I thought they just straight called it the pilgrimage. Where they have to go and find something useful for the fleet. So technically, Tali would have been like, what, 16, 17? So obviously they didn't want Shepard messing with that. And on top of that, in later games, they talk about the fact that Tali has like a massive crush on Shepard if you play the male. So the reason you couldn't romance her in 1 was also because she was super shy. Yeah, Tali technically wasn't an adult, or exact age isn't known. Yeah, you also don't know what's considered an adult by Quarian standards. Okay, we're taking the lesbian romance out. Now into the scene where Tally gorges herself in pork. She was Russian or Polish. Like I said, I don't know. I'm just operating off the stuff I think I remember. Maybe going for twosies. Okay, no, he just straight up wanted to kill Pain. Okay. Okay, full life. You ever play Mass Effect Andromeda? I did, unfortunately. It sucks. Just read that Tally's VA actually auditioned to be FemShip. Oh. Tally, funny enough, was originally going to be bi-option for both male and female. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. I don't know the real reason is because Bioware can figure out a way to work around Tally wearing a suit yet. That is true. Because, you know, the whole point of her species is they have immuno issues and they'll die if they leave their suit. I don't think Andromeda was that bad. To me, it was pretty bad. It just wasn't fun. Just that Pipkin Pippa became a homeless alcoholic. I can just imagine people going like, man, this bit's pretty funny. And then 10 years from now, people are like, this is still a bit, right? Like, she's okay, right? Yeah, Tally was very thirsty. She had a huge crush on both Shepard and Garrus. Yeah, because if you don't romance her, she ends up with Garrus. Every day is Pippa's birthday. You know that Jacob in 2 was originally going to be a male-only Shepard romance? Yeah. Yeah, I know that because, fuck. Because they basically repurposed that into the gay dude in 3? Not on my watch. Apparently the voice of Tally was conceived as pseudo-Eastern European. It does sound like that. Like, the vibe I got accent-wise was almost like Romanian. You know, because space gypsies. Take another shot, Pippa. Hi, Steve. To be fair, he wasn't the worst in 3. You know, Cortez, he wasn't the worst. There could have been a lot worse. That was still in that period where they were trying to make it feel like it belongs in the world. Instead of just shoving it down your throat. Only black dude on the team has father issues and cheats on you. What do I mean by this? That's on Hook, just out in theaters with Q&A and the writer. I liked it. The Robin Williams movie? That's the only one I know about. Garrus is a pretty cool guy. Garrus is considered probably one of the best characters BioWare's ever made. When I think about Ashley Williams, even your romancer, she'll approve of you romancing Tally as well, yeah. Well, she outright says she kind of sees her as like a little sister. Funny playing the Quarians is supposed to be Romani, but Carl Rieger sounds like an American Marine. Yeah, that's Adam Baldwin. Well, sorry for Caden. They dropped the whole biotics discrimination angle 1 introduced. Yeah, it's like... I mean, I get why they would drop it just due to the fact of if all these different people are biotics, why would there even still be discrimination? I mean, you have the Asari, who are all natural biotics. So trying to be racist against that just kind of feels ridiculous, but at the same time, it could have been a cool angle. Garrus is both best bro and best husbando. Yeah. I like that his arc in 1 is basically just he becomes the Punisher. There we go. Okay, this is gonna suck, because she is completely out of mana, and... We might have to go back to the save point and save real quick. Yeah, Vega needs more love too. Vega was okay. He was aggressively okay. I like Jack. There's something about damage gals need a little bit of kindness before they drop their walls and let love in. Hits me in a good way. To be fair, she's a good character. Also, we're not fighting him. He's a cheater. Insta-death skills, fuck you. Yeah, Vega was tolerable. Remember when Mari underscore Yen said nigger on stream and no one cared? Oh, wrong way. Vega exists to be self-insert for the people who never played 1 or 2. Yeah, basically. Like, he's not a bad character, and I think he actually does have some moments that are pretty fun. But at the same time, it's just kind of like, I don't know. Maybe it's new guy bias, you know, FNG shit, but it's like, man, you weren't there. You're taking the slot that Rex could have taken, you fucking prick. Yeah, we can take these guys. Yeah, I kind of wish we had a Bartarian squad member. Weren't there versions of one that got cut? I'm pretty sure there were. I think of the Elusive Man. Really cool character in 2. I fucking hate what they do with him in 3. That was so obviously like, we need to make a human bad guy. Fuck it, the Elusive Man. Yeah, Rex or Grunt. Yeah. Didn't a Japanese VTuber say the N-word while playing GTA 5 years ago? Yeah, that was actually one of the early memes with VTubing, where all the JP would play GTA 5, they get to the Lamar scene, and they go, nigga. Yeah, James just kind of comes in too late. Everybody else in the crew is an established friend who's seen shit with you. He's just there. Yeah. Like I said, not a bad character, but... This man in 3's discounts Saren. He really is. Hell yeah, Mega Potion. The child, though, yeah. That's how VTubing started in the West, yeah. Setting up a whole arc with the Batarians that went nowhere. Yeah, that is weird. Like, I kind of like the idea of basically doing like what the Cardassians did in Deep Space Nine, where they start off as like complete assholes that do nothing but cause problems for everyone. And then they get theirs, and they're being genocided, and now they're kind of on the other foot. It's like, that's cool. I like that. Doesn't really come up as often as I kind of needed to. Like, one of your backstories for Shepard, when you do character creation, is like you win a decisive battle against Batarians. And like other characters will mention it. Oh god. Alright, these are gonna be pricks. So escape, because we are not in the mood to fight right now. We're in the mood to save, so we don't lose all this progress. Therefore, Mass Effect lore is everyone hates Batarians, yeah. This man is Cerberus root ME3. Yeah, it's like, having them just be two-dimensional bad guys, to me, really kind of defeated the point of what they were supposed to be, in that Mass Effect 1, you think that's what they are, but Mass Effect 2, you realize, okay, there is a time and a place for these tactics and for these things to work. Because, you know, the whole point in Mass Effect 2 is the fact of you're doing insanely illegal shit. What's funny about Jack was that she was voiced by Courtney Taylor, later voiced the female protagonist of Fallout 4. She's not a bad voice actress by any means. I actually think she's pretty damn good. Didn't she also voice V in Cyberpunk? I thought she did. God damn it. Also remember some of Mass Effect 2, and that is Rex. If you didn't kill him, the only character who's very happy to see Shepard alive, yeah. Like Andromeda was the seed for the shit gaming practices we see today in levels of writing, gameplay, and AAA. And she also voiced Johari in KOTOR 1, who was a lesbian romance, yeah. Via was Jeremy Lee. Oh, okay. Also Makoto and aka Makoto in P5. Oh, that's actually really cool. God, she's got range on her then, because Makoto and V do not sound alike. Follow stream Loli and the streaming the fall games will do. We did New Vegas and we did 4. It's a lot better than Nate's VA in Fallout 4, which is weird because he was clearly the intended character. Yeah. I'd argue Inquisition would start that, or what 4chan called Sisquisition. Yeah, because Inquisition, like, there's parts of Inquisition that are kind of cool, then there's other parts where it's like, this is the dumbest fucking idea you could have ever had. Why'd you do this? One thing that always bugged me about Mass Effect is that there's literally no benefit to play Renegade. All you're doing is gimping yourself from content. Yeah, I hate that, you know? The reason I always play Paragon in Mass Effect is not because, you know, oh, I'm the good Boy Scout of the galaxy. It's the fact that I don't want to lock myself out of shit. For that reason, Rex is second best bro next to Garrus. Yeah. Weird you guys haven't streamed Nier Automata when all the old streams intro songs for Pascal Village. You are right. Yeah. We haven't streamed that yet. Yeah. That was weird because Nier Automata is fucking great. There's some bad moments in Renegade, but it's a net loss overall. Yeah. Like, it just doesn't motivate you enough to do it. Inquisition played too safe. You can tell they started to sanitize DA lore. Yeah. Like, hell, remember how they made the Broodmothers and Origins? That extremely fucked up process? I just want to play Renegade as I can't impregnate Tally. Play Paragon because Renegade's an asshole with very little actual gain or coolness. Yeah. Mass Effect 1 is about the only... Yeah, it's about the only game where playing Renegade actually does have just net benefits sometimes. I gotta pop my back. Paragon and Renegade were meant to be good cop versus bad cop, and ended up being good cop versus Darth Vader, yeah. Like, Mass Effect 3, you just directly kill half your old party yourself. Like, you kill Rex, you kill Morden. Fuck. There's, like... I know there's a Renegade option to stop the war between the Geth and the Quarians that doesn't involve everyone dying, but you can also just straight up kill Tally. Like, there's a lot of, like, and then you fucked everyone over. What's the fucked up process? Okay, in Dragon Age 1, so, Dragon Age 1, the Darkspawn were, like, over-the-top, hellish evil. Like, they were the embodiment of corruption and darkness. Like, it was that bad. So there's a lot of body horror in Dragon Age 1. Like, if you come in contact with Darkspawn blood, there's a chance you can be corrupted and turn into one of them, or just straight up die. One VA I miss is Mary Kay Bergman. She would have killed it in the anime boom. She was quite literally one of the first weeds in Hollywood. She even met her husband because he came up to her and recognized the obscure anime intro tune she was whistling. Fucking rip. She was the GOAT. Yeah. Yeah, Rex is never more than two choices away from trying to kill you regardless, and he's the reasonable one of his species. Yeah, but still, it's one of those things of the game rubs your nose in it. Like, oh, how could you do this? It's so bad. I fucking hate when they do that. The most hardcore Paragon players push that guy out the window in 2, yeah. The entire point of the Grey Wardens, they will pose a fight with the Darkspawn safely and kill the dragon at the end to stop the Scourge, yeah. Darkspawn literally, almost literally divine punishment for humanity's sins, and it feels like that in 1, yeah. Yeah, first day they come and catch everyone. Second day they beat us and eat some for meat. Yeah. So, like, the Darkspawn will, like, eat people. They'll butcher entire villages. And the way they make the Broodmothers, for those that don't know, the way the Darkspawn are created are either through corruption or birthed by a Broodmother, is they will kidnap a woman, take her to the depths of which they run around in because that's where they live, torture her, force her to eat Darkspawn flesh, rape her, and just do that over and over and over again until she mutates into a Broodmother. And you see the effects of one in Dragon Age 1, and it is very, very not good. And then in the expansion pack, where it was, what was it? It was like Dragon Age Arisen or something like that. You see one that is able to still think, and it's even worse. Yeah, also vomit in her mouth, don't forget that too, yeah. It's hard to resist Renegade and ME2 because how awesome those moments were. Pushing the dude out of a window, sniping a robot, setting a Krogan on fire, electrocuting that merc, name a few. You need to be sympathetic with these rage-addicted, impulsive war lizards. Yeah, Awakening. Yeah, it was Dragon Age Awakening, yeah. Because that's where he had the good version of Anders. Before it became emo, and it got stupid. What's your favorite death loading screen? One of the ones from Spec Ops The Line. It is pretty good. Also, all the Batman ones are really cool. The latest JoJo volume released revealed several of the enemies' stand names. One is 200 balloons, and I kid you not, 200 is not meant to be taken literally. It's just meant to be a big number. Renegade 2 is about not putting up with anyone's bullshit and doing hard things to get the job done. And 3, Renegade just being Darth Vader. Yeah. Do you recommend you check out AI Presidents Play Mass Effect? AI Obama occasionally drops lore info and behind-the-scenes development stuff. That actually does sound cool. Darkspawn, the result of dumbass blood majors trying to speak to God, and they found out God's wrathful. Yeah, Quinari Broodmothers, how they got ogres. Yeah, it's very bad. Origin's basically Game of Thrones if it was good in terms of no one taking the apocalypse seriously. Yeah. Because they're literally being tricked by one specific asshole general to not take it seriously. How the fuck do you go from that lord of Veilguard? Also, a woman definitely wrote that. There we go. Favorite Soul Calibur game? I liked 4 a lot. Rocky's running out of good music names. I'm not a long-time Dragon Age fan, but I do hate the Dragon Age Veilguard redesigns of the Darkspawn. Yeah, the Darkspawn are just fucking jokes after Origins. A literal apocalyptic threat. Like, apocalyptic threat. As in, if this gets out, the world is fucking over. Mark's a bit low. Do you need a new one? No, it's fine. I might just need to turn it up. Because I hear it on my end, and I hear it's perfectly fine, yet people say it's too low. It's like, ironically, it might be a speaker thing. Yeah, 2 or 4, yeah. Darkspawn were in Berserk, you know there would be one shitty human noble to turn women he doesn't like into broodmothers. Well, no, there's nothing you can do to control it. Like, nobles wouldn't be able... If anything, apostles kind of already are Darkspawn. But the whole idea is the humanity has no idea how to function in the face of the magical because they've never faced it before. So they would all just cut and run and melt. So I said at one point I'm non-binary. Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? Just sat down. Dragon Age Origins didn't initially want to include Darkspawn because he felt it was going against the themes of the game. See, I thought it worked very well. Effectively, immediately, I'm ending my racing career to embark on my exciting new project, creating the Master Horse Agnes Tachyon. What are they doing, Veilguard? How long do you have? Darkspawn showing up as generic enemies. The Inquisition is so fucking stupid. They're there on the surface as a major threat. Dragon Age 2 did it even worse, where they're just there for a quest. Like, literally just a quest. Where it's like, you go down there to steal a rare artifact from the depths. I never actually remember what they called it. I think it was literally just called the Depths, because it was the Dwarven Kingdom. And then you run into a Grey Warden, and they're like, hey, we have to take your sister and get her out of here, because, you know, she's fucking dying of plague. And then you're like, okay. And then that's it. No more Darkspawn. Yeah, the Deep Roads. Yeah, that was it. It was the Deep Roads. Because usually when a new Scourge happens, it's because the dwarves fucked up and opened up a cavern they shouldn't have. Holy shit, it's Seymour's mom. I was on lower end of YouTube videos. I had to crank my volume to the max just hear normally through my earbuds. See, like I said, I listen to myself and I sound loud as fuck. Like, I listen to it through my headphones. I listen to it, like, on YouTube re-uploads. It sounds loud. Yeah, dwarves dwell too deep. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the time a Scourge can also... I'm just calling it Scourge because I don't remember the actual term they used. I think it was a Scourge. But there's, like, specific terms for it because usually, like, a genuine historical event that happened. Also, thank you, Yuna. Very cool. Yeah. Throw a remedy on Yuna. Yeah, Scourge of World of Warcraft. Yeah, the term is Blight. Yeah, you're right, it's Blight. Yeah, I can't hear you. I have the fan on at the same time. Speaking of RPGs, Josh Strife upset a few people in Neverwinter Nights because he refused to take companions due to low XP, but complained that the party-focused game sucks when playing solo. Yeah, wasn't Neverwinter Nights like a soft MMO? Like, you could play a lot of it solo, but you're kind of meant to have a party. Ow. This will probably kill a bunch. Okay, not too much, yeah. Actually, not bad. When I go from one stream to another, it deafens me. Why do people not see goody goods as good character archetypes? I need more of those, in my opinion. I'm tired of douchebags of the Galaxy MCU quipsters and snarkathons. I don't know. Like, I like my Boy Scout characters. Like I said, I like Boy Scout Superman. I'm of the opinion of the squirrel scene says all you need to know about Superman. He does that, you know? Like, Superman letting a squirrel die unironically feels completely out of character. It's like, no, Clark wouldn't do that. I like being a hero, yeah. Inquisition also casualized one of the has one of the original Darkspawn as main antagonist, and he's actually coherent and intelligent, and then does nothing with the fact he isn't unique. Yeah. Fucking cheating prick. You found an Inquisition lore card for Herlock Alpha goes hard. Magisters, Capture one, try to question it, but breaks free and says you will die, your world will die, stuck with me. And it sounds kind of generic to me. And Superman's like Optimus Prime. They will both bury an animal they accidentally killed. Yeah. Looks like hearing people say Superman's boring because he's too strong and he's a Boy Scout. No, that to me is what makes it interesting, you know? It's that whole thing of, out of all the craziness in the DC universe, Superman is the one grounded guy. Like, he's just a good man. That's bullshit. Awakening on the same thing, and that guy was a threat. He was a very huge fucking threat. Guy with ultimate power being legitimately good dude's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, Superman as strong as he needs to be. Exactly. Neverwinter Nights 1 is a soft MMO. 2 is the KOTOR-like D&D game. Even with the same dialogue interface, Neverwinter by itself is the 5e MMO game that isn't really good. DCAU Superman will always be my favorite. He was the perfect balance of Boy Scout and badass. Oh yeah, he was awesome. That to me is probably like the definitive version of who Clark should be. And when I say original, I mean he was one of the Deventer mages who went to the Black City. He also drops the city was corrupted before they got there. Just when they teased that Blight had some Eldritch type, horror type origin, then they just retconned elves did it. Yeah. Because, I mean, hell, like, if I remember right, Dragon Age 1 implied it was a literal punishment by God. Like, God himself was punishing the world because mages got too greedy and thought they could talk to him. Also, Clark doesn't like being seen as a god. Exactly. The whole point is Clark's not a god, and he never wants to be a god. I was even folks find the fact Clark is a guy from rural America. He had good parents. Yeah. He still believes in Santa, you know? Stuff like that's fun. Hell, if you think it's too ridiculous, you can just headcanon it as Superman knows Santa's not real, but he just likes to keep up the bit with his parents because he thinks it's fun. Veilguard proved the Maker isn't real, and then, how the fuck, the Ash of the Saint can cure people? Yeah, it's like, we know God's real in the setting. It fucking does things. Dragon Age 2 actually that bad, or is it just simply not as good as the as Origins? As it stands, it's not as bad as Veilguard, but it's pretty bad. It is still a pretty bad game. I love a got killed. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, that's gonna suck. It's funny, Santa is real, and he specifically goes to give Darkseid cult every year because he's Darkseid. There was some old lore pre-Veilguard that was one of the elven gods stumbled upon it in another world and brought it back, and it scared the elven gods to the point they burned her in their lands. This might kill. This might kill. Fuck, this sucks. Now it's just my elves biological warfare, yeah. What exactly is wrong with Dragon Age 2? Dragon Age 2 was around when the Mass Effect was starting to be a thing at BioWare, where every game had to copy Mass Effect. Every game had to be reminiscent of Mass Effect in some way. And yeah, that killed. So basically, Dragon Age intended to be like a love letter to Baldur's Gate because a lot of the guys who made up BioWare originally worked on D&D games, including Baldur's Gate. So they're like, well, we don't have the IP anymore. fuck it, let's pay tribute with our own game and our own lore and do our own thing, but it's very in the style of a Baldur's Gate game. And because of that, it got decently big, but Mass Effect was bigger. So the idea is when they were bought by EA, EA told them, turn this into Mass Effect, because Mass Effect is fucking huge right now. Because yeah, Dragon Age Origins came out after Mass Effect 1, because it was 2009, but before Mass Effect 2. After Mass Effect 2 dropped, that was fucking explosive. Like, Mass Effect 2 became, like I'm not even kidding, an icon of gaming. That was like a generation-defining game. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, speaking of the original Baldur's Gate games, you think you'd ever do a video on the 2 originals? It would be fun. It'd be an excuse to actually sit down and finish a CRPG. EA snapping up BioWare is the biggest L in gaming, yeah. Also, Clark's presents are wrapped in lead around the presents because he could just see through the boxes, yeah. Yeah, go for the eyes, boo, the eye. Can't blame Deathpal for giving people the wrong idea of Superman. Like, no, he's supposed to be relatable, yeah. Origins implied the archdemons were old gods corrupted, but Veilguard said, nah, they were literally dragons and they were the pets of elven gods. That's straight up insulting, yeah. Well, they even retconned everything to be elves. Elder gods that can become archdemons are just elven tools. Andraste was a fragment of an elven god. Even the Quinari were made up of elves, yeah. Yeah, Dragon Age 2, you couldn't even change your companion's armor. Complete bullshit, yeah. Because it was like Mass Effect. Everyone had their predetermined look. Even though Mass Effect 1 let you change people's armor. Yeah, everyone at school played Mass Effect 2. Yeah, everyone did. Kind of remedied that with the third matchup, in my opinion. The Horned Middle Eastern guys supposed to be actual aliens. Some reveals what Dreadwolf was going to be before Veilguard happened. They were going to make Solus into Griffith, where he would make all the elves see him as a messiah figure. We'll try to kill him. What's the difference between porcupine and elf? With a porcupine, the pricks on the outside. Yeah, I played Mass Effect 2. I skipped the first one. A lot of people did. Like, that was actually a very common thing. Because, remember, Mass Effect 1 was like the small little niche game. You had people who played it, and you had people who praised it, but it was just kind of a little cult hit. 2 was the one that fucking blew up. Yeah, get the fuck out. 7 Baldur's Gate games, what are other CRPGs you're interested in covering? I don't really know. Like I said, it's a genre I like, but very rarely I'm ever actually able to sit down and, like, play through one. You know, I reach an arbitrary point, usually after a big quest line that I really liked, and then I'm like, alright, I'm done with this, and I don't touch it for fucking years. Was Mass Effect 1 also Xbox exclusive? Yeah. God damn it. They keep giving me the worst enemy types to fight. I can tell you have a dwarf problem, you still have booze on everything higher than the 3rd shelf. You both get original games videos, see if you can make a small collaboration with this one guy named Devorian. He still streams both games constantly to this day. One elf girlfriend with a made-for-human cock tattoo. Also, wasn't the point of Homelander that he could have been like Superman if he was raised by a loving family, farmer family, but instead he was raised by a scientist who never once loved him? Maybe the show Homelander, but in the comics, no, Homelander was just kind of always a fucked up psychopath. He was just kind of a spoiled brat. What about Divinity Original Sin 1 or 2? Same story. Like, I reach an arbitrary point in them, then I just don't finish it. My friend went on a BioWare binge. He played KOTOR up to Dragon Age and ME, and then said he wasn't touching the game for the next 5 years. ME3 and Veilguard killed any interest I had in BioWare's zombie company in my eyes. Oh, they've been zombie company for years. I think people denying it at this point is like, man, you gotta let it go. Mass Effect 2 blew up. I was around during that time. My friends kept talking about it, and I didn't have a 360 at the time, so I was waiting until I can get my hands on it. Yeah. It'd be fun to see you cover Wrath of the Righteous and other KOTOR games. I think they should just retcon Veilguard and move back to the original story and pretend Veilguard never happened. Hell, I'd say not even retcon it, just literally establish that never happened. Like, it never happened, we're ignoring it, we're ignoring every detail, it was a bad idea. He's an interesting comics journalist, like to ignore Ennis's Hitman run when he respects Batman and Superman and contradicts the he hates Superman heroes narrative. Yeah. I mean, I've said for years, saying Garth Ennis hates superheroes is... It's not inaccurate, but it's also just kind of a gross exaggeration. Homelander was spoiled, but he didn't snap until Black Noir started fucking with him. The final words were, "You ruined my life," hinting he at least wanted to try to be good. In the comics, debatable. Because he was a piece of shit even back then. He likes Superman, right? He loves Superman. Hell, like, the issue where, in Hitman, when the main guy talks with Superman is literally just him gushing about how much he likes Superman. Because, you know, the main guy in Hitman is, like, just this sleazeball... You know, like this sleazeball, Irish guy from Gotham. You know, he just lives in, like, the you know, Irish slum neighborhood. And when he meets Superman, who Superman should fucking hate him, because he's a hitman. He's a killer for money. But he ends up liking the guy. And the guy even straight up tells him to his face, you're the American dream made manifest. Like, you are the real American. Cost piece $2. Thoughts on the new Warframe updates? I have not played it.
There's enough pain to go
Did you
around.
make a video on Garth Ennis? I kind of did with the Punisher one. There we go. Wish for Dragon Age, start over with a remake of Origins, update gameplay, and maybe make it more fully open world, but don't touch characters and or story. Probably won't happen, but that's my wish. Asari appearing as the prime female of the observing species, but writhing mass tentacles, the asexually reproducing races, and all the guys at the bar discussing Asari start freaking out. That's been a fan joke for a while, but in truth, no, the Asari look how they look. It's just the fact of they're able to make you think they're attractive, no matter what your species is.
Pain to go around.
Yeah, Hitman asked him for his autograph. Yeah, because he's like a big fan of the guy. And Superman gives it to him. He even tells him to, like, you know, stop smoking because it will kill him. Like, they had like a weirdly cordial relationship to the point that after the end of Hitman, you had that little... It's kind of like a little mini arc where they take him along for a mission for the space station that was infested with parasites. And Superman was just kind of reminiscing about that and reminiscing of the fact of, like, you know, he killed all the infected when they could have found a way out of it, you know? Because that was all Superman could think about. It was like, you know, Wonder Woman would have done this, Batman would have done this, I would have done this, but he ended up doing this. And then the end of it is he goes up to the moon, where the remnants of the space station was at, and he just sees a little bit of a wall that says, Tommy was here. And he just looks at that, like, sad because he actually missed him. Have you ever make Count Dakelin style videos on IRL individuals? I don't know. Something to do with the fact of I don't really think it's my wheelhouse. I like talking about movies. Here we go. Cost please $2 so the bloobs are real. The thing about Asari is that their long lifespan makes them indifferent to the attention among short-lived species and wars, so they just send them to handle things, yeah. Or maybe the traits the Asari have are more appealing to the other species. The head fringe for Turians, the face breast for humans. Not too sure what the others see in them. I think the Krogan is literally just the fact they're blue. Good man makes time to make anyone he can happy. Yeah. Is there any movie you want to re-review like Nacho Libre? Oh yeah, more than a few. I want to do kind of like a remake of the Mandy video because that's another one I kind of feel like that one kind of got fucked over by how early I was doing it. Also, yeah, once again, I don't know why this headset's driving me crazy tonight. I just can't seem to keep it on my head. There we go. It'd be fun if they just liked them because they're blue, yeah. Sorry, I like making with humans because they're the new thing in the galaxy and they like how passionate they are, yeah. Broken like the fact they can still have kids with the Asari. You're not wrong. The man appreciated the fuck out of Wonder Woman in that comic. X-Ray Vision came in clutch, yeah. Yeah, it's probably a fertility thing with the Krogan. Yeah, you're not wrong. What I didn't like about Mass Effect 2, no option to romance Arya. Come on, let me bang the hot crime boss lady voiced by Trinity. Hear the Asari like big human cock. You could do any Gundam movie videos? Oh yeah, definitely eventually. I've already had tons of people request Gundam stuff. That's what they want you to believe, Loli. Sorry, weird. Tentacle creatures that mindfuck you, and all those statues are fake. Remember the Krogan Emmy too that was trying to court an Asari poetry, but the Asari was upset she'd have to commit since they live as long as them. Yeah, then if you actually get them together, they actually have a pretty tragic end where they did genuinely fall in love and she did like him a lot, but then he dies on a mission. Not today, Satan. Yeah, do the Fist of North Star movie, yeah. You get a kiss from Arya if you do Omega and 3s are Renegades, that's all you're gonna get, yeah. Which region of Toril would you want explored that isn't covered in most D&D stuff? I want a game set in the Arabia setting. That could be cool, yeah. I like more pirate kind of stuff. I think that'd be fun. They're doing animation flip books as YouTube shorts. That would be better than just yelling into a webcam like Ryan Keenel. Isn't there some scene in Mass Effect where it's hinted the Asari look different to each race? No, it's a joke conversation in 2 where each one finds a different reason why they think an Asari's hot. Because it's a human, a Turian, a Solarian, and they're all sitting at a bar together. And they all kind of notice, like, wait a minute, like, we all like her even though we're all completely different species. Why is that? I think there's another Dragon Age game that should just say that Belgar is one of Varric's stories. Yeah. They recover Fist North Star gonna use the recently uncovered uncensored scenes from the movie? I would like to. Clarify the concept how violent intercourse with a Krogan would be, especially with how dainty they are. Well, the way the Asari mate, it's not really sex. It's like weird brain sex. Yeah, the Volus Asari is a Volus. And there was the joke of her mind controlling them to like her. Yeah, it's not an actual, like, serious thing to pay attention to. Kind of wanting D&D video game that's like Vermintide 2, but instead of Ratman and Chaos, we get Orcs, Goblins, Mind Flayers, and so on. Could be fun. How do you think Citadel would handle a Xenomorph infestation? Keep in mind that Xenomorphs would be able to use the other race's hosts. They would probably lock that shit down because the universe in Mass Effect is a little bit broken, you know? Like, hell, half the reason the Reapers are able to do as much damage as they can is because they can mind control people. Unless you want to talk about, like, the Xenomorph goddess and all that, you don't really have that same luxury. I'm talking about Mass Effect. Does anyone have a canon ending for Mass Effect 3? Mine's the Destroy ending. Destroy ending is probably just straight up gonna be canon. Growing being sterilized was treated as this evil act, but they've been trying to conquer the galaxy. Their behavior throughout the franchise doesn't make me think they won't try doing so again. But the whole idea is now they have Rex, who's like an unironically good leader that's trying to reform them. Krogan Xeno would be horrifying. Favorite Gundam series, a mobile suit? I do like Iron-Blooded Orphans a lot, so I like that one. I forgot what it's called. I think it's Barbados. I always thought Control felt canon. There's no way Control will be canon because they are going to do Mass Effect 5, and they showed a teaser trailer, and it was the Citadel ruins with ships flying around it like a graveyard, so it's going to be destroyed. Yeah, but IBO probably has the best kill. It is pretty good. I think BioWare were ashamed of Dark Fantasy and Origins. A lot of the material after Origins has shaved all the edges after it was introduced. Oh, yeah. Like hell, one of the big complaints for Dragon Age 2 was the fact that everything felt like a fucking ripoff of a Final Fantasy game. You know, you had like the white-haired elf dude, you had the slutty pirate chick, like everything felt so cartoony compared to Origins where shit got dire. Like Well, one of the opening scenes for one of the origins is if you pick like the elf commoner, and your friend is kidnapped and raped. You have a guy who just wants to go home to see his pregnant wife, and he's murdered at the ritual because he gets scared. Like, yeah, Dragon Age Origins got fucking brutal. Yeah, Origins is good, yeah. One thing I don't like about Destroys, it means Geth and Edie had to die. They didn't deserve that. My philosophy is if you didn't have backup hard drives, that's on you, skill issue. Fuck the Reapers. I didn't play 3 goddamn games to spare these assholes. No, not your friend, your cousin, the gang raper. Yeah, same difference. First season IBO was good, second dropped the ball. It dropped the ball because, from what I understand, they cut a lot of the ideas they wanted to do, where they would have made it more explicit the main characters were the bad guys. They kept having to do this thing where they had to justify why you would want them to keep going, so they made the people they were fighting with, like, over-the-top assholes. So even though they were supposed to be the good guys, quote-unquote, you still felt like they were pieces of shit that wanted to murder women and children. Yeah, City Elf female origin's fucking brutal. Yeah, they kidnap you as well, yeah. I mean, Inquisition was where I noticed the Tumblr takeover BioWare. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I noticed it in 2, but Inquisition was where a lot of people were like, okay, what happened here? Because to be fair, not a lot of people even played Dragon Age 2. Also, any news coming out about the new Mass Effect game? Because it feels like it was eons ago they announced it. That's honestly a good point. Mass Effect 5 might be dead. What are the 3 endings for Mass Effect again? Destroy, synthesis, control. So, Deus Ex. Destroy the internet, merge with the internet, give it to the Illuminati. Yeah, I've been reading the Gundam Hathaway Flashlight novels, and I'm really liking them. Tomino's a great writer, yeah. Tried playing Inquisition because it was free on Epic Game Store, and then it told me to install EA app. I said nope. Olga's greedy asshole who wanted to be King of Mars, so he used his child soldier friend who was slowly being crippled by the Mackie pilots until he literally borderline a vegetable. Yeah. Like, there were hints that what was going on wasn't like, oh, we're fighting for our freedom. We just want to survive, too. It's like, this is getting dark. Mass Effect 5 is probably in limbo with how Velgar performed. Either way, BioWare's probably going to die with ME5. Yeah. Hopefully it'll inspire them to make a swan song to kind of close things out on, but yeah, they're going to die. I read anything from Nicola Machiavelli? I have not. I gave the Illuminati to the internet to the Illuminati. Fuck you. It's just a bad ending. Like, that's one of those of like, what was even the point? And 40k orcs on the Sado be hilarious to see a bunch of them just ripping into a keeper like it's a crab. To be fair, don't they literally have to tell the Krogan not to do that because they don't taste like crabs? What synthesis ending again? Synthesis is you merge all life in the galaxy to be part organic, part mechanical with like nanomachines. So then there would be no chance of AI taking over and destroying everything. Yeah, Control, you basically become the Reapers, and what happens if another asshole comes and takes over, or just you become corrupt? Synthesis just goes against everything Mass Effect goes by, destroys the only option, yeah. Said BioWare was once considered one of the greatest developers in the industry, and they've fallen to where they are now. It might be best if they shut down if they can do more damage, but they're gonna die. And they have to tell the Krogan not to eat the fish. Yeah, the fish in the Citadel Lakes, they literally have to tell the Krogan not to eat them. And I do like you can overhear one of the conversations, ME2, where a Krogan's talking with his buddy, and it's like, man, I wonder what the fish tastes like. Your favorite, not only good, but absolute 10 out of 10 film for 2024 and 2025? Not gonna lie, I really like Better Man. Better Man was really damn good. What do you mean destroy the internet? Yeah, that's one of the endings in Deus Ex. The original Deus Ex, you had literally the same choices you're given in Mass Effect. That's why I know they ripped it off. Probably because they had to scrap the original ending and they just did not know what the fuck to do. But, basically, you can either hand the internet over to the Illuminati, who are able to keep control of information and keep their stranglehold hold on society forever. You can destroy the internet, which will send the world into a new dark age, but in the anarchy, there's at least some possibility people could defeat the Illuminati and kind of end the reign of terror. And then the synthesis ending is Denton merges with the internet to basically become a new god, where he'll still have his principles and morals as a man, but he'll now have like this hyper-accelerated intelligence. Though it's implied he completely loses humanity and just becomes a machine. Do we know what ME3 original ending was? It was going to be about the dark matter, where the usage of the Mass Effect relays was increasing the levels of dark matter in the universe. So the Reapers were created to destroy anyone using them, to prevent all of reality collapsing. Because they heavily imply it in Mass Effect 2, when you talk to Adam Baldwin's character. Not even just Adam Baldwin's character. The entire Tally mission, the entire point is the star is aging way faster than it should be, and they don't know why.
There's enough pain to go around.
Yeah, shame they dropped that. Yeah, I thought it would have been dope.
We won!
Damn it, Lolly, every time I hear Better Man, I don't think of British monkey movie, I think of Better Man, the Ava clone anime. It wasn't the original premise for Mass Effect 3. A bunch of people were becoming too powerful and were going to engage in a huge war, too. Yeah. Like how you keep calling Carl Rieger Adam Baldwin, because he literally is. He's Adam Baldwin. It's either that or Jane from Firefly. There's no other option. I wish Dark Sun got more love and had another CRPG. Too bad we most likely will never get it again. Your thoughts on ME3's indoctrination theory? It's decent fan cope to deal with how bad the ending was, but I don't think it's real. I mean, obviously it's not real. They're going to do Mass Effect 5, and obviously they can't go with that ending. I mean, the Dark Matter ending is not an improvement. The Reapers are still heroes trying to save all life despite apparently expressing their hatred of it. It's contradictory crap either way. No, I don't view it as contradictory, because it basically amounts to you're just too stupid to get it, and we're done. We're past the point of debate, you know. It's a thing of because they're so powerful, they just view you as an inconvenience, and they don't care if you care about it. The thing about Exodus, where they introduced sentient bears, I am curious what they're going to do with it. My hope is it's not too jokey. Like, treat the world very seriously, despite how goofy and weird it is, because that's how you get people in, you know, that's how you get people interested. It's like, yeah, there's talking animals in this setting. Fucking deal with it. It's like, okay. You have something consistently destroy all life in a galaxy, have it hate life. Yeah. Reaper's supposed to be so far above moral understanding of maintaining the universe's stability. Yeah. You know, billions must die so countless other lives that literally cannot be quantified can live. Yeah, rumors of Shepard returning. Oh, they're going to bring Shepard back. They're going to bring Shepard back in some fashion or another. Yeah, Gundam novels are good. Who wants to tell that chat member about the ending of 8th MS Team novel? Thank God it's not canon according to Tomino. Talking bears just want to do bear things like maul your face. But do the bears take over Alaska? Slowing down the heat death of the universe is way better motivation for the Reapers than AI. Yeah, the AI just felt so stupid.
There's enough pain to go around.
Ah, God. I've had a spot in my back I cannot pop all fucking day. I hate it. Yeah, but the Reapers cease to be this Lovecraftian threat because their motives are in fact understandable, even something you can agree with if they just explain themselves. No, I still view it as something where it's like, you think you'll be able to find a solution and be like, no, we can stop the cycle, then you realize the cycle is just going to keep going no matter what. It's way better than AI. Of course we hate you. Do you know how many times we watch you invent machines that could kill you? Any opinion on indoctrination theory? As stated, fun fan cope, but it's not real. I think it's the worst theory from game theory, film theory. I don't know. I never watched them, so I don't know. Maybe the... Because I heard about the one where they tried to say Five Nights at Freddy's was based off like a real event, so maybe that one. BioWare present the case in Andromeda sucks. Bring Shepard back, but the problem wasn't the fact Shepard wasn't in Andromeda. The problem was the new character sucked. Yeah. I tried to touch your tones while sitting multiple times. Works amazing all the time. I might have to. Because like I said, I got a bad spot in my back. It was literally the exhibit meme. Yo, I heard you didn't want to be killed by synthetics, so I made synthetics to kill you every millions of years so you don't get killed by synthetics. Yeah. There was the game theory for Hollow Knight, which was literally just the game's lore. Any film theory written by Movie Bob. Game theory was trying to say Ivy from Soul Calibur fake tits was kind of a shitty theory in their boob science video. Film theory is worse. That Blair Witch Project, there was no witch in it, just a elaborate trick to kill Heather. I know that was a fan theory for a while, but we got jumped by enemies as we were jumping down to a boss fight. That's fucking bullshit. Yeah, no, that's been a popular fan theory for a while, that there was no Blair Witch and it was just them trying to kill Heather. But I don't believe that, because there was a lot of, like, blatantly supernatural shit that happens in the movie. Like, you know, the entire town had stories of knowing at least one person that got killed because they went too far in the woods. So the idea of this was all an elaborate trick just to kill this one girl, it's like, I can believe that they went nuts and killed her because of the witch, but not that the witch was never real. Also, I fucking hate this lock bullshit it does. It'll make me waste a goddamn turn. I might need to have a fucking... what is it? The ribbon. See if the ribbon helps. I don't even know if I have one. I'm gonna have to check. I made the Reaper's a joke with the endings. Yeah. Well, I can also try Reflect. Yeah, let me try to see if Reflect works. Blair Witch is one of my favorite horror movies. It is good. I watched it not too long ago. Here, Black Sky. We'll try that. Or here. Dance's Nest, iconic for a reason, yeah. Okay, Black Sky, pretty damn good. Should be spamming that out a lot more than I am. They just blame the witch for her death. But that removes a lot of the mystery of the movie, you know? It's like... I like the idea of the witch being real, because then at that point, you don't know what actually was the witch doing something versus what was the boys being maliciously evil. You know? Also, fuck Bioware for saying, no, you can't shoot the child. Like, fuck you, my shipper would never accept that. Yeah. Blair Witch was the background movie I put on the first night I spent with my girlfriend, but can't take that movie seriously since then. When Matt Pets and FNAF was based on an actual shooting that happened in a pizza place. The theory that crazy old lady who saw the witch was the one who killed them. That's not a bad one, just due to the fact that you have someone who is still exposed to the witch and could potentially fall under its influence. I like theories that insist the supernatural shit was real. Yeah, one of the witnesses, an old man, described the witch as a tall monster with long arms and legs surrounded by children. She killed the kids who scare Heather in their tent. Yeah. You know. When I watch a horror movie, unless the story goes out of its way to explicitly say the supernatural is not real, I'm on board with the supernatural. That's the fun. You know, it's like, ooh, you know, spooky ghost stuff. That's dope. Do you believe in witches? Not in the sense that they're actually a real thing, but in the sense that there are women who claim to be witches, yeah. You seeing the witch running through the woods, but the actors didn't catch it on camera. It's kind of funny. Yeah, there was the scene where Heather is running through the woods and they get to the house. She was supposed to turn her camera and you would have seen the witch chasing after them, but she just couldn't, which is why you hear Heather scream, "What is that? What the fuck is that?" But you never see it. That was supposed to be the witch, which is real. The old man in the documentary describes her. Yeah. And Teddy's used shadow. No, Matt Pat just no. Yeah, it's like I'd be willing to believe Teddy is the main guy's shadow. If they didn't also have Teddy do like a completely different thing on his own, I don't know. That's one of those theories. I don't think it's actually that bad. This might kill. This might kill. But at the same time, it's one of those of like, a little bit. Which was the guy's trick to kill Heather. Would also need co-conspirators for all the stuff that happens to the tents at night. Yeah. Fish Punish Creepworks evade on debunking Wiccans. On the upside, we pissed it off enough to start using a different ultimate, so good sign. already out of. Here we go. I'm friends with a white magic witch, and yeah, some of what she says gets out there, but she's kind of, there's some kind of stuff there that's scarily accurate. Alright, Riku, nuke yourself and hurt it. I don't care what you gotta do. 5,000 damage, that's not bad at all. Holy shit, and I think that killed. Get that both Teddy and you have feelings of isolation, but you already has a good shadow. His name's Adachi. Yeah. The whole town found her annoying and decided to help them kill her. New game theory descends indeed fuck your mom. Yeah, it wasn't a witch, it was Man Bear Pig. That's that movie, The Last Broadcast, where it's about if the guys got killed by the Jersey Devil. I would have loved it if it doubled down the Jersey Devil stuff instead of how it actually ended, because that would have been hilarious. It would have been the official Man Bear Pig movie.
I'm sorry. We weren't
I like the
strong
Teddy's
enough to
Lucifer
stop
theory
it.
because I think it's funny.
We wanted to at least warn someone, but instead we were dragged into the darkness. We're no
Ever
better
piss off a
than
groiper?
fiends.
Yeah, you just call him a Mexican.
It's
Speaking broken Spanish, that usually pisses them off.
Forgive us.
Yeah, worst film theory is the Lorax one. Hey, Kirk, try to say you're sexist for finding Heather annoying in Blair Witch. Well, she's meant to be annoying. The whole point is they're dumbass film crew kids.
What is he?
I'd say, why the hell would you record incriminating evidence of yourself? People have done that in IRL. Yeah.
It may look like him, but the real Shuyin died long ago.
There's definitely a freedom problem in Hall Live. Saba wasn't even allowed to play modded games on stream. Yeah.
His feelings grew so
There was
strong
supposed to be a scene in Blair Witch in which we see her briefly as the ethereal ghost in the distance, but the camera didn't pan up to the visual and just see her Heather's reaction. Yeah, that's the scene of them running in the woods, because you're supposed to... And I think there's a director's cut that shows you a little bit of it, where you see a woman dressed in all white in the woods. But yeah, it's where Heather's screaming, "What is that? What the fuck is that?" You know, that's the scene where you're supposed to see her.
Yes.
And they just never showed her. Also calling a groper an Indian tends to work. When I was loose for almost tricked the Americans nuking the world. Teddy, what the fuck?
Len's feelings. That's right. Call it love.
Book of Shadows misunderstood and interfered with by the studio, so cool idea was ruined. Yeah, like a movie about the reaction to the Blair Witch. Damn it, there's something you're supposed to do here. Okay. No, it doesn't matter. This. Oh, hey guys.
Hey.
That's on Blair Witch 2 Book of Shadows in 2016. 2016 just felt like doing the same movie again, but a lot less subtlety. And Blair Witch 2, it's like the guy said, it had genuinely cool ideas, but the studio fucked around with it because they wanted a traditional horror movie. When the whole idea was it was supposed to be kind of making fun of the reaction to the Blair Witch.
As we was heading in, we found the sphere addressed to the boss.
Does management hate their talent so much that we haven't played vanilla Skyrim? Makes Xeon's war crimes look tame.
Don't follow me. Turn back now and wait for my return.
I personally find the marketing Blair Witch more interesting than the movie itself.
Doing what you're told?
I unironically believe that the story behind how they made it and how it blew up the way it did could unironically make a very good making of the movie, you know? Kind of like Disaster Artist or something like that, but for a good movie, where you can kind of see it's just a bunch of dumb college kids who are like, we want to make a horror movie, let's see what happens. So they go into the woods of Maryland, they fuck around for a little bit, then they get their film out there, and it explodes into this massive cultural phenomenon. Like, that could be cool. I just found out Cloverfield had a manga. Have you seen Good Bad Flicks vid on Blair Witch 2? Yeah, and he talked about some of the ideas that they were originally going to go with, where there wasn't going to be any murders or Blair Witch, because the whole idea is it's just about the cultural reaction to it all. Come on, there was something you're supposed to do here. You're supposed to... Oh, maybe you have to be like a certain threshold, because you have to whistle a certain amount of times in order to get the scene you need. Yeah, Japan legalese is no joke, yeah. And yeah, we're already in Chapter 5. Best cut of the Blair Witch is the one where the people stitch in the 1969 Scooby-Doo characters. Funniest shit ever. Yeah, it's pretty good. We have to... Good Bad Flicks Book of Shadows also featured the song Haunted, and that kicks ass. Yeah. That's because the Blair Witch got a bunch of subpar found footage horror movies. The later Paranormal Activity movies are cringe. It is sad because there are really good found footage horror movies out there. They just kind of get buried. They just kind of get buried in the muck of it all because you have stuff like Last Broadcast, which is really good up until the ending. I think the ending is actually kind of stupid. Lake Mungo is like really good. People consider that kind of the next Blair Witch in that it does what it can to make you believe it's real. I think a Blair Witch sequel would be a group of wannabe demon hunters trying to kill the witch, and they all keep getting killed each other by their known traps. That's a little bit too much of a goofy thing. Like, Blair Witch should still feel very, like, creepy. Yeah, Wreck's really good. The one found footage movie with a couple trying to solve the Dyatlov pass. Fuck, I know what you're talking about, I just don't remember. Also, Omega Weapon, hi. Yeah, Gonjiam's really good. Some people might not know about Persona that's revealed in the expanded materials from Persona 3's release. Nyx calls the shadows. Everyone has potential for Persona. Yeah. Blair Witch 5, Blair Witch versus Dante the Demon Hunter.
There's enough pain to go around.
Yeah, Wreck is so good. Wreck is really good. And that's in the Blair Witch blooper game. Technical-wise, I think there's some really cool stuff they do, but dear sweet God, you can see that twist coming from a fucking mile away. Like, that story is, like, the most obvious shit in the world. To be honest, I always felt the movie was just made for that twist ending alone. Once again, locked up. Wreck is true found footage horror done right. It is very good. There was one I watched not too long ago. It was called... Yeah, it was literally just called Found Footage, The Making of the Patterson Project. That is a very, very funny movie. On purpose. It's a comedy. And it's kind of like satirizing found footage stuff. Where the idea is you have a guy, you know, he's a little indie filmmaker. All he's done is like 10-minute shorts, and he wants to make a feature. You know, that whole thing. So he gets his friends together, and they're trying to make like the next big horror found footage movie. And it is this goofy fucking, like, genuinely very funny look at the mind of somebody who makes like a cheap, shitty found footage horror movie. And it is so good. It is so good. I laugh my ass off at it. Ending kind of devolves a little bit into just basic, here's a found footage horror movie. And that kind of made me sad, because I would have preferred it more if just nothing happened. More, not so much if nothing happened, but more so much along the lines of, like, I think the movie's funnier when it's being a comedy than it is trying to be a scary horror movie. I've seen The House October Built. I have. It's pretty good. That's another one where it's like, that's kind of a little gem, yeah. Because it's more about showing off haunted house attractions and the culture around it and the people who work in it, yeah. What's the twist ending again? I didn't play a Blair Witch game. The twist ending is you were the serial killer that murdered a bunch of children that set up Blair Witch 1. Blair Witch game fell into the blooper team trope of you can never recover from your trauma, just kill yourself. I think One Up Halloween special does a good job at being found footage, trying to imitate a VHS recording of a TV special. Or WHNUF. Seen the Grave Encounters and sequel? I have. That's another one where I believe the setup for it is leagues better than the actual like horror stuff. Because when you're in the beginning of Grave Encounters and setting up how a ghost show all works, how they kind of set up a situation, hire actors, and kind of bullshit everything, I loved it. You know, that's great. That was a really clever. I felt like the acting was better. When you actually get to the horror, it's so generic and like scary demon face, loud noise, scary demon face, loud noise, and it's like, eh. And the sequel is just like fucking, what was even the point of that? Ready for that new Amity horror movie that's being made? Think it'll be a remake or continuation? It's probably just gonna be a remake. Apparently El Chapo's son has turned rat and is in witness protection. The Patient Zero at the end of Wreck was terrifying. Yeah, it was great. That'd be pretty cool. A horror movie based on Louisiana voodoo history. Things like rumors of taxi drivers accidentally letting ghosts in. That would be cool. I've watched the Blair Witch Project. I have not seen any porno parody of a horror movie because I don't want to. You have a favorite fantasy drama, TV show, or movie? I don't really know. Here we go. Hey, when horror movies rely on cheap jump scares and scary monster chase woman to shock the audience. Yeah. I get it's the bread and butter, but eh. What was the Japanese zombie movie that stars funny making of and turned horror? Oh, that's One Cut of the Dead, and I refuse to spoil a damn detail about that movie. Go in as blind as humanly possible. I'm very thankful that every description I see of that movie, no matter what streaming service it is, lists it as a horror movie and says, oh, this film crew wanted to make a zombie movie, then they ran into real zombies. Like, thank God you didn't give away the twist. Thank fucking God. When a porno Blair Witch is being amateur porn in a spooky house that already exists. What is the rec lore? Couldn't get into the movie. The zombie plague that is infecting the apartment building is actually a contagion created by a demon trying to end mankind. I'm not kidding. And you see, like, the demon at the end of the movie. Yeah, it's a good movie. It is a fucking amazing movie. A movie, a film crew zombie one? Yes, One Cut of the Dead. I've seen the sequel. I have not. I hear across the board it's just not as good. And it kind of suffers from same verse, same as the first. Where they're trying to recapture that same spark, and it's like, you just can't do that. Audition's the best J-horror movie, and no Hollywood studio would touch a remake. Yeah, it is very damn good, though. I've seen My House Tour. It's a horror video on YouTube, and it gets me entirely too much. Now I need to. There's actually some really cool short films on YouTube. I was actually kind of considering making a day where we'd stream and just watch a bunch of them, because there's ones that are really good. I watched half of One Cut of the Dead. I should really finish it one day, maybe tonight. Do it. Do it. Because I assume you're still in where they're fighting the zombies. Fucking finish it. Rec 2 had a lot more guns. Yeah, well, Rec 2 was them actually raiding the apartment building. It's called One Cut of the Dead, right? Yes, One Cut of the Dead. It is an amazing movie. Genuinely one of the most wholesome horror films you ever see. I'm not even kidding. What's on the Rec sequels? 2 is okay. Well, the first 10 minutes of 2 are okay, where they're just going through the apartment building, just blasting all the infected. Then it just kind of drops the ball. 3... I kind of like 3, just because of how balls to the wall it gets. Like, it just stops giving a fuck. Like, the main bride chick has a chainsaw and is cutting demons apart. That's pretty fun. Yeah, please do. It's very PT-like. Okay. Or a comedy about guys provoking ghosts and each other in America, like that Japanese show where the guy goes, come fuck my ass, ghost, don't fuck my ass, ghosts. That's a little bit of the Frighteners. Yeah, Amateur Night and Wreck was kind of stupid, yeah. Wasn't the 4th Wreck on a boat? Did they make a 4th one? I don't remember. I only saw the 2. Well, no, I only saw the 3. 1 to 3.
No pain, no gain.
It's a weird one, but would you review the Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider movies? I would, especially if they announce a new one. Because I like the Ghost Rider movies. They're fun, but I'm not going to deny that they're goofy. What movie had the demon virus meant to kill off humanity? Wreck. God damn. Watched VHS the other night. Not sure how he mixed up a movie I haven't seen. Yeah, Wreck 4 was about continuing the story of the main girl from the first movie. Oh, okay. Yeah, Wreck 4 Apocalypse, and yes, it was on a boat. 20 weeks later, I think the story should have followed on the main cast 20 days. No, I feel like Jim's story was over. I think it should have been about mainly trying to actually clear out the infected and try to retake England. Because I feel like trying to spark off the infection how they did was a bad idea, but I wasn't against the idea of the infection sparking back off. It was purely a how they did it deal. All right, I forgot. Yeah, this is the fucking... Oh, God, I hate this puzzle. Oh, this puzzle sucks. Yeah. Because, yeah, it's... Ending of the Mist found a creative way to be cruel and saving the day at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah, forgot. Yeah, God, this is gonna suck. Ow. It might just be the one. Let's just try Law. Yeah. Yeah, let's try Latido. Yep, it was right. Latido. That's when all of us are dead. I like it. First half is a genuinely amazing kind of simulation on how a zombie epidemic can start from one person to 2 to 3, then to 20, 30, onwards and onwards. The exponential factor. I like that a lot. Past a certain point, it really started to feel like they were dumbing characters down to get them killed in ways that they really should not have gotten themselves killed in. Like that nerd kid died for literally no reason. There was no reason on God's green earth they thought that plan would have fucking worked. The basement scene of Wreck was super goofy, the monster child and all. I didn't think it was goofy. I thought it was great. I like the 28 Days comic book, which dealt with the scientists who created the rage virus. It is a pretty cool story. Fuck, I forgot how to spell amateur, and spell check is recommending the wrong word. Yeah, it's... God damn it, fucker. Yeah, Law. Then, yeah, he's going to prevent you from moving forward. Yeah, that guy and all of us are dead fell out of a window a comical amount of times. Yeah, it got to the point of, like, shoot the motherfucker in the head. You keep throwing him out the goddamn window. Throwing him out the fucking window doesn't fucking work. Once characters leave the rooftop, it feels like they start killing people off for the sake of it. Yeah, it's like the way the dad dies, where he gives up his shotgun for literally no reason in a situation he never needed to get involved with and couldn't even help anyway. Like, that was where I really started feeling like, okay, what's going on here? I thought the others were overrated when it came out. Ham-fisted anti-religious messaging while being a ghost story like hypocrites, and the twist ending was derivative. Have you read the All of Us Are Dead manhwa? No, but I did hear it is very different from the show. Like, the military is a lot more cold-blooded. Like, they'll execute people just because they think they're infected. I know they shoot a pregnant woman in the head because of it. And, you know, little stuff like that. I like Quarantine more because I couldn't vibe with the whole demon virus thing in Wreck. I liked it. It was different. A video talking about Army Men series and brought up a pretty disturbing and dark game over a cutscene where your character is torn apart by tan soldiers. Tan zombies, I'm curious seeing this one zombie show on Netflix called Reality Z. It's pretty much Big Brother of zombie apocalypse happening outside. It's more than likely ripping off what's known as Dead Set, which is a British miniseries that literally did the exact same thing, where it's a filming of Big Brothers interrupted by zombies. Dead Set is very good, so I would probably say just watch that. Dad one absolutely frustrates me. Also, the whole gym scene was stupid. Just have the infected girl kill the zombies. That's what I was saying. Like, give her an arrow, have them stab in the back of the head. Everyone forgets that, but stabbing in the back of the head is like the easiest way to sever the brainstem. You just drop somebody. Literally, he had a flare. He couldn't throw it. Yeah. I think it was really rushed. Likely due no guarantee for a second season. They wanted to do as much as possible. Yeah.
This'll help.
Should have just had the infected girl and the archers clear out the gym. That's what I say. There really weren't that many zombies in that gym, too. It was like, yeah, it was like, I think the volleyball team, but it was like, what, 15 of them? Considering how good the one chick was with the bow and arrow and the infected girl who could, like, sneak around them, just, yeah. You could take them out. Japan Star Anime is on Amazon Prime. It is.
There's enough pain to go
Hashtag Alive was great. Hashtag Alive was really good. I actually like that one. All of Us Are Dead even get a season 2. They confirmed it's coming out, but it's going to follow a completely different cast of characters. I fellas figured I'd swing in since the stream's probably close to ending. No, I'm not seeing anything too important. We're really not too far away from the ending. It's just the fact of I forgot how many stone walls the game throws up for literally no reason other than to waste your time. Yeah, we already see that half zombies can snap necks with one hand. Yeah. I was a fan of zombie movies. It shows how dumb and self-centered people are. And why don't zombies ever attack and kill each other? Well, because they're zombies. They're not supposed to. The whole idea is it's the mindless horde. And I like zombie stuff. I kind of tend to just fall into zombie stuff a lot of the time. I was watching thinking about Dead Set because I was only 3 episodes in. It failed to grab my attention. Yeah. Yeah, there were about 7 fumbles. Yeah. Thank you, waifus in FF10. If you like Lulu, if you like Riku, and if you like, God damn it. I'm just gonna start avoiding these fights. Fuck this. This is eating up too much time. Yeah, Lulu, Riku, Pain, Yuna. Suspension of disbelief. Yeah. Well, you know, it's something that they intentionally play with the horror of, like, well, why aren't they attacking each other? Why do they know the difference between, like, a human and a zombie? It's like, that's the fun. Plus, like I said, you get really badass scenes of people facing off against entire hordes. Because you have that one French movie called The Horde, where you have a guy who gets bit, so he's like, fuck it, I'm going to do a last stand against the zombies. So he has, like, an entire horde. Okay, so may read. Okay. So he has, like, an entire horde, and he's trying to fight them off with 2 pistols. It was fun. It was fun. I liked it. I like Yuna Leska, to be honest. She is pretty good. I mean, how they try to make me feel bad for the rich bully girl. She literally killed the main dude's best friend for no reason. Yeah, like... her whole arc was fucking weird. Because, like, she does that really fucked up thing and then leaves because they're all like, holy shit, you're a fucking murderer. Why'd you do that? Then they would cut back to her and she'd be like, oh no, I need forgiveness. I need to make up for what I did. She gets the fucking teacher killed, too. And then when she actually decides, you know what, I'm going to try to, give everyone supplies. I'm going to make up for what I did. She just gets immediately murdered by the bully dude. Musical tones will always one true weakness. I feel like zombies are just the most relatable monster to us as a generation. Not only do they represent the people around us, but they also represent ourselves, so it's multiple factors. Yeah. General reason zombies don't attack each other is because they're piloted by the virus, and the virus goal is to spread so they don't attack each other. Yeah. Like in Train to Busan, when the husband of the pregnant woman holds off the zombie horde in a train. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. General reason zombies don't attack each other. Yeah. That's not what zombies do. They eat people. They don't just bite and run. Well, it depends on the zombie. Some just do the bite and run stuff. That's where you get stuff like 28 Days Later, where they're not really... They're mainly just trying to, like, kill you / infect you than anything else. That was so many reads. That not... Like I said, this one's such a pain in the ass. I hate this segment so much. I think cool movie would be a movie that seems to be a movie version of the shows like Big Brother, where if you lose, you get kicked out into the zombie apocalypse, a TV show for the rich. Like I said, that's basically Dead Set. That's what I'm saying. Like, you should really just watch that. Oh, So Mi Ray. I fucked up. I put So Ri Me. Okay, that explains it. There we go. This should solve it. I kick ass for the Lord. Science zombies can be either lethal or extremely slow. Supernatural zombies can be whatever the plot demands them to be. Yeah. That one's law. God damn it. I fucking hate these little zap gates. Yeah, but zombie horror operates off of different roles and facets. For metaphor, still good, but mummies function generally around curse and plagues. Frankenstein work generally for results of creation. Yeah. Green zombies don't bite each other because they use code TAL to get 30% off their gamer subs order. Yeah, that's law. And yeah, it's turned off, so it should be fine. For traditional Walking Dead zombies, man-made illness zombies, or rabid raid zombies. I'm okay with any of them so long as I think it's fun. I'm pretty open to what people do with zombies. You know, so long as I don't think the idea is ridiculous. Doti. Okay. La Doti. Yeah, as long as they don't stay forever, yeah. Yeah, one positive thing in Crossed was the at least the infection were attacking each other, not just the uninfected. Yeah, because it was any violent thought anyone had, so that would include whatever infected they had in front of them. Hell, the sadness even talked about that too, with the kids, the kid torturing the one guy despite him also being infected. Now, granted, he might have been in the middle of turning, but still they were torturing him. Here we go. It's... Okay, so this might be... Do... Ti... La. Is it not? Oh, we're missing one. We're missing one. That's why. Okay. So it's probably back here. No, I'm tired of typing entirely the wrong thing at times, so I'm going to bed. Yeah. Category is Resident Evil Fallen 2 because it's a virus, but also very corpse-like. It's a virus. Like, being a virus does not inherently mean it's going to be the rage virus type zombies. No, it's... Yeah, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. I know that, but this gets all picky for the puzzle. So, yeah, there we go. I don't want to be sad. I'm a Slav. I'm sad enough. Before I go, fuck music puzzles. What about Zombie Ninja? I've never seen it, so I don't know. And then there's Zombieverse. I found out that has a season 2. I would figure it would be a one-time season, but it's season 2. Sadness freaked me out when I first saw it. That was the zombie apocalypse we get. We're fucked. Well, that's one of those cases where that's literally not zombies. That's just fucking crazy people. I thought this distinction was corpse virus or running 20 days later. 20 days virus. Well, no, because you know there's tons of zombie stuff that does establish that it is a virus. It's just it rises. You either have resurrects the corpse, turns into feral monster. Yeah, here we go. Or you become, like, fast on your feet feral monster. TheAlmightyLoli's not the most musically adept person. It's not even a matter of musically adept. You just have to find all the clues for it. How far are we at the road trip now? This is literally the final dungeon in the game. Like, I'm not even kidding. Unironically, I think the final boss is like an area or two away from here. Can't deal with the zombie virus, you're dealing with the crazies, yeah. Like, I like to initiate systematic carriers, you rarely see them, yeah. Yeah, fuck it, we can use the XP. Experiment Ninja Zombie. So George Romero got directed Resident Evil before he passed away. Same, I think it would have been cool. Yeah, he had some weird ideas, like making Chris not even part of STARS, but that's something that could be easily rectified. And like, well, this is what makes him want to join up. And then later movies, he's part of STARS. Like, that could have been cool. Guess I'm thinking the concept of virus and mutation virus, zombies that operate off traditional zombie rules but are still distinct zombies that mutate in different ways. Well, at that point, you're talking about Left 4 Dead, which is kind of a different thing. Who's the best Final Fantasy waifu? What game did you play the most? Because that really impacts the answer. I think 20 Days Zombies are so different because they're really just humans with horrific rabies. Yeah. Which was always the point, you know, fuck. You know, Danny Boyle didn't even consider it a zombie movie for a while after it came out. Yeah, Resident Evil is a series that forever's cursed to have bad live-action films. You're not wrong. Rex Demon Virus was nuts, demon-esque, but that was more people becoming demon mutants, yeah. Waka's best waifu. Tifa hands down, didn't even play 7 that much. There we go. Or we might just be able to beat him to death. We'll see. Yep, okay. Shiboto from Siren was pretty good. Take on Zombie. Yeah, mine would be Earth. Left 4 Dead, Resident Evil, Dead Rising, Last of Us, all type of mutation virus I'm speaking of. I think 20 days is a bit too realistic for that category. Well, like I said, at that point, you're talking more of like special zombies. So it's not virus, it's special zombies. Because that's where you get stuff like different zombie types and things like that. Yeah, Siren is cool. Siren's fun. It is a very good game.
This'll help.
Yeah, Lulu, without her, I wouldn't be able to see why I thought women were also attractive like men. I wish we could have gotten Romero's Twilight of the Dead so we could close out a zombie story. Same, that would have been dope. I guess a big reason I like zombie stories is because they do cover very different material than a lot of other horror movies. A lot of horror movies is just straight up like, you know, find a way to survive against X MacGuffin killer that seems indestructible, and you know, they're able to always get the jump on a victim. I mean, I like slasher movies well enough, but I won't lie, that's always something I kind of like roll my eyes at. So, zombie stories, you always kind of see like a variation of different themes, like, you know, human savagery, the propensity for violence, you know, all the themes I like showing up in a story of like, what is someone capable of becoming in a situation. And that was literally the whole point of the original Of the Dead trilogy. That's what George Romero was directly trying to talk about. And that's what I really like. Here, I think we'll ever find out what happened at Dyatlov Pass. I just don't care what the scientist says. Almost Russian for Bigfoot did it. It is a very interesting story. That's like one of the few remaining campfire stories. You roll your eyes at the Taken from Alan Wake then? I know they're different, but they're very slasher-like. Well, I mean, you can fight them. You know, it's not a matter of OP monster. It's a matter of the fact of the story always just makes a reason for everyone to die from it. You know what I mean? It's the structure of a slasher movie. It's not the slasher movie itself. One Piece Shadow Zombies are funny. Oars having Luffy's personality is the best thing in that arc. I'm still on Winter Island. Fuck it. Wait, no, I'm not reading One Piece. That shit's gay. It's gay.
I got a good feeling about this one. Me too.
Fuck you, Turtle. I don't even want to fight you. We consider the Flood to be a type of space zombie. The Flood are a very different beast. Like, they have a whole other thing going on. Hell, one of the reasons people were so pissed off at Halo Season 2, on top of it just being Halo Season 2, is that they made the Flood just basically space zombies when they are not that. You're like, One Piece, don't you, Squidward? Yeah, I started reading it. I'm on Winter Island. I'm almost finished with Winter Island. Bring One Piece, you traitor. Yeah, I literally posted in the Discord like, man, I fucking hate you, Shota, because I got bored and I was like, fuck it, I guess I'll start One Piece.
I got a good feeling about this one. Me too.
Yeah, the Flood's so fucking cool. Yeah. Hell, the scene in, what was it, Halo 2, where it fucking captures Arbiter and Chief, where you're talking to Gravemind, like, that's a fucking cool scene. You're a slave to trends. Drum Island, maybe we'll get past Shota and finish Punk Hazard. Ending in Dawn of the Dead was unique. Basically, survivors think there's an island that can provide safety, and it turns out the island was also overrun. But that's the 2004 version, but yeah. It's only 1946 chapters left. How you join Discord through membership? You gotta link your account on Discord. It's this whole fucking wacky-ass system they have.
Leave it to me.
Did you ever do that when you could just do the Dead Rising 2 off-the-record video? Okay, One Piece Zach's pretty good, you fucking traitor. Like Halo 3, however, it's written as a pretty step down from 2. Yeah. Now, the Flood are not space zombies. There's something more unique. Yeah. Yeah, Flood are just Halo's Mind Flayer, Elder Brain, but space. Okay, so D. Once we have all the parts, it's gonna put them in order, so we don't have to worry about getting them all in order. Fa. Why are you running away? Just trying to get to the end? Yeah, we're just trying to get to the end. The fights are taking a while. Plus, I hate this segment. This segment sucks. I didn't like it when I first played this game. I still don't like it. It is just a pain in the ass. And like I said, the final boss is a fucking pushover. Yeah, 2 bodies on the same grave. Quiet at last. Yeah. Yes, I know. I'm the monument to all your sins. That line still gets me even today, yeah. Walk into the lightning gates. The lightning gates knock you back. Their timing gets weirder the further up you get. I like the floods to sink them to make it feel cool, yeah. At the end of the day, as long as you be Devil May Cry, I don't care what you do, yeah. Oh god, there we go. So yeah. Fa. Mi. Fa. So. Do. Technically 10 and 10-2 is a prequel to 7. Technically. Well, I can't read all of One Piece in one row. Lolly, Lolly, what's gonna happen? Am I gonna blow up? No, worse, it'll go right to your thighs. My thighs, then you blow up. Like Crocodile Rock. But yeah, like literally right past here is, I think, the final boss. Worm! I don't want to conquer Arrakis. After the Halo show, the franchise pretty much died, yeah. Look, necromorphs are so much more than that. The way they work is so bizarre and anything unlike anything I've ever read. Truly Lovecraftian. As above, so below movie was also cool. It was pretty good.
A nap.
It was creative with how I wanted to do Inferno.
He went ahead.
Guess she couldn't stay away.
Couldn't you heal up? There's a save point literally right in front of us. That full heals and gives you all your mana back.
Well then please, take care of Gipple.
Yeah, they turned Cortana into a cuck queen, yeah. As Berserk journey ends, the One Piece voyage begins. All will go from Berserk Man to Pirate Man. Are you reading One Piece anyway? There's literal sites that just upload the whole manga. You think I'm gonna buy One Piece volumes?
Hey, Dr. P.
Do you think I would besmirch myself like that? I pirate. Because it is a series about pirates. Here we go, time to face Ties 2.0. I'm gonna turn the AI into a cuck queen, that's funny.
Hey.
You can argue it's a better fate than what happened in the actual games, considering Cortana went insane. One might even say she went rampant. Playing of all the Halo killers, it was Halo itself.
You're right.
Never played Halo, didn't have an Xbox, but Cortana from 4 was fucking hot. Oh, it's a fun series.
What do you got in mind for fun? Any ideas,
Box
Dr.
behind
P?
you filled with legally obtained copies of the manga then. Yeah, the universe can't exist without the flood. 5 days later, Lolly orders a full-size Nani figure.
If it's for real, I want to fly it.
Cortana, can you hear me? We need you to sit in the cuck chair.
And maybe I'll try
I
my
finished
hand at
Berserk videos. I'm all caught up thanks to you. I appreciate all the all the work you put in is insane. Thanks, dog. Yeah. That piracy joke sucked. Only good thing about Halo 4, hot Cortana. It looked pretty good for a 360 game. That's I tired in with reading chapters being on sites gives you hundreds of ads. I think the site I'm using is literally just called Read One Piece, and it might also be filled with ads, but I use ad block, so it doesn't matter. If you end up liking One Piece more than Berserk, I'm 150 chapters in, and so far, no, Berserk is still king.
Not working like dogs.
It's just the fact that One Piece is fun. I like it. I mean, I hate it. It's stupid. It's gay. It's for nerds. But no, it's... Jokes aside, it's a fun little battle shonen. I like it's pretty creative in the fact that even people without the gum fruit can be fucking dangerous.
She's inside you, sleeping. Well, wakey, wakey. Time to set sail.
But are advanced enough they can canonically use the logic viruses and conventional debates to corrupt Forerunner AI. Same thing was happening with Cortana, yeah. I skipped lots of One Piece. I'm just reading in order because the chapters are pretty damn short. It's like, what, fucking 15 or so Yeah, play the melody by stepping on the floating pestle right over. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, this segment. God, I hate this segment. This segment sucks. Yeah, Yamato, 8 foot 8 inches tall. Think about that. Like stories where normal S-Dude can survive and thrive in a world with powered beasts. 150 chapters on One Piece. One Piece is like just getting through Black Swordsman. Yeah, like I'm fully aware. I'm still very early. I want to get into One Piece, but it has like 2K plus chapters. Yeah, it's a lot. There we go. So Ray-Me, so... which one's so? Yeah, it's So Me Ray, right? Yeah. Yamato's literally me. Like an old man saying, who's that Pikachu? I believe it's 20 years of One Piece stories take place in the span of 2 years. Yeah, right? Okay, to be fair, it does have a longer period than that. T. There we go. You lucky bastard. Everybody accepted that live action One Piece wasn't very good. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it. I will say that. There's a time skip. Yeah, it's like, what, a 5-year time skip? Because I hear that's when the story starts getting, like, really good. Around the time skip. Okay, Flyers are a different Final Fantasy. Different Final Fantasy. Also, I didn't even see what this one popped up as. Okay. Yeah, 2 year. Oh, okay, so it's just 2 years. No, all my friends who have watched One Piece and haven't watched One Piece say live action is good. Well, that's watching it. And like I said, I'm reading it, so I'm just getting the full story. Hear nothing but praise for the live action show. But that might be because it's like the one Netflix anime adaptation that didn't just completely suck. But it's still one of those of like, I'm not about to praise it, because I know what Netflix is. And they immediately fucked up a Kakaguri. They immediately show a Kakaguri. They're going to go right back to their old tendencies. I was just guessing, is there a Final Fantasy where you can fly? Which one is it? Technically, you can fly in all of them. It just depends on the ship you're using. And we're in a dungeon, so there is no ship. Oda personally oversaw production. Yeah. Yeah, turning Nami's sister black was stupid, yeah. There we go. La. Netflix will eventually just start replacing all the actors trans black people and call you racist if you hate it. Yeah. Also, I've heard from other fans, real fans, not tourists, say live action One Piece is good, probably due to Oda stepping in. Netflix better not fuck it up. They're gonna. Like, there's a reason I'm very strictly like, no, I'm not going to praise it because I know what Netflix is, and the next time they're going to do it, they're going to fuck everything up. Yeah, because Oda was watching him like a hawk to make sure they didn't ruin his baby, yeah. And the other Netflix adaptation that didn't suck was Bebop, yeah, right? Oh, right, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you have to do all the ones you just did in order to not fight this thing. Yeah, God, I hate this segment. This segment's so bad. Oh, God, come on. Okay, you do Black Sky. Because they're averaging about 2k, meaning Black Sky should do pretty good damage. And then Phoenix down. They fucked up Robin's design for time skip. Why? Why remove the bangs? It's 3:30. Yeah, like I said, we're not very far at all from beating the game. It's just here, just run. Netflix Bebop the horror. And they prove Netflix don't care if they make slop because they know people would use one of the mediocre movie shows as background noise. Yeah. Turn the cute girl with the animal hat from Kakaguri into a Mexican twink. Yeah, it's fucking... Like, Netflix just does not care. They do not care. Alright. So, gotta remember the exact order. Here we'll save. Because once again, it's a full heal. Yes. Okay. So mi re do ti la so famology. Oh god. Okay, so first platform there. Second platform close to the bottom on the left. One right next to it. Okay. Theoretically, should be able to get done. So, we'll reset the melody. Like I said, this is gonna suck. I hate this part. So, dude. Yeah, so mi re da ti la fo so yeah. Like I said, it doesn't necessarily matter too much. It's more about the order you do it all in. So jump up here, jump there. Should bring us here. Here. Ah, I already fucked it up. God damn it, yeah. So I gotta reset. Now we can open the treasure chest at least. What's up, lads? How's it going? Finally my way back to Texas. Hell yeah. Raven and Starfire kind of man. I like Starfire. Here we go. Moment Oda gets distracted. Netflix is gonna fuck it up so badly it can cause harm to the actual One Piece IP. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's gotta watch that shit like a hawk. They will fuck him over. Okay, there we go. That's one. Yeah, next one should be right up here. Do T. If I remember right, it should be the one next to it right here. Fuck, and I can't go back without playing it again. Fuck, god damn it. Okay, no, okay. If you play it once, it'll already play. Okay. Starfire over Raven? Yeah. Oh, he's a musician. This hurts me. Well, it's not about actually playing music. It's literally just about memorizing a puzzle. Yeah, bottom left. Yeah, let me make absolutely sure. So, there we go. Bottom. Got that one. Yeah, it's right next to it. Okay, okay. I need to be sure. So, should be able to hop up here. I don't have the FF7 stream for an early indicator. Well, like I said, it literally has nothing to do with the sound. It's the light on the platform. That's what tells you. Yeah, bottom left, Kiara. Raven's bad as hell. To be fair, she is good. She is good. Alright. So... And upside, the melody's not going to be reset when we talk to it, so... Yeah, it feels at this point Netflix fucking hates anime, and the fact that they appeal to these fucking weebs fills them... Okay, top left. Fills them with so much anger, they self-sabotage any project connected. I think it more just speaks to the quality of writers they have left, where they just have people that are just spiteful douchebags. Like, they don't want to make anything good. It's all just fucking Nepo babies from top to bottom now. Jump back up. Oh, fuck. I don't want to go there. God damn it. Come on. See, now we have to reset everything. You going tonight until the game's finished? Yeah, because we're almost finished. Like, I'm not even kidding. We are inches away from the final boss. Ever reading Teen Titan comics? I never actually read the comics. Not so much for Teen Titans. You have to worry about any Netflix berserk because Koji Mori told him to fuck off. Yeah. Okay. Blackfire's for guys who say both. Also, Raven is superior, although I may have a bias because fan art's off a drawer with a bigger ass. The worst gonna end because the hero can't play music. What pissed me off on One Piece Netflix, they cut most of the Arlong Park episodes by half. All the footage was filmed, but cut and don't plan on releasing it. Yeah. Good thing at least most of the shitty Netflix general bomb like DMC, Nocturne, Castlevania, Cowboy Bebop, which all bomb pretty bad. Here we go. And Doti. Heard the news, Nimi aka Fauna getting married. Yeah, good for her. Good for her. Everyone should have a bug out plan for when they kind of start realizing they want to do streaming shit anymore. Here we go. Yeah, Don Don's a good Netflix show. Netflix is releasing it. They're not producing it. You know? They just have distribution rights. They don't have the actual rights to make the show. Yeah, first one should be the top two up here. Okay, so the one there and then up there. Okay. So that was tripping me up. We got it now. So jump here, jump here, jump here, and it should... Okay, well... Done it on Crunchyroll with weekly episodes, yeah. And see how bad Netflix production of anime can be? Look at JoJo Part 6, yeah. Netflix normies, retards have seen defending DMC since they know nothing about the property is insane. The people who actually play the games defending it out of desperation aren't helping. I have not seen near as many people do that lately. Everyone kind of agrees, yeah, that was a fucking mistake. Here we go. Most Japanese publishers don't have their own platforms in the West, so they just license things out, yeah. Puzzle is very puzzling. I'm pretty sure next one is at the bottom down here. Because, yeah, it's these two. Yeah, it's the bottom one, okay. And then just the top one up there. So this should be good. Well, we'll know if it tries to kill us. Okay, so now we just go to the top right. Is Netflix even still relevant? Yeah, that's honestly a good question. Just due to the fact of... I don't know, like... Netflix, when they were good, were so fucking good. Yeah, there we go. Might be in a bit of an echo chamber in terms of the algorithm, because even the main outcry people is that it's bad. I've seen many buffoons on things like TikTok saying it's kind of heat. Yeah, no, like I said, I don't believe it's real. And also... Just due to the fact of A.D. Shankar kind of had a fucking mental breakdown after the show came out because he kind of exposed a fraud. I don't think it's actually as beloved as what people say. Also, if it's TikTok, more than likely you just have paid influencers saying shit. I mean, that is the thing. So this should be... Well, no, it's right whether or not someone tries to kill us. Is DMC produced by Netflix? Yeah, that's an actual Netflix production, because that's A.D. Shankar. Yep, we're good. Can right bitch about Shankar too, so he's losing support on both sides. Yeah. Yeah, Shankar said he wanted to make Dante Lady Canon, only to make a mess of it. Yeah, it's like, actual good idea, and then he fucks everything up. And saying I should have done Street Fighter since it chilled on my spine. Yeah. See that new Rob's Media video on Chris from Mr. Beast? I have not.
A hunch it is.
As the thing, I've also seen a few of them getting multi-comment debates about the show and how good bad it is. It's influencers. They're paid to say it's good. Anything ever come from 80s Tantrums the other week? I heard he got Duke Nukem. I'm not sure if it's a rumor. Yeah. DMC was a good show. The 2007 one was good. Netflix one was a goddamn fucking insane headache. Yeah, when was Netflix good? 2015 time frame when they were putting out stuff like Mindhunter, Beast of No Nations, things like that. Yeah, fucking Green Day, yeah. I like the Netflix one. Play the games. They're way better. Just play the games. Yeah, Dark Crystal, yeah. Ruin my husbando. Yeah, but like, why would an influencer get into a heated debate with multiple videos replying to each other? Like, it doesn't make sense to me because they're paid to defend it. And more arguing about it means more eyes on it. Yeah, Pluto adaptation was good. Yeah, Pluto was good. Yeah, first 4 seasons of Black Mirror, yeah. Patty Lowell is underrated. One good Netflix documentary, and that's Devil Next Door.
Can't call it a smart one, though.
Yeah, demons are like us Indian. Okay, Mr. President, launch the nukes towards half of India.
Stop the body, and you stop him. I'll shoot.
There's DMC anime mostly. I was watching on my phone. Yeah, well, that's literally what they want you to do. Netflix wants to make passive watching a thing, or what they call like second screen watching, where you have it on your phone and you're paying attention to something else. I like the games tried a couple of times, not really my style. There you go. That is the target demographic of those who like Netflix DMC. Yeah, any publicity is good publicity, yeah. There's everything about what Shankar did to Dante was sad, yeah. The new Castlevania games of age, Shankar wanted to bring back dead franchises.
Exactly.
Netflix show is not a good representation of DMC. Please play DMC 1, 3, 4, and 5, yeah. Duke Nukem IP has been squat on by fat pedophiles, street shitting, frog getting his mitts on is much of a downgrade with the bar that low. That's what I've been saying.
It sucks.
Yeah, thank you, Yuna. You agree with me. Thank you, Yuna. They made Dante into fucking Deadpool. To be fair, some of the scenes with Dante where he's fucking with people, it's like, yeah, Dante would do that. But then other times it's like, what the fuck are you doing? He would never do that.
We destroyed our own allies.
Yeah, the guy was pissed DMC 5 exists, yeah. We're finally getting a Bloodstained sequel. That is true.
That was the only way we could save
Being recommended clips of Castlevania villain monologues. Holy shit, why is this show so fucking yappy? So much flowery gibberish and to say nothing. That's the problem. DMC anime is made for people who don't like DMC, yeah.
It was the only thing we could do.
I feel like as an insult to Deadpool, too.
I gave in.
Yeah, that was perfect timing.
I believed.
But La Funny Crazy Pizza Man, yeah. And knocked out Dante to make sure the villain's dumbass plot went through. Yeah, it's like constantly having to invent reasons why Dante couldn't just kill everything. Dante would not be the guy to say your mom joke, yeah. I made someone who likes Netflix DMC ask him what TikToks they were watching at the time. I actually like Dante Lady. I think they're more of a situation like Leon Fuck My Sister, where two characters would really be good for each other, but Capcom's too scared to make them official. Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, what other options does Dante have? Trish? The lady that looks like his mom? That's weird.
And I know that I was smiling too. But now, when I look back.
Yeah, if we were to get DMC 6, I think the story should follow Nero finding Dante and Virgil in hell. That'd be fun.
The ones who should be
There's Netflix animation. I've heard Blood of Zeus is good. Isn't that the one that Zack Snyder was involved with? He is kind of a style guy, so it would make sense if you'd want the animation to look good. Just make Dante cook his nephew. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't the White Rabbit in the manga, wasn't he a Nazi scientist? It's been a while since I've read the DMC3 manga, so I don't know. I thought he was just always the demon.
But you know, the magic never worked. The only thing we're left with.
Goddamn, they even have the slow piano version of Lala's song in the background.
Yuna, I'm sorry.
Lucky Dante can come to my house and fuck my sister. Now you made it weird. You have a point to where Dante went for a kiss in DMC3 and Lady turned, so Dante pulls away, but I feel like she was going through too much emotionally to engage like that. It was mainly him fucking with her. DMC3 Dante, he messed around with Lady a lot because he respected her tenacity, but also wanted to make it clear, you are not good enough to do this. You do not have the skill level required to actually kill Arkham.
I don't want battles where we have to lose in order
Even though in the end she did. She pulled the trigger. DMC6 should be about Mundus returning and Dante and Virgil getting revenge for Spar's death. That would be a good way to close out their story, yeah.
Is what you mean to do.
Didn't Mundus die in DMC1? He didn't fully die, but he got fucked up. Mundus is, like, really powerful, so he's hard to kill.
So you have a plan.
You're saying 80 self-insert was a Nazi in the original?
Light.
It was a different series and involved Odin, not Zeus. Oh, okay.
But before that,
I was gonna say, though, yeah, she killed Arkham. She killed Arkham after Dante and Virgil already beat him half to death. Because he was bleeding on the ground going, oh, why can't I just be a demon? And then Lady just shoots him. It's right before the final duel. Yeah, he got sealed away, yeah.
Before you act type, what gives?
Yeah, Arkham's Interrupted no is so fucking peak, yeah. Granted, took her falling for his tricks once again for being able to kill Arkham. To be fair, she would have no reason to believe Virgil wouldn't just betray him for no reason. Because hell, let's be honest here, Virgil probably was going to. Lady's arguably as skilled as Dante. She's just not got the main character abilities. Well, he also literally has demon blood, so that helps.
Everyone,
Capcom needs quality check on their IPs.
it looks like we can stop that thing after all.
Yeah, Dante as a kid, I went to be DMC remake Dante for no reason, just for the funny. How many memes does Super Best Friend made? Redfield Bloodline, Blorbs and Glorbs, Wacky Wahoo Pizza Man. Funny part about Mundus that Dante already fought an alternate timeline version of Mundus in Volume 2, yeah.
Oh.
Love.
And also, to be fair, I don't think Super Best Friend actually made those memes. I think they popularized them because a lot of those were jokes on V for a while.
I've come this far to bring Len's feelings to Shuyin. I'm not stopping now.
The power of love conquers all.
The fucking Gullwings theme is the cutest thing about this game. Yeah, it's great. That's what I mean. Main character abilities, the same generation, magic weapons, transformation, and styles. Well, I mean, Dante being a demon is a very big deal. Zack Snyder could have been seen as one of the great comic directors if he continued doing one-to-one adaptations. The problem is he doesn't respect the medium. He needs somebody that does, working alongside him to go, no, Zack, we're not doing that, we're doing this. Super telling how deceptive Arkham was that Lady legit had hope when he was being manipulated instead of a full-blown monster, yeah. Dante is only half demon, though. That is true. And it is arguable his humanity is what makes him stronger. Zack Snyder was involved with the Twilight of the Gods. Blood of Zeus is a series of the same animation studio of Netflix Vania, Seis Manos, and somehow Super Monkey Ball stuff. Dante being a demon is why he has those abilities. He's a demon because he's the main character who gets the best of both worlds, yeah. Yeah, the One Piece Chris posting intros are legendary. Yeah, those are good. Dante being a demon is why he has those abilities. He's just he's a demon because he's the main character who gets best of both worlds. Yeah. Question: which one is stronger, Sin or Vegnagon? Probably Sin. Like Sin could just straight up fuck with time and space. Vegnagon's powerful, but I don't know if you really get a chance to see it capable of doing something to Sin's level.
It's just bluffing. This relic's getting rusty.
Yeah, final boss time. If not the final boss, the lead up to the final boss. And here comes the Vegnacock. Funny is that afterwards, Dante fought Chen, who had an artifact with the beast heads, which could rewrite all of creation.
We need to split up. Leave the legs to us.
I beat the game already. Want to go to bed? We are literally in the lead up to beating the game. It's only gonna be 50% completion, but we'll just watch the 100% cutscene like when we start 12 or something. Hey, Canon's humanity is what makes him stronger. What you lack is this, yeah. And Shuyin say Vegnagon has the power to destroy the entire world with Spira. He does say it, but I don't think we ever see it to the level. And at the same time, Sin could do the same thing. This boss has a time limit, by the way. Yeah. If you don't beat it within a certain amount of turns, it will just straight up nuke you and you insta-lose. It's kind of bullshit. Here we go. I love this super long run up to the platforms to beat it, even though it does make sense. Don't beat the game, you haven't finished cleaning the dishes. I never noticed that unit has mismatched iris. I forgot the term. Heterochromia. Yeah, it's heterochromia. Mechanical. Wait, it will nuke you? I never saw that, actually. Yeah. If I remember right, that was the gimmick. Like, if you don't beat it in a certain amount of time, it'll nuke you. Wasn't Vegnagon made before Sin, so technically at time would have been more powerful. Maybe?
Don't be afraid, Yuna. Your friends are your strength.
Time of creation thinks Sin would be weaker than Vegnagon. Sin was created to be preemptive strike before Belleville could use Vegnagon and grew stronger over time. Okay, 2 turns of darkness. Yeah, just like Sencho. I think Illa's finally coming out. Oh god. The guy who voices Leon in Ari remakes actually did the voice for a cop in the trailer. That's actually pretty cool. I do want Ill to be good. I really do. Like, all the stuff I've seen, like, the guy who's making it has been posting fucking in-progress videos for years. So I want it to be good. It looks sick. The idea of, like, dynamically changing zombies that will, like, fuck around with their behavior, it's like, oh, that's really cool. Like, you know, if something's in the room and it'll start trying to use it to kill you, it's like, that's really fun, you know? That's something I was kind of hoping, like, RE4 Remake would do, where you have, like, dynamic enemies that'll fuck around with different variables. I finished this, gonna have to fight Spoonie dressed as Yuna IRL. He's been posting videos in progress for like 4 years, yeah. Yeah, the gore will be killer, that's for sure. Yeah, it looks sick. Do you play Marvel Rivals? I played a little bit of it just because Shota and Irishman wanted to. I do not want to touch the China game. I don't want to waste the black skies here because I do need to use them in other boss fights. Marvel vs. Capcom 3, if Dante loses the Dormammu, Dormammu will tell him to stick to fighting Mundus. You can kick zombie babies into barrels. Yeah, like, there's a lot about it that looks really cool. Our Rival's just an excuse to make porn for Marvel women. To be fair, it worked. A lot of people knew about it. Changes are making Rival so much more annoying to play with every new change. Hey, look, it's that thing I kept saying would happen where they're going to patch the game to death. Me and our boy had to play this season for Phoenix Force and Symbiote skins. And get saved by Spoonie dressed as Sephiroth, yeah. I forgot how much health this aspect of Vegnagon has. I think it's like 10,000. Shit.
If you can't even stop the tail, forget about the rest.
Mega Potion. Here. Phoenix down. What was it? That was like Invisible Woman that got like 1,000% raise in Google searches when she came out from Marvel Rivals. Yeah. Like, people were not shy about why they were playing the game. I mean, hell, like I said, it worked. People played it. Okay. Come on. Continue to add more stunlock shit to the game. Literally is a no fun allowed character. Oh my god. Thing is a literal no fun allowed character. Jesus. Knowing Nero's core demon as kids will be lesser demonic beings. I have a theory as far as descendants become a new species. They are human but can unlock demon powers. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Kind of like a Nephilim type deal. At this point in time, to me, Illa's like in a PT area where I'm just sitting there pondering the game in my head because I don't believe it'll actually ever release. Marvel Rivals made Squirrel Girl a Zealous character, the one everyone knows, yeah. Aside from FF, what other JRPGs are on the docket? What about SD Gundam G Generation games such as Overworld that has EN patch or MS Saga New Dawn? We are playing through Persona 4. There are a few other games I think it would be fun to show off. Like, maybe Final Fantasy Tactics, even though that's still technically Final Fantasy. Maybe Yeast games. Yeast is a fun series.
What's next? Yuni, they're in trouble.
They did an exact clone of Overwatch down to how it went to shit. The only 2 characters ruined the game is Spider-Man, Black Panther. Iron Fist is less annoying.
Let's get the heck out of here.
Speaking of Chris, since he's gotten to the point of believing he's Jesus now, I don't even know where Chris' story could go next. Maybe that's also why KF is falling apart. Well, Chris is just kind of in a weird area where he's still crazy, but he's a lot more chill than he was. Like, now he mainly just... funny enough, now he mainly just streams. Like Chris is mainly just a Twitch streamer now, which is fucking weird to think about. It's weird to think about on multiple levels, just due to the fact of Chris is now Chris is still crazy, but he's like one of the more grounded people on Twitch, which says a lot. Here we go. Girl from Rivals has done wonders for slightly chubby girls. Again, I can understand not liking Marvel Rivals. Come on, man. You have to agree the designs for the characters are fucking amazing. Oh, yeah, they put a lot of time and energy into those designs, and I think on purpose, because they just knew, you know, good designs are what sells a game like that. You know, it's an Overwatch clone. Well, what was everyone talking about when Overwatch first dropped? Oh, it's Team Fortress 2 with waifus. Like, yeah, that's how you market a game. Appealing art direction that sticks in people's mind. Wait a minute, all you had to do is make them hot? Yeah. Yeah, if Chris is the most grounded person in the room, you have to leave. Spider-Man has recently had one of his skills, Weekend Buzzman combo, can still one-shot 250 HP heroes. That in addition to his mobility is AIDS. They call him Chris normal, but unfortunately everyone else on Twitch, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people fall into Chris's level, yeah. I'm not gonna name names. Conquered, yeah. Come on. Come on. Keep spamming darkness. Yeah, I never played it myself, yeah. We may need to swap somebody out because we do got damage to the little jewels there. Because I think his jewels will heal him. Yeah, here. Or no, you have to break the leg and then you can bring down the jewels. I forgot. Or you can just target him with magic, but we don't really have attack magic right now. Because everyone's running Dark Knight. This is being least unhinged Twitch streamer is a sentence I never thought I'd hear. When I look at fat, ugly people, I just look in a mirror. But when I play games, I want to look at pretty women. Yeah. Here we go. Why am I getting mad? Well, the only thing I think could happen to Chris next, won't even beat Chris. It'll be like Predators will fall apart, since I know for a fact one of them probably did something illegal. If you're talking about like the trolling groups that follow Chris, yeah, that kind of seems to be the common theme with a lot of the low-cal type sphere lately. It's the troll group does what they can to get all famous and all like, oh yeah, you're gonna pay attention to us, and then someone takes it too far, gets busted, and the whole fucking thing falls apart. That's literally what happened to Daniel Larson. I've heard the song Lithium Flowers from Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. That sounds familiar. Okay, so yeah, we can just keep attacking it and it'll burn out the nodes as well. Who's Chris? Christian? Yeah. Yeah, except Liquid Chris. He became a cancer doctor. Yeah. Junebug for $2. Good night, everyone. Bye. Drink wine. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I'm fine with Squirrel Girl and Emma Frost design being that way because those most attractive women to be on the roster. Not gonna lie, Marvel Rivals blowing up almost felt like a divine joke with just how much both sides of gaming were claiming needs to mature past being pornographic. Yeah. Every time those types get uppity, something comes out that just directly goes, what the fuck are you talking about?
Red uses physical attacks. Yellow casts offensive magic. Green handles recovery.
Shut up. I want to see what happens. Why don't you blow yourself up? I want to see what happens. Oh, never mind. They beat it.
So, did we get it?
Sure looks that way.
Thick Dorky and Muscle Mommy approved. But I wasn't kidding when I said the final boss is kind of a pushover. Forgot Praetors are a group now helping Chris, possibly giving him a place to live, but primarily make his merch, yeah. Same people complaining about the male gaze, and this is what a real woman looks like, are the same people gooning over gay, black, lesbian romances in video games. The fucking bomb, yeah. There we go. Turbo Ether. Ah, fuck it. Final boss, we're just gonna burn everything. Soundtrack's a little annoying. Yeah, the music's not as good. It's not as good as 10's. I will say I hate both Squirrel Girl and Emma Frost designs. Emma should be slender, not with massive thighs, and I hate Squirrel Girl being chubby. To be fair, Doreen has always kind of been on the chubby side. Emma's design is basically more conservative than her comic look. Yeah. No, Emma's whole thing is she's kind of like a man-child whore. Because there's a lot of jokes of her, like, about her basically just being like a fucking goober. She's not chubby, she's storing up for winter. A little sex with a bear in Baldur's Gate 3. Sort said years ago, Chris got outed for what he did to his mom by a psycho fed who put him up to it. Isabella Janke? Because that's the chick that's on the call with him.
This thing just keeps on ticking.
And Squirrel Girl isn't as chubby as Aelid from Nikki.
Do it.
What do you think is the most and least necessary sex scenes in media other than Berserk? Like I said, I don't really give a shit one way or the other about if a sex scene's necessary or not, because I mainly just take it as like, it's a way to get titties in a movie or something like that. But important ones, I mean, obviously you have, like you said, Berserk, where that ends up being very important and ends up actually having drastic ramifications down the line. There's stuff like, fuck, what else? I'm trying to think like necessary. Yeah, Last of Us 2. Yeah, Last of Us 2 sex scene is like hilariously unnecessary. It comes out of fucking nowhere. I don't really know what would count as like a necessary one beyond that. Because like, a lot of the time it's just a way to kind of get two characters together to have like a slower like character building moment. Here we'll do Black Sky, Venegon. Black Sky, Venegon. Nuke the motherfucker.
The core's your target.
Team America because it's funny. That is true. Team America's was pretty damn funny. Did Chris did he not do something horrible with his mother? He did. Isabella Janke basically groomed it out of him, like the confession, so she could blackmail him with it and get him to kill himself. I'm saying this is somebody message with Gotcha, by the way. 16 Berserk is either loving and important like Guts and Costco or horrifying trauma like Rape of Guts of the Trolls. Yeah. Yeah, we can get like trying to waste turns to heal its main body. America, fuck yeah, yeah. Look at Squirrel Girl designs from Erica Henderson, who's also frumpy. And she claims she based Squirrel Girl on Samantha Wright, who's fit and petite. So yeah, political bullshit. Okay, another Black Sky. Nuke the motherfucker. Hey, from Overwatch is cute. Yo, Carp, can we animate an anal sex scene between Abby and this character who kind of looks like me? What? I want you to watch. I want to watch you do it. All right.
See if the legs protect the core.
All right, Payne, you have to blow yourself up because I think it'll be funny.
They're throwing everything right back at us.
What was that goofy Chinese game of America is basically Wacky Japan? I don't know. It had that trailer out a while ago. All right, so now we're down to Riku and Payne, but it was worth it because that was very funny. And that did like 5,000 damage. And I think we just won. Last boss? Yeah, this is literally the last boss in the game. Why's it gotta be political? Why can't we just have a fun design of game? The game looks great. What are you dumbass niggas crying over? I have severe venestrophobia, love turns, or hate women. Rape scene involving Casca. Context is tragic, like many levels tragic. The only time Griffith sees her as a female is to punish her for leaving him. Yeah. Show American Story's name of the game. Ah, okay. Wasn't that made by a Chinese company? Yeah.
What now?
I have a feeling Neil Druckmann would volunteer himself to be in a sex scene with Abby. Lolly and CDI Link voice. I won! Actually, still have Shuyin left. Yeah, but if I remember right, Shuyin's like a complete fucking... To love defeat that last boss. Pain throwing into him like a fucking suicide bomber beat him. A few types of people that are dicks, pussies, and assholes, and pussies don't like dicks because they keep getting fucked by dicks, but assholes are worse than dicks. Alright, so round 2.
He's got a plan B too.
Yeah, Pain went full jihad.
Yuna, end it now.
This is it, everybody. Stay focused.
Remember my uncle gave me a copy of Team America for Christmas. I was like 9. It is a fucking amazing movie. I love that movie so much. It ages better every goddamn day. Every goddamn day, the movie just ages better. It's like Idiocracy. How do you feel about people comparing that panel of Guts being defeated to the Yamcha pose? I mean, it's funny. Julian's most misunderstood FF villain dude was tired of all the killing and violence in Spira, hence he was going to end it all for good. Yeah. There's a lot of context we miss out on because we didn't get 100%, but it's such a pain in the ass to get 100%. By killing everyone? It's the Xenoblade 3 villain logic, basically. If all of life is just going to be this endless cycle of suffering, just break the cycle, even if it ends reality.
Come, Vegnagun. Let us.
Oh yeah, and I forgot, it gives you a full redo on your health and mana. Garrett Line, Michael Moore, that fat socialist weasel, yeah. When Spires of Ass actually becomes reality, yeah. That's on Valkyria Chronicles. First game is really good. I like it a lot. Hey, to America, I got something for you. Prepare to die. God, it's so good. That's one of those movies I can play it over in my head from memory. Yeah, save Spirit by destroying it. Yeah. Yeah, Shurian's the most morally gray FF villain. Yeah, like, everyone can make the joke of save everyone by killing everyone, but the state of the world after you defeat Sin is everyone immediately started trying to kill each other again. Like, you know, multiple civil wars were breaking out, factions were building up, like, despite how goofy and lighthearted Yuna and her friends are, like, the world's fucked. Is Shuyin Titus or not? Not gonna lie, I don't really know. I think he's like alternate reality Titus or some kind of like the real Titus type thing. Yeah. Why is everyone so fucking stupid? Why can't they be more intelligent, like me? Yeah, Titus Tulpa, yeah, basically. So Sin was holding us together. Yes and no. There were still wars going on because you had the whole Yu Yevon war against the All Bed and all that. Team America just keeps getting more real every day. You can see Matt Damon starting to say his name more and more. Soon he'll start referring to himself in third person, and then eventually he'll devolve into now just saying his name. Yeah, this isn't morally gray, just a misanthrope. I think of the puppet sex scene. It is fucking funny. Titus just looks like Shuyin. It was just one of those two people having to look alike. Yeah, it's fucking weird. God, you can imagine Team America's sequel with Kim Jong-un. Yeah, the Faith created Titus based on Shuyin, while Yuna was believed to be a reincarnation of Len. Yeah. Matt Damon. I don't know how much damage that does. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Another black sky.
That a girl. The tides are turning.
I'm so Ronry. So Ronry. So Ronry and Shadow no Ron. Durka Muhammad Jihad. Yeah, I fucking love it. Like, wake up to the news, the Screen Actors Guild rebanded to the Film Actors Guild. I'd fucking die. A 4K movie on Blu-ray, need to rewatch it someday. I watch it every 4th of July. Every 4th of July, I put on Team America, because it's fucking classic. Inevitable. One more time. Inevitable. Things are inevitably going to change. God damn it, open your fucking ears. That was like Kim Jong-il's statue in Team America was just a spray-painted guy, yeah. It's hysterical and fucking retarded. It's amazing. Like, it goes to show, some of the best satire is just being as stupid as humanly possible. The America's opening is so funny because the whole point of the opening of a shit puppet show is to fuck with the producer for a split second to freak him out about how much they paid, yeah. Yeah, vomit scene gets me every time, yeah, the bar scene, yeah. I love the chick yelling at him. It's like, you gave up on life, didn't you? I love that. Best part of Team America is they didn't even change Alan Moore personality. Guys, personality down to a T. Yeah, fucking Michael Moore, yeah.
Yuna, Riku, Pain.
Ever watch Trailer Park Boys? Oh yeah, Trailer Park Boys is great. After Leahy died, it just wasn't the same. That fucking hurt. I heard puppet movements were a complete pain in the ass. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think Matt and Trey flat out said after the movie came out they are never doing a movie with puppets again because it was that agonizing. There's no I in Team America. Yeah, there is. Gary Minigun's entire cantina. Gary? Yeah. Yeah, freedom isn't free. A hefty fucking fee. Does a Tin Man have a sheet metal cock? Trailer Park Boys is Canada's greatest expert. It is funny as fuck. I fucking love season 1 where they end up having a gunfight in the convenience store is like one of my favorite scenes. There you go, Hans Bricks. Hey, right there, you fucking cocksucker. Yeah. If I was going to do Team America 2, I'd have Trump just be Kim Jong-il, paint orange, same voice, keep the glasses, maybe have the red hat. Win. Yeah, we beat the game. Smiling Friends President episode become more and more topical despite them doing just doing a shit post. Well, yeah, I mean, sometimes that's the best political satire you can have, which is you're not making any point about any specific person. You know what I mean? It's just the nature of politics by itself. Yeah, GG, it's over. Yep, we beat it. And like I said, when we start 12, I'll just download the 100% cutscene so we can just, you know, watch them.
Shuyan.
Len.
There's something I must tell you. Words left unspoken for a
Yeah,
thousand
Tad's looking kind of
years.
fucked up. You didn't get 100%, you failed chat, and worst of all, you failed Yuna. We'll just download the cutscenes. I got tired of trying to do 100% like 3 streams ago.
I love you.
Like when we spent an entire stream just going back and trying to make sure we got every single thing done. That's when it hit me. It's like, fuck this. Looks like lesbian road trip is over. Indeed. Young friends tried too hard to not make it about anyone, yet due to how a certain administration was, it accidentally accurately portrayed everything. In the end, the final boss defeated by love and extreme targeted violence. I should have had Pain throw herself against him and blow up again. That would have been funny. Yeah, fuck you, Hans Bricks. You want inspection? We'll inspect out, you butt fucking piece of shit. You know what, Dialone's a spinster because of you. And show the ending where he shoots Venegon and kills Spira. Is there consistency in the theming of the name Final Fantasy across the franchise? No, they're all different worlds, but are they all adventurous games surrounding apocalyptic events? That does end up usually being what happens, but the reason it's called Final Fantasy is because the studio that was making the game, it was like their last-ditch effort at not getting closed, and they poured all of it into just one little JRPG, Final Fantasy. And it ended up being very, very popular and ended up selling very well.
You just don't get it, do you?
Sucks after this game, Sin comes back and dies because of an exploding blitzball according to the audio drama. That never fucking happened. You are legally not allowed by Square Enix to say that was canon.
1,000 years of agony.
Let me see your pals be very, very angry with you. We'll write a letter about how much we are angry with you. Oh god, the blitzball! I forgot. One of his attacks is he just hits you with a fucking blitzball. I love it. Here, you do Black Sky, Life. I was doing the overdrive lolly never got. What was wrong with the Final Fantasy X audio drama? That was Final Fantasy X-3. Final Fantasy X-3 did not fucking happen. That was a completely unnecessary, tacked-on bullshit sequel trying to wrap up story threads nobody fucking asked to be wrapped up, and it betrayed characters to an insane degree, like fucking Yuna cucks Titus. The literal tulpa she willed into reality because she was in love with him, she just fucking goes and cucks him. You know how much you suffered, Blitzball? As a kid, I was annoyed with there being so many Final Fantasy games having Final until, so never played it. Yeah, stupid decision from bad creative, yeah.
Share my despair.
Yeah, we're sequel bait where they teased ideas for an actual X3, but it did things in a way no one liked. Yeah. Like literally, fucking Sin comes back for, like, no reason. It just is back now. Where it's like, hey guys, Sin returned. It's like, fucking what?
Don't interfere.
Yeah, creator of 10 and 10-2 wants to do an actual 3. Yeah, like, doing an actual 3, I would not really be against because there is stuff you could do. The problem is, God, fuck, man. Like, 10-3 on its own was so stupid. So, 10-3 next. Well, 10-3 is literally just an audio drama. Like, it's not even a video game. It's a audiobook / light novel. My trip into the arena, the floor looked like a vagina. What was your first Final Fantasy game? I'm pretty sure it was 7, because that was the most popular one. I was pretty young when I touched Final Fantasy. If you mean the one that I actually, like, played seriously, yeah, it was 7, because I played that in high school. And after that, I got into, like, 6 and the rest of the series, and I fucking loved it. Yeah, somehow Sin returned. Literally. You're still awake? Yeah, we're wrapping up on 10-2. And he fucked Yuna up. Audio drama in JP was never done in English, so we just be reading it. Yeah, because they never wanted to release it in English. They literally hate it so much, they refuse to release it in English. Your favorite one? I really like Tactics, and I really like 6. They are very good. Though, 8 also has a spot in my heart, and we already killed him. Yeah, no James Arnold Taylor, yeah. Let's wait for the day you played 13. I played 13. I actually don't hate 13. I'm one of those crazy, minority people where I'm like, 13 wasn't that bad. First FF I played was 15, but it was the Royal Edition. Yeah, mine was 4, favorite is 6, yeah. Also, Hans Blix really loved himself in Team America. He was sad due to Hollywood legal bullshit. He can buy his own puppet. Yeah, 13's not that bad. I really don't think it's that bad. I'm not a big fan of Lightning Returns. I think 13-2 is, like, hilariously unnecessary, but 13 by itself is pretty good. It uses the ATB system in a way that's actually kind of cool. So perhaps the translator did not make it clear to you. He said that perhaps he needs to fire his translator? Do you have any idea how fucking busy I am? Yeah. So you have a wrong opinion, dude. 13 was bad. Nah, I didn't hate it. I did not hate it. Is it linear as fuck in the intro? Yes, but once you're out of the intro, it's really not that bad. Game's playing itself, John. Yeah, JP Phantom hated X3 so bad they didn't dare try and release it stateside. Yeah. First FF was FF Remaster on the PSP. And my first was the Dawn of Souls remake on GBA. I really like 12. 12 is a really good one. That is one that kind of gets slept on just due to the nature of what 12 is, which you'll see when we play 12. Where 12 has like that pseudo MMO thing going on. Personally, I kind of like that, just in the sense of you can actually see the enemy encounters and can avoid them if you want to. Because 12 is one of those, it's really easy to break, even unintentionally. Where once you have like the class to give everyone axes, that's what you're running like the whole fucking game beyond maybe one archer and one healer. Everyone else gets the axes because they're fucking like OP and able to just slaughter enemies. But I like the fact you can see enemy encounters. That's something I always praise JRPGs for. Like, if I'm able to see an enemy encounter and avoid it, if I want to avoid it, I like that. Random encounters, I can tolerate, but I do get the feeling of towards the end game, they just drown you in enemies for no real reason. Beyond the fact of, here's your chance to grind XP. It's like, I mean, I get that, but you kind of fucked me over more than once with that. I like Lightning's Bond with Sarah. Reminds me a little of me and my little sis. And 12 reminds me of Lost Star Wars KOTOR's combat. That was probably intentional. It was the same generation. It was the PS2.
Thank you.
One thing I hate about Lightning Returns the subtle atheist redneck message of killing God. Well, I mean, killing God's like a standard in every JRPG. Hell, Final Fantasy X, we technically kill God with you, Yevon. 13 and 13-2 were such bad experiences for me that I never wanted to touch a Final Fantasy game ever again. Made me dismiss the series for almost 20 years. What the fuck's going on? We defeated Shuyin, and now he's able to move on with Len, the woman he loved that he couldn't save in his time. Because it's implied that Yuna is a reincarnation of Len. You get a lot more context if we were able to get 100%, but we couldn't get 100%. It'll all just be explained later. Fuck you. Us 13 gave us My Hands by Leona and Lewis. Song is peak. And to be fair, Killing God's a pretty badass metal concept. Why isn't it most media? It makes the most sense for escalation for a JRPG story. You start off fighting just random animals or bandits, and by the end, boom, you kill God. Did you ever play that RPG that Kier seems to love, Okage? I never did. I never even heard of that before she started streaming it. It does seem very out there, but in a way that's kind of cool. Yeah, 13 gave us a Chocobo song. You can sing at karaoke, yeah. Snow fucking sucks, though. I like 13. I think the game is overhated. I think there's a lot to love about 13. Snow is not one of them. I do agree. Snow is a little... eh. Snow and Hope. Those are the two characters where I'm like, why do they have so much screen time? Like, Snow's design is okay. I kind of like the fact that he basically just reminds me of Kanji was a fucking Final Fantasy character. You know, Kanji from Persona 4. But yeah, not gonna lie, he's just Troy Baker. Yeah, Okage's pretty quirky. You see, God tell him to leave me the hell alone, yeah. Think you'd ever stream Xenoblade Saga? I would like to. That's another really good series. Killing Gods, kind of in Japanese culture, they have gods and everything, yeah. Yeah, Snow deserved all those punches from Lightning, yeah. He ends up kind of being a little shit. Yeah, 13 gave me a boner when Lightning showed up. Keep in mind, this is my first sexual experience, that in Street Fighter Jerry Han. Fear and Hunger is the more sensical direction of that concept. The idea that the party can kill a god is possible, but so astronomically improbable, it takes multiple dedicated runs. Well... oh, the fucking screen broke. You don't even get the ending cutscene. Fuck you. You don't even get the final cutscene. Get cucked. Yeah, green. Yeah. Reminder, 10.2 does not have the gigabyte patch that 10 got. We have not even run into that issue. We literally have not run into that issue beyond a few crashes here and there. Every other pre-rendered cutscene, perfectly fine. Every other pre-rendered cutscene, perfectly fine. But it shows up literally on the last cutscene of the game. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, the Gritch Goblin strikes again. I started lying about what's happening on screen. Yuna won. She won so fucking hard. Yeah, the game became a member.
This was the lesson.
I'm greening over here.
We launched those ships.
They didn't get 100%, so we don't get an ending.
And we misused
That not even Batman would beat that sexual awakening at me. Why would you say that? Yeah, green screen and cock blocking. Yeah, right? But that's amazing. That's actually really funny. Because when we were playing 10, this would happen. The cutscenes would break and it would just show a green screen, and people told me, oh yeah, you gotta get the 4 GB patch.
We forgot.
Because Final Fantasy X by default will try to run like what 2 gigs of 2 gigs of RAM, and you gotta bump it up to like 4 gigs because that's how you get it to run properly. So 10.2 right out the box, it seemed like it was fine. It seemed like it was running all right. It only really crashed towards like the middle of the game. That's when it started crashing. But 10.2 has fucking has decided to wait until literally the ending of the game to do this. That's amazing. Baralai's speech in this scene is so gay. Happy the screen's green. Yeah, fuck, somebody had the Dungeon Master interview in the green screen now. Yeah, I'm gonna watch Fantastic Four, the new one. Don't judge me because I like the MCU. Yeah, if you got 100%, this wouldn't have happened. And talk about a green screen, right? Yeah. It's genuinely funny. It's genuinely funny. It took this long. Why is this cutscene taking place in Nuremberg? Seems like no one wants to play X2. X2 is not a bad game. It just has parts that makes it hard to love. You know? Is there an FF title with an easy guy setup? Final Fantasy game? Tactics Advanced. Like, literally, that's Tactics Advanced. Because you have kids who find a magic book and they start merging fantasy with reality.
I think we party enough, don't you?
So you gave them 100%? Yeah, we got like 55%. I'll just download the 100% cutscene and we can just watch it when we start 12. Part where it became green and retired yet. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix had that issue too. Sometimes the literal last cutscene would just crash the game. And so Yuna heads into her new adventure. Yeah, the ending is Yuna goes off on a new adventure. The 100% cutscene is Titus is manifested back into reality, basically. So she gets to have Titus again. Yeah, fuck you, little bro, back into the wheelchair. Yes, quite literally, the plot is fuck you back in the wheelchair. Ten's an easy guy. It's more of a time travel story. Even then, that's debatable. Yield to your wisdom. What should my opinion about the new Fantastic Four movies? I may make it mine. I don't know. You're his fucking brother. That's the ending. Fantastic Four looks alright. I guess I like the new Superman, but found all the stuff being obviously metaphorical for the Israel-Palestine conflict be a little distasteful. Yeah. Like, I understand Superman has always commented on political stuff, but it feels tasteless. It feels tasteless to exploit an ongoing military conflict for your own gain. So go off on another lesbian road trip, yeah. Until she cucks Titus, yes. Is it gonna go after the... It might just straight up be broken over the fucking end credits as well. Oh, I dropped the controller. There we go. That's not healthy. Yeah, there we go. We'll just skip. It's just the end credits. Israel-Palestine stuff felt really unnecessary. Also dates the film horribly. Why are people saying the movie isn't political when it is? Wouldn't mind if they did an FF Easy Guy with a tone like 16's where it's dark. I don't want Forspoken though. For the love of God, don't let it be that. Yeah. Well, wasn't there rumors Forspoken was going to be like a Final Fantasy type game? Yeah, we got 60% completion. I can imagine that just because Brother didn't set the monitor properly. And New Game Plus, yay! Yeah, we'll save. There we go. All right, I'm gonna swap us back on over, but there we go. We finished Final Fantasy X-2, and like I said, I'll download the 100% completion cutscene, and we can just watch that before we start 12. Because dear God, it's fucking agony. It's fucking agony. This game is 7.2 10 out of 10 rating. Yeah, it's fun. But yeah, like this is where I go with the idea of like 7 out of 10 is not inherently awful. You know, it's not like how IGN rates a 7 out of 10, where if it's a 7 out of 10, it's fucking worthless. Don't buy it. No, this is like, it's flawed. It'll piss you off. It'll have problems, but at the end of the day, it has stuff to love about it. It's got personality. Forspoken was originally Agni's Wrath, a game they teased ages ago. Yeah, don't pay full price. Yeah, and you don't have to. There's the... Fuck, it's bundled with pretty much every remaster at 10 now. Move on to the retro FF games next. Nope, now we have 12. We're going to go through all the modern main lines, then we'll go back to how it all began. This game made me a lesbian. Yeah, X2 seems like DLC. It basically is a DLC expansion, but it was before DLC expansions were a common thing. You know, this was like the PS2 era. Like, I'm not done with the dishes. Sing, dance, do something till I'm done with the dishes. I also didn't like how from the movie it was making Superman's biological parents kind of evil and take over Earth. Like, I get what James is going with. Focus on how Clark's adopted parents are, but still, yeah. Yeah, you aren't paying full price. It's bundled in the remaster. Yeah, so at most you're paying like $30 for each game. Because if I remember right, it's not sold at anything above like 60. I just want my Dark Berserk like he's a guy. But yeah. So all in all, I would say 10-2 is good. But it's kind of like up there with Crisis Core of you have people that like the main game, then you have people who really like the spin-off. You know, that kind of thing. Because Crisis Core has people who either really, really like Crisis Core or people who really, really hate Crisis Core. It's the most Gabby-coded game out of 10. I think Superman's biological parents don't matter at all. They're more of a plot device for Clark. Yeah, it's kind of how I always viewed them. Agnes' philosophy looked good. Shame SBI got involved and turned to Forspoken, and got instead on a new franchise and a new successful franchise, instead Game Dead Studio. What's next? Well, we're gonna wrap up tonight. Next week we're gonna play more Persona 4, and then after that we're gonna play Final Fantasy 12. 12 is really good. 12 is one of those of the gameplay is not bad. It just kind of depends on your cup of tea, but the story is really cool. If you had issues following 10's story, 12 is a lot more straightforward. It's a lot more in line with like classic Final Fantasy games like 6 or hell Tactics, because it's literally tied at the hip to Tactics because it is canon to Tactics. Something I didn't even know. I kept thinking like, oh no, it's all references, right? And it's like, no, it takes place in the same universe. Like, oh shit. Really not favorite $2 making a review has been Hotel. Yeah, Crisis Core is a lot better. To be fair, Crisis Core is a better gameplay loop where it's basically just an action game. Granted, once you hit those difficulty walls, you fucking feel them, but you're able to get past them. I think James Gunn has elements of a hack, but I don't know. He always manages to make what he creates have some kind of heart, and his movies usually make me feel some kind of way, which is rare. Yeah. Lever vids, bro. Cheers. Yeah. And people barely talk about 12. Yeah. I like 12. I think 12 is really good. It actually has like some of the best voice acting of the Final Fantasy games. It has a really cool story. Also, 12 is by far one of the most underrated antagonists. That is true. That is true. Like, 12's big issue is the main character. He is just kind of a wiener that was literally just wrote into the story because they're like, well, this other guy who's clearly meant to be the main character, he might not sell well because he's a grown man. We need to have a teenager escorting with him. So it's like, I get it. I get the idea, and you can literally just throw him out of the party, and it's not going to change the story at all, but he's kind of a hard sell, especially with the fact that, like, in the tutorial for the job system, you have to make him a white mage, meaning he's not going to be fucking DPS. He's just going to do the healing shit. Meaning you got to put him in the back of the party anyway. It's fucking goofy. Yeah, Ash and Balthier are just awesome. Yeah, Ash and Balthier are just the main characters. Like that you can choose a class for the characters. Basically, it's like giving them their fighting personality. Yeah, it's the job system. That's the whole thing. It's their remix version of the job system, which I actually think is really cool. And not only can you pick one, you can pick two. You can pick two different jobs and mash them together and create like hybrid classes. So if you want a healer that can like tank as well and basically be a paladin, you can do that. If you want a mage that can also handle themselves in like a hand-to-hand fight, you can do that. I got recommended the Bakersfield trailer right when it was released. My algorithm knows me. If I knew it was a GZ Doom Fallout game, I would have watched it immediately. Yeah, Bosch also screams MC. Yeah, Bosch Bosch especially screams like main character. He has the most beef with the bad guys. He's personally fucked over by the plot. Like, Bosch is clearly meant to be the protagonist. Him or the princess. I think a few of my characters have 2 jobs. Yeah, past a certain point, you can pretty much give everyone 2 jobs, which is what really breaks the game. Breaks the game until you get to the super bosses. The super bosses are like, oh, you broke the game? All right, that's step 1. Figure out how to fight me, fucker. Because, yeah, the Final Fantasy 12 super bosses, from what I understand, are like still some of the hardest in the entire franchise. Which says a lot, because the 8 ones could get downright mean. The 9 super boss is like fucking insane. Yeah, but no, gotta have the Bishi pro tag, yeah. Yeah, call the judge, get some fudge. And Titus ain't that bad. Well, I'm not talking about Titus, I'm talking about Final Fantasy 12. In the pre-release, they let you give characters 2 jobs. I thought you could do that in OG as well, but you had to jump through more hoops. Yeah, Zodiac Age kind of limits how much you could break it. Yeah. Like, that's what I thought. I thought Zodiac Age, if anything, kind of made it, like, more limited. I haven't fought any yet. Only fought a couple of regular bosses, and I'm steamrolling them. Yeah, like I said, 12, once you figure out what you're doing, like, you can steamroll the game. Hell, I got to the point where I was just fast-forwarding, because... The re-release gives you a fast-forward option, which thank God, because combat was pretty slow in the original. But you can hit fast-forward, just run through a dungeon, up and down, up and down, up and down, get shitloads of XP, and then be good for like 5 dungeons ahead. Some of the super bosses are just obnoxious, especially due to the damage limit. Yeah. It takes a while to break damage limit. I don't even remember how you break it. Fuck. I think it's like a really expensive skill you have to buy, or it's like a specific piece of equipment you have to get. 12 was by far one of the longest boss fights ever. I dread that boss, yeah. Tice was always the MC of 10. Vaughn was added by studio mandate. Yeah, I'm talking about 12, yeah, because Vaughn was very obviously added in later. Because past Act 1, Vaughn really doesn't affect the plot that much. Like, they build up a little bit of a thing. Yeah, they built a little bit of a thing up in the beginning where he doesn't trust Bosch because of plot stuff, and it's like, that could go somewhere. And then as more and more cutscenes just revolved around Vaughn going, I don't trust you because you did X thing, and then Bosch immediately ignores him and talks about plot stuff, it kind of became obvious of, oh, Vaughn's not a character here. I always thought Yuna should have been the main character instead of Titus. The developers thought the same too, because of 10-2. Got Hitman Blood Money Absolution HD Remaster on PlayStation Store. Yeah, like his brother got killed by the villain and that's it. Yeah. Always drop Vaughn, just plays Bosch. Yeah. Well, like I said, the way they have the party system set up, if you want, you can just turn Vaughn completely fucking redundant. Like, he does not matter. Yeah, she kind of is for 10. Yeah, that is true. Yuna kind of is the main character at 10. She is literally the entire reason you go on the journey. Let's Titus and Yuna as co-pro tags nowadays. Yeah, I agree with that. 12 make it more about just set up commands and let fights play out is really weird to me. It's weird MMO light type stuff. It was following 11, and 11 was an MMO that did play like that, so they're probably like, fuck it. Let me make sure I actually have 12 in my library. I think I do. I should. I do, and it is installed. Okay, so we'll be good. I'll look up to see if there's any kind of like technical issue for 12. I don't think there is, because if I remember right, the 12 remaster wasn't that long ago. So yeah, it should be all right. Do I have secondhand? I don't even have secondhand knowledge of 12. It seems less culturally relevant than X or 13. Yeah, because it was the middle child. 10 was the one that introduced Final Fantasy to the PS2, so that's why it's a big deal. 13 was them introducing Final Fantasy to the 360 PS3 era, so that's a big deal. 12 was tail end of PS2, so it was kind of caught in that thing of, well, you already had the Final Fantasy game of that generation. So it kind of felt like it didn't have as much fanfare. It also went back and wanted to be more like the older games and be more of like this borderline Shakespearean type medieval politics type story, though it did still have a lot of Magitech, which I really appreciate. So that's a whole thing. Yeah, also 12 didn't sell nearly as well as those. Yeah. Yeah, 2019, I think, was when 12 Remaster came out. I think you're right. I think it was 2019, because it was before COVID. You don't have to completely automate 12. I usually play with one character under my controls and 2 others on gambits. Yeah. Sometimes you want to take direct control just because the programming can get fucked up just because the situation changes. And without Titus, Yuna would never have managed to sever the calm cycle once and for all. Yeah. Yeah, Versus 13, never forget. I watched the FFOVA from the 90s. It's free on YouTube. What was that? Spirits Within? The CG one that actually had nothing to do with Final Fantasy? Because I did see that one, yeah. Yeah, 10 was the last FF game I've played. I still have the PS2 copy, yeah. At least we'll get Verum Rex, yeah. I thought doing 11. As stated, 11 is this whole thing. You gotta set up like a private server. You gotta make sure it works. 11 will be a headache. If we do that, it'll be like a special event one-time thing just to show you how the game played. Wasn't like a Final Fantasy game you're gonna be playing? 12. Yeah, 12 failed because it came out right after the PS3. Yeah, it was like right at the tail end of the PS2 because... Tail end of the PS2, so everyone was just going like, well, I'll just wait for fucking 13 or something on fucking 360 so it can look super good. And in all fairness, 13 looked pretty damn good on the 360. Plus, we're already playing 14, that as well. Last FF game I played was Dirge of Cerberus. If Nomura was planning on retiring, I hope his final game is first 13, let him finish it, yeah. Max Caulfield like Spirits Within. Yeah, 13 was beautiful, yeah. Yeah, you play 11, you beat Absolute Virtue, you scrub. Yeah, Legend of the Crystals. I haven't touched that. How long would it take to beat 11? It's an MMO, so technically it goes on forever. Alrighty, let me make sure we're caught up. Because it is almost 5 a.m. here. I took a while trying to beat that just because, goddamn. Goddamn, I hate that last end segment so much. It's so, There gonna be any more Gundam video streams? Like the GB3 one a lot. Lost War Chronicles for the PS2 has most of its menus in English. Isn't too hard to set up on PS2 emulator. I would definitely like to. There's some really fucking good Gundam games out there that'd be really fun to show off. Which Final Fantasy is the one with the emo biker teens? You're either talking about 13 or 15. Do they have the car? If they have the car, that's 15. Because that's the boy band. I don't care how much they say Final Fantasy Spirits Within is one of the best movies I've ever seen. Down on the Hill of 13 is one of the most visually stunning 360 games. Yeah. Will you stream Daemon X Machina? I would like to. Yeah, define emo biker teens. Yeah, I assumed he was talking about the one where it's all dudes, they're all dressed in black, and they all have the car. Because that's 15. Strategy Gundam game for PS1 is fantastic. Don't remember the name, though. I'm sure I just remember the main character having a really gay haircut. 15. You're talking about 15. Spirits Within, can't deny 3D animation is really impressive, especially for the time. Was it worth bankrupting the company, though? Probably not. Yeah, okay, I don't remember a car, but they're all dudes. Yeah, that's 15. They have a car. It's called the Regalia. I've played a lot of 15. There are parts of 15 I like a lot. 15 has issues. But I like it. Also, Noctis is awesome. He's a good boy. Yeah. Is 15 any good? As stated, parts of it I love. Parts of it I think are really cool. Parts of it I'm genuinely excited to go back to and play. Then there's other parts where I'm like, oh, right, yeah, that's why this is the one that people kind of make fun of. Spirits Within confused me, though. Wasn't it Sony's decision-making to have nothing to do with Final Fantasy? I don't really know. I should look more into what actually happened with Spirits Within. Yeah, 15 got fucked over. It got fucked over for a multitude of reasons. Some legitimate, some they were kind of asking for it. Yeah, if you know the story, just a lot of cool deviant art scenes. You murderers, you're mass murderers of people's time. I mean, if you don't love Ignis, we can't be friends. We stand mom friend. Yeah. SD Gundam G Century, but there's action strategy. Oh. But yeah, well, I'm going to call it here. I am very sleepy. Is it worth buying for Cindy? I would say so. Kind of wish 15 stole the Kingdom Hearts combat system. It kind of did, kind of didn't. It's weird. But yeah, we're going to call it here. I am tired. Tonight will be fun, because it is technically tomorrow. But tonight will be fun. I don't know what Shota has planned. Probably more Death Stranding 2, and I'm not against more Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is very good. It's very fun. So, see you guys.